Everybody moving. Everybody moving. We playing musical chairs, musical rooms, musical studios, whichever way you want to have it on this Monday of madness, right? We got a lot of things. Lost and found, right? But you found us, right? You flew over here. Hey, 4M470. Hey, Jackie. Benny's over here. Fila, Film Freak. Yeah, right? We all over the place today, I tell you. I'm like, they make a busy, busy, busy body. A busy, busy, busy person. Let's see where they at. I bet you they haven't even started. Watch how this works. Let me see. Nope. They have not started, but that's okay. So y'all know we got Stefan Stearns hearing at 1:30, right? So that's gonna give us, for all of y'all that's wondering, that's probably gonna happen in about an hour and a half. So I'm gonna make sure I have that up so we can make sure we get in the court. Just so we can be, so I can make sure I am that we don't miss any of that. I know Fox 35 was covering it pretty good. I mean, they were pretty good with it, but I'm sure Court TV will have it also. Let me just kind of get it up. I tried to see. Okay, Fowler. We shall be here. Playing musical chairs, that is, right? Okay, yes, upcoming. So just so y'all know, we'll probably be in the Stephon Stearns. I'm not sure. It's to my understanding that he's going to do a plea today, right? With that being said, with his plea deal, I understand that there will be victim impact statements. So we will kind of like go in there, and then we'll come back to the Ali trial. It will probably save us some TiVo time. Well, we'll probably have that TiVo time for lunchtime. So it'll just kind of keep us on, pace, if that's okay with everybody. So we'll do Ali soon as Ali comes in, and then we'll move over to our boy. That's gonna save everybody a lot of drama, right? And a lot of pain and anguish, and seeing all this salacious stuff come out in details, right? People don't have to. What? Woo, woo, woo. Go Film Free. I check you out. I check you out. Thank you. Oh, that's how that worked, huh? I'm gonna remember that one forever. That's the first one, right? That's the first one. Oh, wait a minute, y'all. I got to take a picture with my phone because I don't. Oh my. I'm taking a picture with my phone. Wait a minute. Stop the press. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. Look, I got little tears in my eyes, film. Oh, wait a minute. Look, and I got my little towel here too. So I'm gonna wipe my eyes. Thank goodness I don't wear makeup, which is a good thing, right? So I guess I'm allowed to cry because I don't have to really worry about messing anything up, and I'll still be okay. I'm like a little lip gloss person. I'm like just a little lip gloss person. So I don't wear any eyeliner or any of that stuff. So I'm allowed to shed a tear or two and still be okay. I can wipe it. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Lynn. Oh, look at y'all. Y'all showing out. Y'all showing out. Wow. I tell you, what an amazing journey. And I found the perfect people to do this with, right? Whew. I tell you, can't close. Um, yeah, so we have court. Let me see here. I just want to make sure we good where we starting at. Since they gonna be busy today. Let me get out of here for us. Yeah, so I guess thank you, therapist. Look, I'm gonna be screenshotting all day. Y'all gonna have me screenshotting all day? Look at that. Would you say we started the ball rolling? Right. Oh, for the chair dance. And that's all you gonna get is the chair dance. Like the chair dance, right? Let me make sure you can see you can't see the wheels moving, but I got my chair dance on. I'm the best chair dancer, and I got my beat in my head. I gotta always make a beat up in my head or something, right? That's what we have to do. I make my own beat until I can figure out how to get everything with the music thing, because I did take that stuff down for that the free music, and then I heard that I can get some other additional music. So I'm gonna have something. I'm gonna have something soon to put up here. And that way it's gonna be my beat. It's gonna be our beat in this chat, right? Gosh, I wonder who do y'all think gonna testify today? Besides, we got two. I know we got some experts. Hey, Monica, happy Monday. In regards to Monday, like I know we got two witnesses from the state that are going to be definitely testifying. I'm assuming there's some experts, some doctors, because they were saying that they had to kind of like rearrange their schedule and things of that nature. So I know we got those. And then I don't know who else could the state even be calling. Hey, Penny, glad you made it over here. Like, is there anybody else the state could be calling? I don't know. Y'all think the state gonna rest today? I don't know. I guess it just depends. I guess we'll see what they decide once we get into the courtroom. You think so, Lynn? You think they're gonna rest today? Yeah, I think so. I don't see anybody else for them to call. I don't. Yes, we'll see. We'll see how that works. So I guess y'all let me know. Oh, thank you, Monica. You say you're doing a good job covering this trial. Do you think the defendants will testify? I think mom will. I got more hope for mom to probably testify. Only because she can probably, kind of explain what she was doing. I don't think dad has a chance if he testifies. Because it's just way too much video footage. That's just my personal thing. But I could see mom getting up there and being timid and being, looking scared. The judge says he don't think the parents, the defendants, will testify. Yeah, I thought the same thing about Karina, and she proved me all the way wrong. She proved me all the way wrong, even though I was like, I was talking and I was like, oh, I hope she do. I hope she do. I hope she do. You say you want the translation of shouting in Arabic. Yeah, dad, I don't think dad gonna do it. I don't think dad would testify. And besides, his demeanor is like really standoffish, right? Even though the mom is kind of, but I could see her being kind of like testifying and being real timid, and where the jurors have started to believe that she was scared also. All right. I could see her, talking real softly, acting like she don't understand English, right? And trying to present to the jury, hey, I was just trying to hold my daughter. I was trying to help my daughter. And she was so scared. Yeah. Yeah, Monica. Yeah. I mean, I see a lot of people in the comments when the videos go up, they even speak about the sister, right? Therapist says, I know some people have said they have translated the shouting and said that he was yelling about somebody needing to go get his car. I like to hear the translation. Yeah. They didn't show his arrest footage in court. Did y'all notice that not so far? I mean, I guess since we still in the prosecution's case, right? They could. So maybe they'll show it, but we haven't seen it just yet. Yes, Shamrock. Yep. No, they started in court. We just have not went in there just yet. Leah M says, I have two daughters and I don't hug or comfort them by holding them around the neck. Get serious. you don't buy that? Maybe she was trying to feel and make sure her neck wasn't hurting, Lynn. Like, let me make sure your neck not hurt. Let me finish this off. Maybe that's what she was doing. Oh God, I'll tell you, once they become teens, they don't even want to hug. They don't even want to hug once they become teenagers. Like, I have to ask, can I hug you today? Is it okay if I hug you? They don't be wanting you to touch them. So, yeah, no, I don't know. But we gonna definitely see if she gets off on this one. It's gonna be very interesting. And I'm just looking at the demeanor of them before the people come in the courtroom. Let me show y'all. Let me get it up here so y'all can see it. So it seemed like they be pretty cool when people ain't in the room. Y'all see them? What you have to ask therapist? Y'all see them? Like they look like they kicking it. These two, the lawyer and the dad. The dad almost looked like he got a smile on his face. Of course, this is outside the presence of the jury, but I'm like looking and you see mom, she like, if she had pearls, she would be clenching them. Yes, it's a busy week. And take it to trial. That's what you said talking about hugging teenagers. I have to ask, yeah, right? I do. I have to ask. I guess it's about touching or something. I have no clue. And I got a 14 and 16-year-old. And if I just hug them, they like, what you do that for? Like, die. I like hugs. Can we hug? Hug seems so more intimate. Like, can we hug? Can I have a hug from you? You don't think she'll testify, Penny? Yeah. So that's what we got going on. So yeah, I know definitely these teens don't want you hugging them. So right? No, I'm telling you, and they girls. I got two girls. And no, I cannot just come hug them. I don't even know if I could just come touch them. I may have to ask permission at this point in time in life. Yeah, Monica, I ain't trying to do no throat hugs. Do I think that it have enough against the mom? For certain charges, yeah. Yeah, them hormones, they don't play around, right? And I tell them too. I understand their pain, right? You respect me and I respect you, so don't get mad at me when I'm feeling that way. Look, everybody go and be to your own devices. Oh, okay, Jackie. I gotta wait a few years because right now they be like, they don't even want to hug. Like, I be like, can I please hug you? Can I have a hug? Can mommy have a hug? They be looking at me like, what for? What happened? Like, nothing had to happen. I just want to hug you. Is that okay? It will be okay. He say, I can't wait for the parents of her boyfriend to openly speak out about the parents. You think they will? I guess we'll see. I don't know. I wonder if they still in court or did they leave after their son testified? That would be interesting to know. I wonder if they wanted to see it all the way to the end because they didn't have to leave the courtroom once they testified. You say you hope they do. I think dad like said it all enough for me. Penny says I have a paramedic and a teacher, both daughters. If they don't give me a hug when I see them and leave them, I just give them the look and they come they come to get it back. I guess that's what we saying. Just Shamrock says, mine like hugs after long separations or saying goodbye before traveling or going back to college, but it's not a day-to-day thing for them when they're visiting. But I hug, anyway. Got you. Like I said, I personally would never wish a teenage girl anyone. They do get past that stage eventually, though, thankfully. Yeah, I just really didn't. I just thought with girls, they would want that kind of like attention and comfort, right? So yeah, I'd be like, okay, well, let me. Yeah, it may be because we see each other every day. I don't know. It is no telling. You know, like even when they going off to school and now with them being teenagers, like when they was little, you be able to hug them, kiss them, send them off to school. It's like once they hit like 12 or 13, they like, if I kiss them, it's like, oh, that's like a violation. Like, no, don't do that. Be sidestepping me. I was telling my daughter is she gonna be doing cheerleading this year. And she said, well, mom, please don't embarrass me in the stands. And I said, well, gosh, how can I embarrass you? I said, oh, so you want me to sit back and be quiet? I said, oh my. I said, I guess I just got to sit there with a zipper across my lips and don't do nothing. Because I don't know what's embarrassing to her. And Lord, I don't want to embarrass you at all. I keep telling her she got the coolest mom in the whole wide world. So I got to be on my best behavior when I go to football games this year. So that will be what I'll be practicing, and make sure I don't give any hugs and no kisses. I'm gonna have to do ear kisses to them. And they probably won't catch them. They'll probably be like, shh, 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 that's not my mom. That's she not blowing that towards me. You say you would definitely go there, yeah, sweetie. Like they'll be waving them away. Like that is not my. I guess I got to do this little thing. My daughter keep trying to tell me how to do it. The little heart thing. I'm like, I can't get my fingers to do it. You say you have teenage sons, and thankfully we're just about over all that jazz. Hallelujah. Right? Oh, and I still scream psycho at the football games. That's our question. Am I blocked? I'm trying to send a super chat and I'm getting the error message. No. We ain't grown enough to block nobody. Look, we ain't grown. Nah, nobody block. I have no clue, Hazel, and I have no clue even how they work. How about that? I don't know. Yeah. I have no clue at all. We all learning together. What'd you say? He not gonna stop playing to come yell at you, right? I know, right? But he gonna talk to will he talk to you after the game and get you together? Like, no, 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 no. Yeah, I can only imagine. So we'll see. We'll see how things go. I'm gonna try to be on my best behavior, but like I told her, I can't promise her nothing because I might just get excited. This is the first year she's a freshman in high school, so a lot of things I'm excited about. So I don't know what she gonna let me have this. You say no, but that would be no different even if I didn't yell. So I'm yelling, right? The first thing they want to say is, "Oh, you didn't say you ain't support me." Da, 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 da. Yeah, man, I'll be that mom yelling for the cheerleader, no matter what she say and how she decide to say it. Yeah, so awesome. So I don't know. Y'all let me know. Is y'all ready to go into the courtroom? Let's put a one in the chat. Let's get it together for this Monday madness, right? It's like Monday madness. We got Maddie Monday. We got Magical Monday. My mom jumped on the gas station dinker back in the day just to embarrass me. Oh my goodness. Let me see those ones in the chat if we ready to go into this courtroom, right? Okay, I'm seeing some ones. Let's see what we got going on here. They smiling and profiling over here. Hey, just be nice. Yeah, hey. Hope you had a great weekend. Anybody that's new to the chat, welcome, welcome, welcome. New to the channel, we appreciate you. Glad that you're here. Don't forget to participate. I'll put some questions up there as we go along. And we're going to see what we have in store for our testimony with the Washington versus Ali case, right? All right, guys, let's go into the courtroom.
All right. We are present on 24-1-130234 and 24-1-132534, State versus Ali. Ms. Stone and Ms. Zoe are present on behalf of the state. Mr. Kading is present with Mr. Ali, representing Mr. Ali, and Mr. Leary is present with Mrs. Ali and representing Mrs. Ali. We are before the court on a continuation of trial. This morning, I received Mr. Leary's proposed jury instructions. And so I have those, and Mr. Leary handed me my bench copy because I was out here, and that he had emailed it to my judicial assistant, who has since forwarded it to me. And Ms. Stone, you have received those instructions as well.
That's correct, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, you indicated that you might have some additional instructions to offer to the court as well, and I just wanted to inquire on that.
Your Honor, I'm still working on those.
All right, so tomorrow?
Hopefully, although I am going to say
I
that
see
I
it,
did
there you
receive
go.
instruction from the government.
I see it. Look. Thank you.
Process for the investigation.
All right,
I see
Ms.
you.
Stone?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yay!
That's the instruction that the state indicated. I don't recall what day last week. Last week, it might have been Thursday.
I got you.
Late Wednesday, sometime on Thursday, maybe, as to the exchange between 3508 and 3504 WIPIC, consistent with the information charged in Mr. Ali's case. So we did provide that yesterday to defense counsel. I don't think it's in the right format for the court, so we have to fix the formatting for the court. That's all.
All right, and so when will it be provided to me?
This afternoon, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right. And I would just indicate that on Friday, I did put together the start of the draft instructions, using what I had from the state and what I had from Mr. Kading. I identified just my own notes, what I thought was missing. And I will be working on adding Mr. Leary's proposed instructions as well, so that hopefully once I receive the other proposed instructions that people know they're offering as we sit here now, that I can at least get those instructions in a draft format. What I never like to see is when I have provided the draft instructions to the parties the day before we're going to talk about them and no one has looked at them. And so they're reading the instructions instead of us being able to go to the places in the instructions where there is an objection by anyone or exception. That's the most efficient way for us ultimately to address the jury instructions. Ms. Stone, any preliminary issues before we get started?
I think just a forecast to the court, state has Dr. Kim this morning, and then Officer Chavez. Ms. Zoe is doing Dr. Kim, then we're doing Officer Chavez. The state has Officer Bell here as well to testify this morning. I indicated to Mr. Leary and Mr. Kading yesterday that the state intends to introduce some portions of Officer Bell's body camera. There was a discussion, very short discussion late last night about an objection to that. There was some conversation this morning based on the case law associated with that. I think the objection as to the admission of the body cameras itself as a whole, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Leary, but my understanding is that objection itself is withdrawn, but he may have objections to certain portions of that body camera. So I anticipate that the parties are likely following Officer Chavez to ask for a break to see if that is something we can resolve between the parties prior to Officer Bell testifying. I can tell the court we have taken Sergeant Newcomb off of the list for today. So following Officer Bell, we have Officer Howard and then Dr. Gilbert, and those are the state's witnesses for today.
And you anticipate Dr. Gilbert this afternoon
Yes,
still
Your Honor.
at 1:30,
Yes, Your Honor.
or is close there too?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And who is doing the exam of Officer Chavez?
I'm doing Officer Chavez and Officer Bell, and Miss Zoe has the remainder of the witnesses for the day.
All right. Mr. Larry?
Just to kind of complete the record, Your Honor. So I did provide a case in the statute to the state where it appeared to me that the requirements of the statute weren't complied with, thus making the body worn video inadmissible. I was provided with an unpublished case that I had not seen this morning that I think runs contrary to my argument, so I'm not making that argument. However, I did not communicate with the state about issues in the section that they're playing because I didn't think it was going to be admissible. So we are going to talk on break about concerns that I have, see if we are in agreement for editing, and if not, we'll go to the court. I would have done it beforehand, but I didn't think it was coming in at all. So, but now I'm not making that argument.
All right. Thank you for that information as well. After we conclude with Dr. Kim and Officer Chavez, I will take a recess and we'll address those issues. And if the parties are unable to reach an agreement about what that video exhibit is going to look like, then I will hear argument.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Kading, do you have any preliminary issues before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Larry, that was something the state raised, which was also one of your preliminary issues. Do you have any others?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please bring the jury in. And you can have your witness come in, please. Please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury, and welcome back. We hope you had a good weekend and a good Friday since we were not here on Friday. We will continue with the presentation of evidence at this time. Ms. Zoe, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would like to call Dr. Kim.
Dr. Kim, come forward, please.
Place you under oath. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes,
Please be seated.
thank you.
Ms. Zoe, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, thank you. I'm doing well.
And Dr. Kim, if you could, the microphone
Oh.
you can adjust it, and then you can also move your seat closer to the microphone. And just speak into the microphone, but leave about 4 to 5 inches between yourself and the microphone.
Okay, great.
If you could please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Sure, my name is Sung Won Kim. Kim is spelled Kim.
What is your occupation?
I'm an otolaryngologist.
Okay, and what is a otolaryngologist?
Otolaryngologist is a physician that practices head and neck surgery.
Okay, and where is your place of employment?
I practice in Olympia, Washington. Do you need the address?
No, what do you practice at a specific medical facility?
Yeah, I'm actually in a private practice. I work at ENT Associates in Olympia. I am affiliated with Providence St. Peter's Hospital.
Okay. And what do you mean by you're affiliated with Providence St. Peter's Hospital?
That means that the hospital grants me privileges to practice medicine and perform surgeries at that institution.
Okay. What is your education background?
I went to college at UC Berkeley, and then I got a master's degree at Georgetown University. I got my medical degree at George Washington University. Do you need specific dates?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. How long have you been a otolaryngologist?
Including residency, I would be at my 18th year now.
Okay. When you say including residency, Dr. Kim, what do you mean by residency?
Residency is the 5 years of training that I had to do before I could practice on my own.
Okay. And residency, does that, I take it comes after graduation from medical school?
It's a good question. Yes. So I went to 5 years of residency at the Medical College of Wisconsin in Milwaukee, Wisconsin,
Okay.
for 5 years to train to do what I do now.
Okay. And what are some of your responsibilities as a otolaryngologist?
Well, I practice general head and neck surgery, which means for the most part, I do ear tubes for children, tonsillectomies. I'm also the primary head and neck surgeon. Specifically, I do thyroid surgeries and other endocrine surgeries around the throat, as well as cancers of the tongue, tonsil, voice box, everything clavicle and up except for the brain.
Okay. And as part of your responsibilities as a otolaryngologist, you mentioned you're also associated with Providence St. Peter's Hospital. Do you also get called to examine patients who have been, say, admitted to the emergency department at Providence?
Yes, that's part of my conditions for having privileges at St. Peter's Hospital is for me to be able to take call. I take call on average about every 5 weeks for a week at a time.
Okay. And as part of your responsibilities, do you sometimes review CT angiogram scans or x-rays that are done on patients that have been admitted to the emergency department at Providence?
Absolutely.
Okay. What's the purpose of reviewing CT scans or x-rays?
Any kind of diagnostic imaging is to help us find out what the underlying cause of the disease process is, and to hopefully eliminate, if not improve, the outcomes.
Okay. And back in October of 2024, did you review scans that was done on a patient by the name of Fatima Ali?
Yes, I did.
And why were you asked to review the, well, let me ask you this question. Who asked you to review the CT angiogram scans?
I don't recall, but it was one of the emergency department physicians that called me and asked me to review the scans, as there were what he described as abnormalities that he wanted me to take a look at.
Okay. When you say abnormalities, what do you mean by abnormalities?
He gave me a quick story about a young patient who had a traumatic event to her neck. Specifically, I believe he called it a strangulation event. And there was free air, that means air underneath the skin, that was tracking along the trachea and into and around the superior mediastinum.
Okay. And did you in fact review these scans that was done on Fatima Ali?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if any, diagnosis were you able to provide after reviewing the scans?
It was clear that the patient had paratracheal air or subcutaneous air around her trachea that extended down towards her superior mediastinum. And I said as much. I also confirmed, the radiologist read about this. I also confirmed that there wasn't any vascular injury, which is what we worry often with strangulation injuries. And I specifically said that the amount of air, again, if I remember correctly, I specifically said the amount of air in her neck was not a large amount.
Okay. And then you indicated there was air in the, I believe you said paratracheal. Was that on the left side or the right side?
I gotta be honest, I don't recall 100%, but I believe it's in the right.
Could it have been in the left side?
It could have been, absolutely,
Okay.
but I don't recall.
Okay. And what is the paratracheal space?
So the trachea is your windpipe here. Para means next to, so it's the space around, it's a potential space around your trachea, which is your windpipe here.
Okay.
And the witness is demonstrating on his own neck as he was describing that last testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Dr. Kim, have you heard of the term subcutaneous emphysema?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is subcutaneous emphysema?
Subcutaneous emphysema is having air underneath the skin in places where it generally is not found.
Okay. And in this case for Miss Ali, you indicated there was a free air in the tracheal space. Was the air in the free air in the tracheal space underneath the skin?
Absolutely.
Okay. And based on your training experience, can subcutaneous emphysema be dangerous?
Yes.
And how can it be dangerous?
It can be very dangerous if you develop what we call tension pneumothorax or tension pneumomediastinum. The tension portion means that whatever caused the air to go underneath the skin or around the tissues where it doesn't belong can continue putting air into that region without it being able to be released. So the air can continue building up and building up inside the chest or the neck until it squeezes vital structure so that you stop working.
Okay.
I would just indicate that the witness is again using his hands to demonstrate what he is verbally providing in his testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Dr. Kim, what is the, you mentioned the word mediastinum many times now. What is mediastinum?
Okay. I'm not a cardiothoracic surgeon, and I don't generally operate in this region. But the mediastinum is the area around your heart, specifically involving the great vessels of your heart, as well as the trachea, and superiorly on the top, as well as the airways that go into your lungs, called the bronchi, or the bronchus for one.
And for the record, Dr. Kim, as you were explaining what mediastinum was, you were demonstrating with your own body.
I was. Do you not want me to do that? Is that easier?
Well, I'm not going to tell you how to testify. We just have to describe what's happening in the courtroom so that the written record will reflect what's happening.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. And Dr. Kim, was Miss Ali also diagnosed with pneumomediastinum?
She was.
Okay, and what is pneumomediastinum?
Pneumomediastinum is when air is around and in the mediastinum where it generally does not belong.
Okay. And with regards to pneumomediastinum, can that be dangerous as well?
Absolutely.
And how can it be dangerous?
Specifically, the tension portion of it, of whether or not the air continues to build up and it has no ability to be released.
Okay.
So if there is enough air inside and around the pneumomediastinum, it can squeeze in the great vessels as well as the airway, such that it will stop being able to conduct airflow through, as well as being able to push blood through the great vessels.
Okay. And when you say great vessels, what do you mean by great vessels?
The aorta, which is the major blood vessel that comes out of the heart that feeds all of your body, including your brain, as well as the pulmonary artery, the pulmonary vein. These are all blood vessels that allow blood to return from the heart. I'm sorry, from the lungs into the heart, so that we get proper oxygenation.
Okay. And for the record, you are
Sorry, yes, I was.
it's okay. You're demonstrating with your own body as well again. You indicated, you testified, Dr. Kim, that pneumomediastinum can be dangerous due to tension placed on the great vessels.
Yes.
For the great vessels to work normally and properly, is it fair to say that there should not be tension placed on them?
Absolutely. I want to be clear though, I'm not a cardiac thoracic surgeon. This is not specifically my specialty. However, I did go to medical school, and it's very clear that avoiding tension and pressure along the aorta is more compatible with life than without.
Okay. And then with regards to the your diagnosis, where you indicated that Miss Ali had air in her left tracheal space, can strangulation cause air to be present in the left tracheal space?
Yes. Well, so many things can cause pneumomediastinum. It can happen spontaneously. Generally happens more to like thin, tall men in their 20s and 30s. But it can happen even during childbirth if you're straining hard enough, let's say, or trauma,
Okay.
which I believe is what happened here.
Okay.
If you put enough force that prevents air from escaping, then you can expel air from the windpipe or some other part of the airway into the mediastinum.
Okay. You indicated if you put enough force to prevent air from escaping. Force on where?
So generally for strangulation injuries, is generally around the neck, preventing the airflow from coming out. That way it causes increased intrathoracic pressure, and sometimes that pressure goes out at the area of least resistance.
Okay. And the area of least resistance, where would that be?
So I don't know. I didn't look, but it's likely going to be the trachea, in between what's called the tracheal rings, likely is what would happen.
Okay.
But
Also, in the last response, before what the doctor just testified to, he was again using himself to explain his testimony.
And Dr. Kim, you indicated that you did not look. When you say you did not look, do you mean in this case you did not do a further examination of Miss Ali?
That's true. I did not do a further examination of Miss Ali, but the looking that I had to do required an operative management. That means I would have to take her to the operating room, put her to sleep, and put a camera into her throat, into her mouth and throat, and look into her trachea with what's called a rigid bronchoscope.
Okay. And with regards to and I'm going to ask you some more questions about that in a moment, but you testified that she had basically free air in the left paratracheal space. What is the let me ask you a different question. What is the aerodigestive tract?
The aerodigestive tract is There's so it specifically addresses your mouth that goes all the way down. So the digestive tract goes from your mouth all the way down into your stomach. From what I deal with, so it's your mouth, your pharynx, which is your throat, your larynx, which is your voice box, and then down into your esophagus. That's the digestive portion of it. The aero portion of it is your nose, your mouth, your pharynx, which is, so this, it's shared, that's why we call it aerodigestive. And then it goes into your larynx, in between your vocal cords, in your larynx, and down into your trachea.
Okay. And again, for the record, you were demonstrating the explanation of aerodigestive tract with pointing to different parts of your own body.
Yes.
And based on your training experience, can a tear in the aerodigestive tract cause the free air that was present in the left paratracheal space from Ms. Ali?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you talked earlier about sort of when there's air building up, it sort of just ends up going out in the portion of the body that's least resistant, that's of least resistance. With regards to when you say the least resistance, do you mean sort of the aerodigestive tract for a tear to develop?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your training experience, can strangulation cause a tear in the aerodigestive tract?
Absolutely.
And how does that happen?
So there's multiple ways that occurs. Generally, the way I've seen it most is the strangulation causes a fracture of what's called the hyoid bone up here. That is a free-floating bone that's above your voice box. Again, I'm pointing to my body to show you guys where things are. This hyoid bone, when it fractures, it can tear and cause a tract to form between your throat and into and around your subcutaneous tissue, specifically along your larynx and your trachea.
Okay. Besides a fracture to the hyoid bone, are there other ways that strangulation can cause a tear in the aerodigestive tract?
Mm-hmm. Just like when you strain hard enough during labor, it can cause you to tear a part of your trachea enough that you blow air through and down around your paratracheal space into your mediastinum. The same thing can occur if you are have an extrinsic force that pushes on the trachea hard enough that if you build up enough intrathoracic pressure, you can also tear a part of your aerodigestive tract in that way.
Okay. And the building up of the pressure, is that in essence when somebody is in the process of is that in essence when external forces press on your trachea, you're struggling to breathe?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, what is the best way to determine whether Ms. Ali in fact had a tear in the aerodigestive tract?
Well, there are a couple ways. I mean, there's multiple ways. We discussed one already, which is I could have taken her to the operating room, put her to sleep, and taken a look inside of her trachea specifically. And I could have also looked in her esophagus with something called an esophagoscope. That's an option. We decided, well, I can talk about that later, but that's an option. Option number one. Option number two is you could get a study called a swallow study or a barium swallow study. We wouldn't use barium per se. We would use another medium called gastrographin, which is much less irritating along the mediastinum. The thing we worry about for potential violation of the mediastinal space is that we can put more stuff inside of it that can cause her to have a terrible infection.
Okay.
So, and the last study is really getting what's called a CT scan of the chest. All of these, and there may be more that I don't know about, but those are the ones I know about.
Okay. And with regards to sort of doing I want to talk to you first about option number 2, doing the swallow study. Why did you perform that in this case?
No, none of the 3 things I discussed were not performed. We're not performed. The reason why we decided against performing a gastrographin study is that, or the swallow study, excuse me, with gastrographin. The reason why we decided against performing that specific procedure is, one, is that it's a lot of radiation. So it's essentially, the study is performed by you sitting in front of an x-ray machine and you swallow a bunch of gastrographin. And then we watch it with with essentially an x-ray machine. It looks like a movie. You can actually see it as it goes down and see if it leaks out into her chest or mediastinum.
Okay.
And one of the big reasons why I didn't want to do that was because the amount of free air that was inside of her paratracheal space and mediastinum was not very much. I would call it a mild amount of air. I, number one, anticipate this will likely get better on its own with conservative management. And number 2, I did not want to irradiate a 17-year-old female, as it may, although unlikely, may increase her risk of developing cancer in the future.
Okay. And what about the first option, which you indicated taking her to the operating room and putting a scope?
Okay, that's a great question. Again, it's trying to, just because we can do something, we generally just don't do it. In this case, the risk benefit of that would have been high. Specifically, the active intubation alone, where we put a tube down the throat into the airway so that we can see whether or not she has a tear inside of her trachea, may make things worse, because we'd be blowing more air and increasing intrathoracic pressure in an area that I was concerned already has a small tear.
Okay.
So looking would have given us a good answer, but it could have made a condition tremendously worse and put her life at danger. If there was something that we could have done about it, that would be more a more reasonable plan of action. But given that in most cases, even if we find the tear, we don't repair it generally. We allow it to repair on its own.
Okay. And with regards to, if I'm understanding you correctly, if there was in fact, whichever of the 3 options you testified about, if you had in fact pursued one of the options, even if you had confirmed that she had a tear in her aerodigestive tract, the solution would have been just sort of, I don't want to call it a wait and see game, but sort of wait and see and have the tear heal on its own.
Yeah. Yes, I believe doctors call that watchful waiting.
Okay. All right.
We were watchfully waiting. My great concern for her was whether or not she would have fevers overnight, chest pain, or shortness of breath. If that was the case, then we would call the cardiothoracic surgeons and have them emergently place chest tubes into her chest to relieve her of any fluid and or air from her chest.
Okay. And with regards to the concerns that you had developing a fever, shortness of breath, are those symptoms of tension pneumomediastinum?
So the fever portion is actually mediastinitis, which is a different process. So although I wasn't very concerned about this, there was a chance that her esophagus had torn a little bit. And then if saliva from her mouth as she's swallowing gets into her mediastinum, then she could develop problems with chest pain and fevers. And that could cause her, then I would be very, very anxious that she would have a very serious and potentially life-threatening problem.
Okay. And with regards to, you testify earlier, doctors call it watchful waiting.
Yes.
In this case, was watchful waiting done in Fatima's case?
Watchful waiting was done in Fatima's case.
Okay. And did you put her on any restrictions though after you reviewed her CT angiogram scans?
Specifically, I asked the pediatrician to have her not eat or drink anything when I saw the CT scan. The reason why I asked the pediatrician not to have her eat or drink anything was One, although my concern was low that she had a tear in her esophagus, I didn't want to make that worse by having her eat a hamburger, let's say, and getting a piece of bread or some type of food particle stuck inside of her mediastinum. Number two, that if she got worse, that if she required urgent operative management, that we wouldn't have to worry about her having food or water or anything else inside of her stomach for us to do a surgical procedure.
Okay. And just to, just want to make sure I understand your testimony. You indicated in this case that she had free air in the left paratracheal space. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and no procedures was done because you were, as you testified, watchful waiting. You were doing watchful waiting.
Yes.
And despite doing watchful waiting, you still had the concern that she could develop mediastinitis. Yes, mediastinitis or tension pneumomediastinum.
Yes, absolutely.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning, sir.
So you said that pneumomediastinum is not something you generally deal with? Is
That
what
is
I heard you
correct.
say? Okay. And you know that it can be caused by several different things.
I do.
Okay. For example, blunt force trauma,
Blunt force trauma is one of them.
having weight put on your body,
Having weight put on your body is, yes, it's possible.
right? And then we get into things like Macklin effect and all of that. That's from medical school. You remember those things?
Yeah.
Okay.
Macklin effect is, yes,
Okay. I was just curious if you're aware of all of the ways it can be caused.
yes.
Okay.
Macklin effect, may I?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Macklin effect, generally you can see air along the, like the peribronchial vascular structures. The CT scan did go down to superior mediastinum, but I don't recall it evaluating her entire chest. I don't believe it did. Again, this is a while ago. It generally does not. And I don't recall if there was air along her peribronchial space there.
Okay. And so just to be clear too, when you're dealing with pneumomediastinum, you're not always entirely sure what causes it, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so the wait and see attitude you take is to kind of see if it's something that's ongoing or something that may resolve quickly on its own.
Yes.
Okay. And so in this case, you saw the air, you said, let's take a look and see what happens.
Yes.
Okay.
Watchful waiting.
All right. And so there was no indication of any, well, by the next morning it had resolved, right?
By x-ray it had, yes.
Okay. Which was at 8:39 in the morning, something to that effect.
I'm not sure. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
But sometime the next morning it had already resolved,
Yes.
which means all the air was gone from inside there.
The modality of diagnostic imaging that they chose was a chest x-ray, which is reasonable given her age. And you don't want to get a CT scan of the chest given the amount of radiation that she had. The gross air on chest x-ray, you're looking for dramatic worsening, which I did not see. Chest x-rays are much harder to find minute amounts of air. So a CT scan would be more appropriate for that. I cannot say if it all resolved based on the chest x-ray, but I would say that it was better on
Okay.
chest x-ray.
And so when something is getting better, that typically means in this case that maybe tension pneumomediastinum is probably no longer a major concern, right?
That is very true, yes.
Very true, because that means that there's not a structure that's leaking air continually into the chest cavity,
Yes,
right? Okay.
well said.
All right. Now, typically in a case like this, where it's something that we'll say resolves quickly, is there any lasting effect from the incident of pneumomediastinum?
Generally, I'm struggling with this question because as I'm not an expert in pneumomediastinum, I would say that I don't know what the answer is, but I would anticipate that it's likely no, you
Okay.
won't have long-term effects.
Perfect. Okay, and again, just to clarify, the lack of food and water was for two purposes, essentially. One, we don't want to make things worse by getting a piece of hamburger stuck in there,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
And two, if there is a problem that we're not seeing right now, we want to be able to immediately address it, right?
I was looking for specific worsening, and so to clarify, yes, if she was worsening all of a sudden, then she would need immediate attention. Yes.
Okay. And so in this case, where we have a beginning of pneumomediastinum, we have the air in the lungs, it's possible that it resolves the next day.
Yes.
It's also possible it could get worse.
Yes.
And in this case, it did not get worse, right?
It did not get worse
Okay.
based on the chest X-ray the following morning.
All right. Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
Good morning, Dr. Kim.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
We appreciate it. I mean, I assume that it's every doctor's dream to come in and testify.
No,
right?
this is actually pretty terrifying and horrifying to me. So thanks for saying that.
Well, I really appreciate your honesty, and I'm sure it can be horrifying for many people.
Oh yeah.
But this shouldn't be too bad. So, okay. So at the start of the direct, you testified that you didn't see vascular injury. Did I hear that
Yes.
correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that vascular injury is a common result of strangulation cases. Is that, did you say that?
I want to. The answer is I did say that.
Okay.
So it's not very common, but it's what we look for because it's dangerous.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. May I?
Absolutely.
Okay. The amount of force it takes to restrict, and this is an area that I'm actually expert at, the amount of force it actually takes for you to choke somebody to prevent venous flow, that means blood from your brain going back into your heart, is not very much, about 4 pounds per square inch or so. The carotid artery is a little bit higher, so preventing blood from going from your heart up to your brain is a little bit higher. And if I remember correctly, I want to say it's about 11 pounds per square inch or so. That's about a really firm handshake you can get around the neck. Sometimes the amount of force it takes for you to strangle somebody and even break the hyoid bone is so much that it causes carotid injury. Specifically because of that, the emergency department has, and I did use my hand to demonstrate what part of the neck I was talking about. The emergency department has a protocol for strangulation injuries to look specifically for carotid injury specifically, as it can cause terrible problems with neurovascular damage. You know, it'll look like a stroke sometimes. You can have carotid blowout, all these other terrible things that can occur. I did not see that on the CT angiogram.
Okay. So what you did see was this loose air,
Yes.
correct? And that was the only thing that you saw that was of significance to you in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's why you were called in.
Yes, sir.
And so what we're talking about is, as you described, free air inside, and your chest is a closed universe, correct?
Yes.
All right. So there's no release valve,
No, there is not.
or at least not a very effective one. Fair?
Yeah, over time it'll slowly absorb.
Okay.
But yes, there's no obvious release valve.
Okay. And so you talked about it's dangerous if it develops tension in various parts of your chest and your neck area, correct?
Mhm. That's correct.
And that is because it's kind of a one-way. So if there's a tear and it's an open tear, that air is then going in and pressure is building, correct?
That's correct.
And your body doesn't have the ability to actively, quickly release that air.
Exactly.
Okay.
Generally the rate of absorption is much slower than how quickly you can build up the air inside.
Okay. And so we didn't, in this case, see any of that ongoing buildup of air. Fair?
That is fair.
Okay,
May I expound on that?
sure.
The CT scan was done, I believe, a few hours afterwards.
Okay.
The amount of air I saw wasn't great. There wasn't a lot of air inside of her.
So let me interrupt. So when you say wasn't great,
So,
what does that mean? Like danger, or not
Right.
a great amount?
so it wasn't that it was a small amount of air,
Okay.
right? So when I do neck surgeries, I can cause pneumomediastinum. Okay, just because I open up the neck, I'm operating along the trachea and such, right? When I see that on a chest X-ray or a CT scan the following day, I'm not generally worried about it because I know that there's no more air going inside the body, right? So for her, I thought, well, she may be already absorbing some of this, and that's the reason why we're seeing definitely air, but not a large amount. I was a lot less worried about tension pneumothorax. Sorry, tension pneumomediastinum at this point.
And so we talked about kind of things that can go wrong, right? And that's why you're watching her, correct?
Mhm.
Why she was admitted,
Just have to have a verbal response.
Sorry. Yes.
and that's why she was admitted overnight, correct?
Yes.
And what you then talked about is just because we can doesn't mean we should.
Absolutely.
Okay, and so the watchful waiting in the morning, if you had seen fever, chest pain, shortness of breath, you then go to we're gonna take those additional steps to research it, correct?
Very good. Yes.
Okay. I was trying to pay attention. So I mean, there's no need to scope. I mean, if it's going to resolve on its own, we don't need to scope,
Right.
correct? We don't need to do the swallow study.
Right.
And we don't need to do a CT scan of the chest,
No.
correct? Because of the amount of air, correct?
Yes.
And she wasn't showing signs of further distress.
Right.
Okay.
She was asymptomatic at this point, from what I understood.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Zoe, redirect.
Thank you, Honor. Dr. Kim, when Mr. Kading, the first defense attorney that asked you some questions on cross-examination, he asked you about the different other possible ways that can cause pneumomediastinum. Do you remember that line of questioning?
I do.
Okay, and I believe one of the things he mentioned was that, in essence, having pressure placed on you, like on your chest, could in fact cause pneumomediastinum.
Yes, he did.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. Based on your training experience, in a situation, if somebody is, for whatever reason, holding their breath, and all of a sudden sudden pressure is being placed on their chest, can that cause pneumomediastinum?
From what I've read, that it can, yes. So any kind of chest trauma.
Okay.
So a sudden force to the chest can cause pneumomediastinum, yes.
Okay, and for the sudden force to the chest to cause pneumomediastinum, in the situation where the person is holding their breath, does it, for pneumomediastinum to occur, does it require the person to, essence, still be holding in their breath when the sudden pressure is being placed on their chest?
If there's no, the answer is probably yes.
Okay.
I haven't seen studies on that, but the way it occurs is that the glottis is your vocal cords and your larynx. Again, I'm pointing to my body. And when it shuts, that allows you to, that prevents any kind of air from escaping your lungs. If you hit your chest hard enough at that point, you're going to increase the intrathoracic pressure. And without this release valve opening up, the air sometimes has to go somewhere, and it can pick a weak area, an area of least resistance, if you will.
Okay. The release valve you're talking about, based on your training experience, for most people, would the release valve in essence open up if they're open up, unless there was something else that was causing it to be shut?
Yeah, it should open.
Okay.
And
so based on your training experience, the release valve you're talking about, if somebody was holding onto their breath Is it fair to say that they would, in essence, release and exhale once the sudden pressure ends up being applied to their chest?
Yes.
And on October 18th of 2024, when you first reviewed the scans that was done on Miss Ali, you testified that the next day you didn't have any concerns due to the fact there was the presence of free air was, in essence, had disappeared. But on October 18th, at that time, when you first reviewed the scans, did you still have the concern? Did you, in fact, have the concern that she could develop tension pneumomediastinum?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if I thought that she didn't have any chance of something life-threatening happen to her, I would have said you can just discharge her home. But I was absolutely concerned for a potential life-threatening tension pneumomediastinum. Yes.
Okay. And then what about the concern for mediastinitis? I believe that was the correct pronunciation. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
I
it
finally
is.
got it right. Was that also a concern on October 18th when you first reviewed her scans?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I specifically I mean, that's one of the big reasons why I recommended not to eat or drink anything until the following morning.
Okay. And you indicated that the following day when you saw the, in essence, free air had disappeared from her aerodigestive tract and then also from her mediastinum. That was the next day after reviewing the subsequent scans. Is that right?
That is correct. I want to be clear. The free air, she probably still had a little bit there.
Okay.
The chest x-ray is not specific enough, sensitive enough to detect really minute amounts of air. So when you say disappeared, it makes me a little uncomfortable. It probably didn't disappear. It was probably just much less.
Okay. But on October 18th, when you first reviewed her scans, did you at that time have the concern that she was possibly still leaking air?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Kading, recross.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, you twice have mentioned the hyoid bone in your testimony, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's a small bone in your throat?
It's above your larynx. I'm again pointing. This is your voice box here. Men generally have Adam's apples. It's just above that. It's a free-floating bone, one of the few free-floating bones you have. Mm-hmm. And it looks like the letter C. And it just floats, connecting some of what's called your strap muscles that allows you to swallow better.
Okay, and I believe you said that sometimes gets broken during a strangulation event.
Yes, sir.
It was not broken in this case?
It was not broken in this case.
And you said it took how much force? 11 pounds of force was it?
11 pounds. 11. So I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't remember the exact number, but I believe it's 11 pounds per square inch.
Okay. All right. But only 4 pounds per square inch to cut off the blood flow?
For the venous return. That means the blood flow from the brain returning back to the heart.
Okay.
Which again is a little less than a firm handshake.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Larry, any further cross-examination?
Thank you for being here.
Any further direct?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry? You are excused. You may step down and you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
So guys, how do y'all feel about his testimony, considering that he's not an expert, right? But he provided a lot of good details in regards to the effects that that Fatima sustained, you know, and the injuries that she sustained from all the choking, right? Right? He kind of like made it real simple for the jury, although he wasn't, you know, a quote unquote expert. You know, I would say he's an expert, right? Because he knows more than what we know. So I definitely feel him on that. And the way he broke it down to everybody. I know that the state is supposed to have another expert witness, some type of doctor. So maybe this one may be an expert. I know they tried to the defense did try to poke some holes in regards to his testimony, but I think that it kind of really explained to the jurors how this took some type of effect, even in regards to her not being able to eat and the thing afterwards from the incident. Yes, Rachel. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you. We are moving on up, right? I know my thing. Yes, and I'm so glad that all of you guys are here for this journey. It wouldn't be possible without the chat, without the mods. You know, it just wouldn't be possible. Like, in all honesty, like, I mean, I know I do some things behind the scenes, but it don't work without you guys. So, okay, awesome. I think I may see some movement over here in our other courtroom that we're going into today. I will wait. What I'll do is I am going to drop the link in the chat. And this is going to be for all the people that is looking for we're going into the plea hearing for Stefan Stearns with the Maddie Soto case. So I am going to drop the link for that in the chat room. If you click on the link, it will take you directly in to where we'll be streaming that trial. Once we are finished, we will come back over to the Ali trial. The one good thing about the Ali trial is that they have not taken lunch, so we'll have TiVo time, right? So we'll be able to skip past the lunch. So no worries there. You won't miss a minute of the Ali coverage. I paused us right where we're at. So no harm, no foul there. Okay. So I am going to drop the link for those that want to move over to. Look, I don't even know where we're going. Look, I got to think about where we're going again. Over to the Stefan Stearns. We done been in about 3 different rooms today. We playing musical chairs. And then we'll come back into the Ali trial once we get finished over at the Stefan Stearns, because I don't want them to be mixed together. I do see the seal is up. The Great Seal of Florida. Yeah, so we going to Nasty Stevens, guys. I will see you guys over there. I will leave this room open because then I'll just put this back in there for us to kind of jump back over here. Okay? Cool beans. I will see you guys over there. Now I'll put it back. I'll put it in here again. Wait, okay. Oh, I sent y'all the. Oh, y'all don't want that. Wait a minute. Oops. Oops. Thank you, Rachel. My bad. Oh, I tell you, trying to multitask. Here I go. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Y'all don't want to go to the stream. Okay. Here we go. This should work. I hope it works. Okay, here's the link. It should take you right to the YouTube page, right into the. I'm gonna do it again, and I'm not closing this one down. Okay, here we go. Okay, awesome. Give me a second. Okay, awesome. So people are slowly making their way over here. I do see the Great Seal of Florida up. So we are set over here. I am going to go over here and to the old chat. So y'all gonna kind of like hear me double talking. We are muted. I'm a mute. Oh.
Yes, it is.
What your signature and a set of initials after each of the 26 paragraphs on each document, those initials being SS, tell me is that you have had an opportunity to read these documents. Do you have any difficulty reading and writing the English language?
I have no difficulty.
And your signature indicates that you are aware of each of the 26 paragraphs and all of the terms and conditions of these two documents. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I have a secondary document. It is an addendum to the plea form. That document is 4 pages long. It appears to have the same initials on the bottom of each of the pages, as well as a signature at the conclusion of the case along with your attorney, Ms. Borden and Ms. Smith. I'm going to ask the deputies to please provide this document to you, and I'm going to ask you to verify that this is your signature.
Yes, it is.
What your signature on this document tells me is that you have had an opportunity to read this document, go over it with your attorneys, and you understand the 13 additional conditions of your plea agreement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Each of the plea form goes over what your trial rights would be. In 2024 CF 1293, you are charged with the allegation of first-degree premeditated murder. In 2024 CF 632, you are charged with 60 counts. The first 9 counts being sexual battery with a child 12 to 18 years of age, counts 10 through 13 being sexual battery with a child 12 to 18 years of age, counts 14 through 20 being lewd or lascivious molestation, counts 21 through 60 being unlawful possession of materials depicting sexual performance by a child, 10 or more images.
Your Honor, counts 1 through 8 are sexual battery on a child under 12.
My apologies. Counts 1 through 8 are capital sexual battery on a child under 12. The plea form contemplates in 2024 CF 1293 1 count of murder, first degree, capital offense. Plea form on 24 CF 632 contemplates counts 1 through 8, 9 through 13, 14 through 20. With the representation that the state of Florida is withdrawing their notice of intention to seek the penalty of death upon acceptance of this plea, the maximum potential sentence on 24 CF 1293 would be life in prison without possibility of parole. Has the maximum sentence been explained to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in 24 CF 632, counts 1 through 8, the maximum potential sentence would be a mandatory sentence of life in prison without possibility of parole. 9 through 13 and 14 through 20 would be first degree felony allegations with a maximum potential sentence of up to life in prison. You understand those maximum potential sentences on that case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that you have a right to have a jury trial as to each of these allegations? And at the jury trial, the state of Florida would have to prove those allegations against you beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. At that trial, your attorneys would be with you. They are experienced, board-certified criminal expert trial attorneys. They would be cross-examining witnesses, examining the evidence against you. You would have a right to present your own witnesses and your own evidence. If you had witnesses that did not want to come to court, you could have asked me to make them come to court with a subpoena. You could have spoke at your trial, or you could have exercised your right to remain silent and not spoken. That would have been your decision after you talked those decisions over with your attorneys, and your jury would have been instructed not to consider your decision to remain silent in any way in rendering the verdict. You would have had a right to have your trial recorded and appeal any errors that occurred in the process. Do you understand you are giving up all of your trial rights if the court accepts this plea? Because I will be imposing the sentence that you have agreed with the state of Florida to be imposed upon you, and we will not be having a trial on any of these matters. Do you understand those things?
I understand.
And Your Honor, just for record purposes, counts 9 through 13 are first degree felonies punishable by life, as the court indicated. Count 14 through 20 are actually life felonies.
These are life felonies with a minimum mandatory of 25 years. Is life a required sentence, or would that be a punishable by life offense?
It's a life, punishable by life offense. I just wanted the record to be clear. The court indicated first degree felonies, punishable by life. I just wanted the record to be clear that 14 through 20 are life felonies with 25-year minimum mandatories.
So the plea form indicates that these are first degree felonies. These are actually either capital offenses or punishable by life offenses. Do you understand that, Mr. Stearns?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is anyone forcing you or pressuring you into make the decision to resolve your case this way?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone made you any other promises other than what has been presented to you as the agreed upon sentence?
No, Your Honor.
Are you under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or mental issues that cause you not to understand the decision that you are making?
I am not.
You understand if you are not a United States citizen, that entry of this plea would subject you to deportation proceedings.
Yes.
And if you ever before had been convicted of a sexually violent or a sexually motivated offense, entry of this plea would have subjected you to involuntary civil commitment at the conclusion of any incarcerative sentence. You understand that's the state of Florida law.
Yes.
Ms. Smith, do you have any competency concerns regarding Mr. Stearns' fitness to accept this plea agreement? Ms. Borden?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Stearns, based on your responses to the court, based on your indicating that you have reviewed this decision with your attorneys, based on your initialing of the plea form and your acknowledgement that you understand all the terms and conditions, rights and obligations on these plea forms, including the addendum, the court is going to make a determination that you are alert, that you have had an opportunity to discuss this with your attorneys, that you are making this decision freely and voluntarily and without coercion. The court accepts your plea. Let me see the attorneys. Court has had discussion with the parties regarding the plea of no contest as to 24 CF 1293, first degree premeditated murder of Madeline Soto. Mr. Stearns, how do you plea to first degree premeditated murder in 24 CF 1293?
No contest.
And as to counts 1 through 8, capital sexual battery of Madeline Soto while she was under the age of 12. Counts 9 through 13, sexual battery of Madeline Soto between the ages of 12 and 18. And counts 14 through 20, lewd or lascivious molestation. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Prior to sentencing, does the state care to offer any victim impact testimony?
Your Honor, the first will be a written statement from Madeline's maternal grandmother. Yolanda Zambrano. Today I stand before you with a broken soul. I am Madeline's grandmother, but to her I was not grandma. Madeline always called me mama. She decided that since she was little. And that's how I felt with her, like a second mother who loved her with all my heart. Madeline was a happy little girl. She loved going shopping with me. That excited her so much that it felt like everything around us turned into color. I remember her face lighting up when we went to the stores. Holding hands, laughing together in those moments, we connected, and I felt like she knew she was loved, protected, and valued. At night, we loved to play. It was in those moments, just before bed, that she laughed the most. Sometimes it's hard for me to close my eyes because I still hear her laughter. It was free, sweet, and sincere laugh, a sound I will never forget as long as I live. But that laughter was silenced by a horrific act, the very man who betrayed her trust, her innocence, her body. And if that wasn't enough damage, he took her life. And with her, he killed a piece of our souls. Since then, life has never been the same. Our family is empty and broken. There are days when the pain is so great that I feel like I'm drowning. And every time I think of everything she could have been, everything that was stolen from her, it hurts even more. Because Maddie wasn't just a victim. She was a little girl with a beautiful future, with a unique light, with so much love to give and receive. Today I am here because Maddie can no longer speak, but I can as her grandmother. As someone who loved her with all that I am, I come to ask for justice for her memory, for everything she lived through and should never have lived through. Justice so that no one else has to go through such a horror. I will never forget Maddie, her voice, her laughter, her eyes, her dreams. All of that lives in me, and so it will live forever. My beautiful girl, one day we will be reunited and we will never be separated again. I love you with all my heart. Thank you for listening to me with deep pain and eternal love.
This is a statement from Angelica Negro Guerrero. My name is Angelica Negro Guerrero. I lived with Maddie and Jennifer in the same house for about 2.5 years. Today, I take the liberty of expressing myself not just as a roommate, but as part of the family, as Maddie told me several times. How can I explain how this tragedy has impacted my life? There are so many emotions. I am an immigrant and I have lived in this country for 4 years. I left my country, Venezuela, alone with just a suitcase in my hand in search of a better future. Venezuela has been going through the worst moment in history, run by people blinded by power and money, people who have stolen the future of so many. I've always been against injustice, abuse, corruption, and evil in general. I couldn't picture myself living in a country where I had to witness every single day how a small corrupt group destroyed countless families and the beauty of my nation. And that's exactly why it has been so devastating for me to experience something so tragic, so close to me after coming here with a hope for a better life. I ended up living under the same roof with a man who took a life of a 13-year-old girl, and with that shattered an entire family. What is the point of having dreams, plans, and opportunities if there is no life? If there is so much evil in the world? How can I explain what I felt and how this has affected me, especially considering that this same man took nude photos of my body without my consent, violating my privacy? I felt invaded, outraged, degraded, anguished, and absolutely shattered. I constantly think that my life was in danger too. I could have died. I am also a victim. And the only reason I'm here to write this is because God is great and I know I'm under his protection. This has affected my emotional, physical, and financial stability. I haven't been able to live with strangers ever again. Right now, I rent an apartment by myself. I pay it with all my effort just to feel safe and at peace. If I already had trouble trusting people before, now it's even harder. I can't imagine even handling a neighbor too close because it gives me anxiety. I tried to get psychological help to move forward, but this is something that will forever remain in my memory and continue to affect me deeply. To this day, I wish I could wake up and realize none of this ever happened, that this was just a nightmare. I wish I could still be spending time with Maddie, making her arepas with cheese and butter like she loved, and practicing our languages together. Me learning English and her learning Spanish. I'll never forget the words she always told Jennifer. Mommy, I would love to learn Spanish so I can talk a lot with Angelica. I think about all the time, and I wish it had been me who spoke English fluently back then. Maybe she would have opened up to me about the hell she was going through with that horrible man. I want justice for Madeline and for all the girls and women who have lived through something similar. I want him to pay for all the pain he caused her and the beautiful family I love with all my heart. I send all my love to the sky to Madeline so her soul may find peace. Angelica. This is from Zamina Zambrano, a cousin to Maddie Soto. To the Honorable Court, we write this letter with broken hearts still aching from the devastating loss of our beloved Maddie Soto. The pain of losing her is something no family should ever have to endure. But the nature of her death, the cruelty, the abuse, the inhumanity has inflicted a level of trauma and sorrow that words can scarcely convey. Maddie was more than a victim. She was a daughter, a granddaughter, a cousin, a niece, and a cherished soul in our close-knit and loving family. To know her was to love her. Her spirit, her kindness, and her light remained with us even though her life was so brutally taken. She was not only murdered, she was discarded like she was nothing, thrown into the wilderness. That image haunts our minds and wounds our hearts every day. Our grief has been compounded by the public scrutiny and the cruelty of strangers who speculate and judge without knowing the depth of our loss or the strength of our bond. We are a large family rooted in love, faith, and mutual support, and this tragedy has shaken us to our core, mentally, emotionally, and physically. Many of us suffer sleepless nights, constant anxiety, and depression. The trauma has left scars that will last a lifetime. We turn to God for comfort, and we trust that divine justice will ultimately be done. But we also place our faith in this court to uphold what is just and right. Maddie deserves that. Our family deserves that. We beg you to consider the profound impact this crime has had, not just on one individual, but on an entire family and community. Please ensure that the individual who committed this horrifying act is held fully accountable. Justice for Maddie cannot bring her back, but it can ensure that her life and her death are not dismissed or dishonored. Let there be no leniency for this cruelty. Let there be no question about the value of her life. Let justice be done. Sincerely, Jimena, please, on behalf of the Zambrano family.
Ma'am, can you you tell the court your name?
My name is Letizia Nunez. I was Madeline's aunt.
Can you spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Letizia, last name Nunez, Nunez. To Maddie. When I was 7 years old, a beautiful newborn baby was brought into our lives. And I remember being so excited because I was going to be an aunt. You gave me a sense of responsibility from such a young age because I wanted nothing more at that time than to help take care of you, play with you, and overall just make you a happy baby. You're truly missed every single day. I miss your laugh. I miss your smile. I miss your big, beautiful blue eyes. I miss doing the little things like picking you up from school, helping you with your homework, even though we both hated doing that. I just miss you and your presence. But that unfortunately was taken from us. I have so much hatred in my heart, specifically for the creature that's sitting in this room today. And no matter what happens or what justice could be brought, it kills me that it doesn't bring me back. I would give up my life if it meant having you here with us. Even though I was your aunt, you always felt much more like a little sister to me. Doing your hair for the father-daughter dances that my dad would take you to, letting you pick out clothes from my closet, doing your makeup and making sure it was very light because your natural beauty was worth more than any makeup product money could buy. I just miss you every single day, and it's left a hole in my heart from the day you've been gone. Your innocence was taken from you, and since clearly that wasn't enough for a certain someone, so was your life. You were the bravest little girl I've ever met, full of love, light, laughter, and as any positive thing I could think of, you were all of those things. I'm so blessed to have spent 13 years with someone so wonderful, and you're going to live on through all of us. Not because of what happened to you, because that didn't define who you were. I'm going to make sure my future kids know who you are, and make sure my grandkids know who you are, and so on. Today I sit here before everyone, and all I can say is that despite what anyone thinks they know, you were so loved by each and every one of your family members, and I know you left this world knowing that. I know it would pain you to see what people have to say about your loved ones, but what I think of it all is that, and what I'd want you to think up in heaven is that it's all just noise. And I find comfort in the fact that we, your family, know you were beyond loved and beyond cared for. I'm so sorry we found out too late. But despite everything that was happening to you behind closed doors, you still remained one of the happiest human beings I've ever met. Someone who loved us deeply and made us all smile. Trying to find light in this horrible situation is very difficult, but one thing I am grateful for is that your last day on this earth was everything you wanted and more. You got the birthday you asked for. Your best friends were able to be with you. We cooked the food you specifically asked for, and overall, I have the memory of sitting outside by my pool looking at you and your friends and just thinking, I'm so glad she's having a great time. And look at how grown up she is. How she's blossoming into such an amazing young woman. I could go on forever, but I just want to leave this here by saying I love you so much, and I miss you endlessly. Everything I do from now on, any accomplishments, any decisions I make, anything that happens in my life, I'm going to do it for you and in your honor. I love you, Madeline Sophia Soto, and I hope you're resting peacefully now.
Can you tell the court your name and then spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Natalie Rosero, Nathalie. Thank you, Your Honor, for having me here today. I've known the family for over 15 years. I am best friends with Maddie's aunt and was roommates with Maddie and her mom during the time her life was ended. All of our kids are the same age, so we always try to keep them united and spend as many holidays together. I have years worth of beautiful pictures, birthdays, Christmas, and Easters we all spent together. Those are the moments I try to hold on to as I stand here today. I'm here to express what the past year and a half has been like in my experience. From the moment we found out that Maddie went missing, life has never been the same. Those first 48 hours we set out to look for her, we spread flowers, went knocking on door to door, going to every business on John Young Parkway from Kissimmee to Sand Lake, asking for the public's help. All while seeing my best friend and her family have emotional breakdowns, feeling completely helpless and terrified for Maddie, thinking how could anyone just take her? It turns out we spent almost 3 days looking in the wrong location because Stefan lied to us about where he last saw her. Your Honor, that's the first time in my life I've ever felt true hate for anyone. The following days were filled with more sadness and distraught. We went from searching for a missing person to looking for a body. I had been searching for her as if my son was missing, so it was very difficult to accept that. We spent the rest of the week canvassing St. Cloud until they eventually found her body. Although there was a moment of relief that at least her body was found, that was the last sense of relief I've felt since that day. I was confident I had the power of discernment, but I couldn't even see the evil living in the same house. As details of the sexual abuse and her death came to light, you start to question everything. I even questioned my own faith. Having a full night's sleep became a luxury I could not afford. I was too anxious to sleep, constantly wanting to wake up from a nightmare. It wasn't until I started wishing death on him that I realized I needed help. I started going to therapy to try to deal with the grief and anger of losing Maddie the way we did. I also had to navigate my son's emotions as he finds out the cruelty that exists in this world. Holidays are not the same. The void is loud. It's hard to trust people. I am very guarded. I am hoping that when everything here is said and done, there can be some type of closure, even though Maddie's life can never be replaced. That is the only reason I am here today. As decisions are made, please keep in mind that she wasn't even my child, and I feel this way. I cannot imagine the pain, trauma, and deception that Maddie's family has experienced. I do not wish this pain and suffering on any other child or family. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Stephanie online would like to address the board.
We're joined by an online presence. Stephanie, you may unmute your microphone and let the court know how this has affected your family and yourself.
Can you tell the court your first and last name and spell them, please?
I can see that her microphone is still muted.
Can you hear me, Judge?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, hi. I'm sorry. To the court. Maddie brought a light into my life that I would never be able to describe. With her outgoing personality and her infectious smile, her infectious laugh. She was so kind-hearted, adventurous, and loving. Now that she's gone, everything's changed. The silence where her laughter used to be is deafening. The hole in my heart is bottomless, and the pain is indescribable. My family's life has been shattered. What we've endured and what we will continue to endure for the rest of our lives is a kind of pain that I do not wish on anyone. No family should have to lose a loved one in this horrible manner, especially at such too young. Her life was taken. Her future. I should say, never see her fall in love, get married, or build a future that she deserved. With her.
return it, I can finish reading it, Judge.
I'm so sorry. I'm not in a good place with connection. I apologize.
You may continue. We can
This
hear you.
This vile and heartless crime has not only affected and traumatized my family, but so many other families as well. It has also impacted her friends, all of those who knew her, as well as the whole community. There are nights where I can't sleep, nights where I wake up gasping for air, haunted by what Maddie must have gone through. I am consumed by grief. I carry such an anger that it eats away at me on a daily basis. A depression I never thought was possible. The emptiness touches every moment of every day. And everywhere I look, I see her. I hear her laugh in my memories, and then I remember she's gone, and it destroys me all over again. To know what Maddie went through and how terrified she must have been is unbearable. The thought of her suffering haunts me. The cruelty of what was done to her will never stop echoing in my mind. I asked the court for something that I know I could never really have, justice. Because real justice would mean that Maddie would be here with us and not you. You still get to wake up every day, something you cruelly stole from her and from us. The way you discarded Maddie as if she was nothing and her life had no value is a true reflection of your evil. The suffering you caused her should be given back to you tenfold. You do not deserve peace. You do not deserve mercy. You deserve to carry the weight of her pain every single day, just how we will carry it for the rest of our lives. And let me be perfectly clear. Where you go after this life will not be where Maddie is. She is in a place of peace surrounded by love. You, on the other hand, will never know peace. You will never see her again. You're not going where she is going. You're going to hell. Thank you, court.
And Stephanie, can you tell the court your first and last name, please?
Stephanie Soto.
Thank you.
Stephanie Soto, did you get it? I'm sorry.
Ms. Soto, we can hear you. Thank you for your statement.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Can you tell the court your first and last name and spelling?
Kimberly Vialta. Your Honor, I stand here today to give you a little insight of how loved and how losing Maddie has destroyed my family. Although Maddie was not my blood, I considered her my family. And I loved her like my own niece. Maddie was a kind and bubbly child and was growing up to be the most amazing young lady. She loved arts and crafts, Taylor Swift, and sour gummy candy. I had the honor and privilege of spending many holidays and special occasions with Maddie over the years, and I will cherish those memories forever. I do not have joy or happiness left in me because this monster took that away from us when he killed Maddie. Every day I feel like life is not worth living anymore because such a heinous evil exists in this world. There is not a day that goes by where I do not think about all the pain and suffering that Maddie endured. This monster took advantage of her trust and her innocence. This parasite robbed us of every moment we could have had with Maddie. And our lives will never be the same. A life sentence is not punishment enough for what he did to Maddie. However, it gives me comfort to know that he will spend the rest of his miserable life in prison. I hope he lives a long and healthy life so he suffers every single day. Therefore, I ask the court to not take any mercy on this poor excuse of a human when imposing his sentence because he does not deserve it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you let the court know your names?
My name is Tyler Wallace.
Tatiana Wallace.
Tyler, what's your relationship to Madeline Soto?
Madeline Soto was my daughter.
Go ahead.
Madeline Soto was my daughter. She was happiness. She was a joy to be around. She was quirky and intelligent. She was curious. A little forgetful like me too. That happens sometimes, but I just loved her so much. And I was not able to be in her life as much as I would like to, due to circumstances and choices I'd made, due to the way finances worked. I was strained in my relationship with my daughter, and that was finally getting better. The last time I saw her was in October of 2023, and she had come to visit for a few days. And when I took her back to the airport, I said, you know, you're turning 13 soon. When you turn 13, you have a choice of which guardian you're interested in staying with. Would you like to stay with me and talk to you? And she said yes, that she would. And so I was this close to having my little girl, sir. Because of the actions of this depraved man, I will never meet the woman she was becoming. And I can't grasp it. I can't grasp the selfishness of you, the deplorability of your actions. You're depraved. You're weak. You're a coward. You're a sneak thief. You crept into a family and took advantage and exploited them when they were weak. It's torn my family apart. It's led to arguments about who can go where and who can get what and who can help who, but we're all on edge because it doesn't heal with time. This isn't like other deaths that I've experienced. This just gets worse. It just gets worse every time I rethink about it and the true horror of what this man visited upon her. And I can only hope that he lives a long time in prison and has those same horrors revisited upon him by his fellow inmates. Thank you.
State has no further witnesses.
Defense, any input prior to sentencing? State, do you have additional input?
Can you please tell the court your name?
Okay, my name is Leslie Bajalta.
And how are you related to?
I'm a close friend of Maddie's family. Most people only know Maddie as the victim of a heinous crime, but I'd like to talk about Maddie today, and I'd like to share some things that I really loved about her. I loved how fearless Maddie was. She was an amazing swimmer. She was a fast learner. The moment she set her mind to something, she did it. That's how she was about everything. She dove into everything head first, and she was so resilient. She had the most beautiful smile. It lit up our entire life. Every Christmas, every Thanksgiving, I was so excited to see her, to talk to her about her life. She's so curious, she's so smart. She could sing, she loved to perform for us. Maddie enjoyed watching Brooklyn Nine-Nine and Bob's Burgers. She even dressed up as Louise one year for Halloween. And I loved her witty, outspoken personality. She's so funny. And that's how I want everyone to leave here thinking about her, remembering her. She lost a lot of privacy towards the end of her life. And I want her to be remembered by her amazing qualities, not the abuse she endured and the exploitation she endured by her abuser. There's not 1 second of my life that I don't think about Maddie. I'll forever celebrate her in my heart and out loud. Maddie was too good for the world, but she did not deserve any of this. Ever since she's been gone, our family, our joy, everything is destroyed. No one smiles anymore. No one laughs. Most days I can't even leave my house. I feel like I can't breathe. And I'm not even her blood relative. I was just so lucky to be a part of life. He took Maddie away from us. He took away her whole childhood. He took away all her potential that we saw in her, and he took everything from us. And now it's time for him to reap what he sows. This disgusting parasite stole Maddie's youth, her innocence, her life, her joy. He has stolen our sense of safety. I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see his disgusting face. I can imagine what he did to her. I know every detail. I've read everything. I will never bring children into this world because of people like him, depraved, disgusting maggots just like him. He's not the only one. May God forgive him because I definitely do not. I please ask the court to prosecute him to the fullest extent. Show no mercy, exactly how he did Maddie. Justice for Maddie. Thank you.
Nothing further.
That's any input prior to
Yes, Your Honor, we would like to thank the State Attorney's Office for sparing Mr. Stearns' life. And we do sincerely hope that this will bring closure and help to start the healing process for Ms. So's.
Court has accepted Mr. Stearns' plea of no contest for the first-degree premeditated murder of Madeline Soto and his plea of guilty to 8 counts of sexual battery on Madeline Soto under the age of 12, sexual battery upon Madeline Soto between the ages of 12 and 18, familial custodial role, and lewd or lascivious molestation, counts 14 through 20. State, you have an announcement as to the notice of intent to seek the penalty of death.
Your Honor, we will waive the notice of intent to seek death. We will file an electronic null pros for counts 21 through 60. And we are also asking that you inquire about waiving a PSI, just in abundance of caution.
Based on the announcement from the state of Florida, the maximum potential sentence in these cases is life in prison without the possibility of parole, as the notice of intent to seek the penalty of death has been waived. Ms. Smith, as to 2024 CF 632, is there a waiver of an entitlement to a pre-sentence investigation? Yes, Judge. Ms. Gordon, as to the remaining case 2024 CF 1293, is there a waiver of entitlement to a pre-sentence investigation?
Yes, he is not entitled to a PSI on this.
The court has had an opportunity to hear the anguish and the fury of shattered families. Everyone in the gallery has had an opportunity to hear the anguish and the fury of community mourning and permanently diminished. Folks joining us around the state and the country remotely have heard the opportunity to hear the anguish and fury of a meaningful future that was stolen and a beautiful promise of Madeline Soto's life extinguished permanently. Stearns, you have had the opportunity to hear that anguish and fury from your actions. As to first-degree premeditated murder of Madeline Soto, you are adjudicated guilty and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As to the capital sexual battery of Madeline Soto while she was under the age of 12, for each count you are sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For the sexual battery of Madeline Soto between the ages of 12 and 18, you are adjudicated guilty and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. lewd and lascivious molestation of Madeline Soto, or sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. These sentences will run concurrently, meaning at the same time. The state of Florida has withdrawn their notice of intent to seek the penalty of death. These are the maximum sentences permitted to the court. Each case will have court costs that will be reduced to a civil judgment.
That's the 2024 CF 632. Court costs are $11,163. As to 24 CF 1293, $666.
Court incorporates the addendum to the plea form as to each plea in 2024 CF 632 and 2024 CF 1293. Not announced. You are adjudicated guilty as counts 1 through 8, 24 CF 632. State any further sentencing considerations?
Yes, Your Honor. With regards to count 14 through count 20 in 24 CF 632, the court sentenced to life in prison. There is a 25-year minimum mandatory with that as well. The state also provided the court with a score sheet which encompasses counts 9 through 20. It includes penetration and contact points as well. A copy of that has been provided to defense as well in the court. I haven't been made aware of any corrections or additions or subtractions.
Do not have a copy of this.
Should be with the plea form, Your Honor.
It's not. I'm going to need a copy of the score sheet, please. Ms. Smith, Ms. Borden, the total sentence points pursuant to the Criminal Punishment Code score sheet are 1,278 with a lowest permissible prison sentence in months of 937.5 months. That doesn't include sexual penetration points of 80 times 5 and sex contact points of 40 times 7. Any errors, corrections, or omissions to the score sheet? Ms. Smith? Ms. Borden?
Your Honor.
25-year minimum mandatory sentence as to the counts requiring a minimum mandatory sentence are imposed. Mr. Stearns, you will have the right to appeal the judgment and sentences of the court. If you wish to do so, you must do so in writing within the next 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. The appeal will be limited to the jurisdiction of the court to impose the sentence. Legality of the sentence itself is a condition of your agreement with the state of Florida. You are agreeing not to appeal the pretrial rulings of the court. State anything else? That's anything else? Thank you. Let's place Mr. Stearns under, he's been previously placed under oath.
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to make a brief statement. I agree that it's not fair that Madeline is not here anymore. I still have a hard time contemplating a world where she's not around, a world which feels less vibrant and less colorful than it did before. I've prayed to God countless times to trade places with her, to take me instead. And unfortunately, that's just not how he works. I have nothing but sorrow for her loss. and I miss her all the time. Her passing has torn me and my family apart as well. And she truly was a joy. I pray to God that she is in heaven and that He's taking good care of her. And I hope she gets to join the choir because she had a beautiful voice. I will miss her all the time. I will never not honor her memory. And I apologize for all the pain.
Anything further? Conclude our plea and sentencing hearing. We'll be in recess.
Hi, guys. If you're coming in from the other live stream, therapist, that's right. Good job, the Jules. You didn't get lost this time, right? Okay, it looks like everybody is heading over. Oh.
Please coming up. I'm sorry for the delay. Get started in about 5 minutes.
Not a problem, Judge. Thank you.
The judge, like he got something else to do. I wonder why do they have to do fingerprints afterwards? Don't they fingerprint them when they first get it in custody? Welcome, Jinka Paws. Ooh, wait a minute. Mary, oh, oh gosh, that was loud in my ear. So I guess my question to all of y'all. Okay, so let me ask you this. I know we got to go to our Ali. Okay, so I know we got to go to our Ali and Ali trial, right? But yeah, somebody would you say yes, go back to these other disgusting. That's what we do it disgusting today, right? In all shape, way, forms, and fashions. Just disgustingness all over the place. Right? But I guess my thing would be is that I'm only coming from that trial. Y'all let me know. Do y'all want to discuss it now or do y'all want to discuss it later? Because I think that there are some things that we have to unpack about this. At least from my end, that I probably need to unpack. So y'all bear with me because I'm gonna unpack some stuff right now. And I'm even do anybody want to come up? I'll drop the link in the chat if you want to come up on stage and we can talk about what we just heard. You say unpack away. Okay. Well, I'm gonna start this unpacking process. Y'all let me know in the chat if okay. I have a problem. I have a real big problem. The mom, I have a problem. There is no if, ands, or buts. There is no excuse. There is nothing that I can provide to her in regards to not being there to speak. It almost makes me feel, what even trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, a different circumstances, different things. I don't know how the sister is there, cousins, the dad that was barely, in her life, according to his statement. How is the mom that brought the monster to the daughter not there? How does that work? So unless they're telling me that she's in some type of mental facility where she cannot get out, what is her excuse? Please, somebody tell me what her excuse could be. No excuses, right? Not giving a statement. She could have had somebody read a statement. She could have had somebody hold her arm while she was giving a statement. Her space, right? Guilt. Like it brings tears to my eyes. That is really, 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 really bothersome to me. Jingle Paul's right. There isn't any excuse, right? So I guess how does the community feel? How does the family feel in regards to if she is with her not being involved? Like, are we still trying to say that she didn't know anything? Yeah, she could, right? Monica, anybody. She could have had somebody read her statement just saying that she couldn't take it. Fowler says they probably aren't surprised, honestly, right? I feel like, yeah, she should have been I heard somebody speaking, I can't remember exactly who it was. She felt terrible because all of this stuff was happening right under their noses, right? And I know it had to be shocking to these people to know that Jen was okay with her 13-year-old daughter in a police interview saying, I just sent her upstairs to go sleep with Stefan. Penny says guilt and shame written all over her face. Well, Jingle Paul says she was trading nights with Maddie so she could get a break. I honestly believe, I'm telling y'all, I don't know. I don't know about this one. I don't know. Because nobody is, I mean, even though maybe we'll Stefan to get on the phone and he'll be calling. He already then, he already did pleaded guilty, and I've noticed that y'all noticed, and y'all keep an eye on that. He said no contest. Let me make sure. No contest to the actual first degree premeditated murder. But everything else he pleaded guilty to. What do y'all think that means? I'm just saying, I just had to really I don't know. I feel all types of ways about the mom. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we are about to have some type of charges, something on mom. Right? It's just no way. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe that's what's coming up. Penny, you say the father pled guilty. What do you mean the father pled guilty? The only person that pled guilty was Stefan. Right. That's who I'm looking at. The mom, right? At this point in time. Right. Absolutely. Yeah, Jules. Rachel just grows. And I can't believe he even spoke, right? Talk about how he missed her. Yeah, he missed her. He missed having it any kind of way he wanted it with that young girl, doing all that inappropriate stuff. Yeah, he missed her. How dare him come out of his mouth talk about how joy she was to him. How dare him to even utter those words out of his mouth. Oh no, he pled guilty to everything except for the first degree premeditated murder. That is Stefan Stearns, not the dad. The dad did speak. Maddie Sotomayor, Madeline's biological dad spoke. Yeah, he has no right to speak. But the fact that he had to, I mean, the nerve, the all mitigated gall to open his mouth, right? Please. And I'm still, after all of that, looking for the mama. You'll find, Penny. We've been all over the place. We've been in 3 different cases already today. We've been in 3 different cases all day today. So yeah. Yeah, that's what we've been doing. Yeah, so I just really have all types of issues with this. I just really I'm at a loss for words. I mean, I would have felt better about the mom if she would have came and spoke in regards to it. It look like, okay, so Juicy Talk, you want to come up? Okay, it looks like we got somebody that want to join the live to talk about what we just saw in regards to Stefan's plea. No worries. We gonna go back to our Ali case. Y'all know I just have to, I gotta break some stuff down. She didn't even send a letter, Rachel. Like, what the? Y'all better tell me she in a mental health facility, or she just can't do it no more, or something, right? And maybe that's the case. Here, I'm dropping the link in here for you, Juicy Talk, for you to come up. I just put the link in the chat. You should be able to click on it and it'll bring you up. Yeah, but this is just it's a complete mess. Yeah, the Jules screams guilty shame, right? How do you bring this monster into your daughter's life and then you don't even come up here and speak when he being sentenced? I was hoping that she came and she jumped all over the tables. I was hoping they was gonna have to hold her back. These are the things that I was hoping. These are the things that I was hoping that would happen. You afraid? Why are you afraid? Don't be afraid. I don't bite. I don't bite. Yeah, I don't bite. We pretty chill. We all fam here, right? Right. It's good here. Yeah, I just this just her whole situation, her whole demeanor, the whole thing. You say someone call in already. They gonna come to the stage. They gonna click the link. Somebody gonna click the link. Her space says some people don't like their kids, and it seems like one of those type situations. Not to show your face on the stand up for your child is horrible. Absolutely. You got some things to say, Rachel? I dropped the link. So yeah, whenever you're ready, whenever you get finished, I'm telling you, I'm like, okay, well, while we're watching it, I'm like, okay, I don't want to stop because I know everybody wants to hear everything that's going on, right? And I'm like, well, okay, let me make sure that I could let everybody hear. And then this way, we gonna have to our Ali, they gonna be there, right? Got that on pause. We'll have us some TiVo time, right? So we'll skip through lunch and everything. But I think this is very important for us to get off our chest. Okay, we got somebody in the back. I'm gonna bring up Juicy Talk. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna add you to the stage. Let's see what Juicy got to say about our case that we just seen Nasty Stefan go plead to.
This was such a hey everybody, how y'all doing?
I don't know. Can you see the chat on that side? I can't tell. I don't know.
I can't see your chat while I'm on here with you, I don't think. No.
Okay.
Oh, I might be able to. Let me see.
Nigga boss, you good? I don't bite.
Yes, I can see the chat now, I think. Okay.
Yeah, it's real nice.
All
Ooh.
right. Let's get into it.
Okay. So what are your thoughts in regards to what you heard?
So this was very, first of all, just the sensitivity of this subject is very hard to watch, right? I'm appalled that the state allowed him to make a statement. And to me, that was so disrespectful to the family and to the memory of Maddie to be able to speak about her or say anything about her. I felt like he should not have been able to say anything. I just felt like that was so disrespectful. And I just didn't like that. It's almost like victimizing the victim again in their death, you know? Also, I feel like I don't know if I'm allowed to cuss on here, so I won't, but I'll say where the F was her mom. You know, even in death, she failed her daughter. Even in death, you failed your daughter. You brought this monster to her life who abused her for years, right? And then if it couldn't get any worse, you turn around and didn't, even when you had the opportunity to speak on your daughter's behalf, you did not show up. But you allowed the monster who victimized and hurt your baby and ultimately kill her speak to the memory of your child. What the F?
Don't forget he had the last word.
And he had the last damn word. What they gonna do? They're death is too good for them. Prison is too good for them. But I hope they have their way. That's all I gotta say. Because they don't feather well.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think I definitely agree with all the points that you made. I mean, my mouth hit the floor because I just kept waiting for the mom to come through. But considering that the things that we know in regards to the mom and how she moved, I can see where she knows she has some fault in this. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if charges come against the mom. And I
mean,
think
she definitely needs to be held accountable for the part that she played in it, for sure.
yeah, whether it's not, I don't know if it's so much of her being unalive, but it's just hard for me if he has all these photos of this young girl, inappropriate photos on his phone, and the mom gives permission for him and her to sleep in the same bed without her. And they
She knew she was complicit. She had an idea and an inkling what was going on, and she didn't care. She basically sold her daughter out to a pedophile, if you ask me.
Yeah, to keep him around in some shape, way, form, or fashion. He probably didn't want to be bothered with her. And I mean, I know it's their right to actually speak and say things. I think the court should have handled that a little bit different.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Film Freak too. At least she should get child neglect charges.
Yeah. So I guess she is and all is, yeah, right. It's disgusting all over.
Disgusting all over. I agree.
It's really sad. And for her to just allow that stuff to roll off her tongue and think that it was okay, it just really doesn't sit well.
Yeah, I mean, she spoke volumes and not saying anything. At like people who, and who women who are like this, they will not believe their child. You know, they will defend the man and say their child, you know, and feel some type of way about the child. So she's definitely failed her daughter even in death. She had an opportunity, at least she neglected and failed to be there for her daughter in every possible way throughout her life. And in her death, she had the ability to speak up on behalf of her daughter and be there for her daughter in this moment. And she failed her daughter once again. And that speaks volumes to the type of discuss the individual she is, you know. If I'm just being honest, she's just as bad as the person who did the crime. She's just as responsible, if you ask me personally, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think I know that I feel this thing. I don't know. I think I'm echoing. Am I echoing? Guys,
I don't hear you echoing.
maybe it's just on my thing. Wait a minute. Let me put both of my headphones in. This will probably make it a little better. Yeah, I just oh, that's loud in my ear. Oof. I don't know what part to turn down. Y'all know I don't know what I'm doing.
It's just horrible. Yeah. So her space says, as a teacher, I hear and see so much. I pray that stuff like that never happens to them. She really did fail her child. You know, like I used to work in that field, and, you know, we have seen parents fail their children constantly when it comes to men and relationships. They value, you know, the validity of their relationships more than their children. And we've seen this time and time again. I've seen this professionally time and time again, you know. It's just, it's horrible. And I know as a teacher, I know you hear things, classmates, you know, it's like where this happened for so many years. Where were the where were the community, you know, we have to talk about just in general, like how the community also is responsible when things like this happen to kids. You know, we fail our children daily by not listening or speaking up when we see these clues that are out there that something is happening, you know. And we can't be all places with our children, right? We can't be everywhere. And so we do rely on our community partners, like our teachers, like our principals, like our school counselors, you know, lunch ladies, we daycare providers. We count on them to see signs too. We just all have to, you know, keep our eyes open. I know that, you know, I was just watching, it was a thing on Instagram where it showed in Europe. It was a shot like they did like this, you know, what would you do type situation. And it was this kid walking down the street by himself. And then this man comes up behind from behind, covers the child mouth and grabs him and walks away. And nobody stopped to help this child. Nobody questioned it. Nobody, they looked weird, but they kept walking like it was none of their business. And, you know, this happens so many times in communities all around the world where we just don't pay attention. And then they showed, you know, in the United States, you know, a kid sitting on a bench. I know if you probably guys might have seen it where this, you know, they was like, hey, you know, no, step up and like, you know, and said something and spoke on his child's behalf. Like, you know, we just got to do better in paying attention to our youth, you know, making them feel comfortable to come up and speak up when things are happening to them. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
mother.
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead and read it.
That is my biggest outrage in this whole thing. All these people talking today, right? Where were they? All these roommates. That's why I'm like, all these people in this house. Did y'all see me put in the comments? All these people in this house and nobody saw anything. Where were they coming from? Like, yeah, where were they? Right? Like, because there's different changes that you see in people, you know, as they're going through different things.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
and it's just like everybody just in the mom, you know, regardless of what they try to put this, if y'all sleeping all three of y'all in the same bed, I'm starting to believe a little bit more of what Stefan was saying on his jail recording calls when he said that Jen and Maddie would be arguing over him and he had to be the mediator. I'm starting to believe some truth to his stuff.
Oh,
Like,
I agree. I agree with you 100% on that, because like the sad thing for a child is that when they're abused in this manner, a lot of times they, this was is bad. They don't really realize it's wrong when they're younger. It's not until they go to school and they start to see other and get old enough where they see other family members, other people that they know, and how their relationships and bonds are that are normal, that they start to realize, like, hey, this is what's happening in my home is not right. This is not normal behavior. And so I'm sure that at some point this was very normalized for Maddie. She did not see it as abuse, or might have even loved her abuser at some point. But when she got to the age of like, hey, this is not normal and it doesn't feel right, because now she's older and more self-aware, then that's when it became a problem, And it's just sad and it's unfortunate, but this happens often to children.
yeah, the judge says that anything to have a man in her life, right? Anything. Like, here you go. You can have both of us. You got a 2-for-1 deal. Even at the cost of her child's innocence in life, they'll put their kids up for grabs. And most of the women suffer abuse too at the same time. I don't get it. Yeah, and it's just unfortunate that that's something that they allow. And it's to my understanding that she may not been mentally all the way there,
Yeah,
right?
and she might have even been a victim as a child too. Because a lot of times, when people are abusers in this manner, they choose people that they know that they can victimize. They choose it's personality traits that come along with this. Like, it was it could have been a familiar thing. I wouldn't be surprised if Maddie's mom wasn't abused at some point in her life, because it happens like that sometimes, and it's just an unfortunate thing that, but that's why it's so important for us as a village to really pay attention to our youth and our kids. If you see something that is not right, that doesn't sit right, I'd rather an individual be wrong, speak up and be wrong, than be silent and be right.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's gonna be a lot, and for y'all that are not aware, like, those are, just looking at this case, like, these cases are happening way too often. Like, we'll be covering another one with the Nylexia coming up very soon, and it seemed like everybody in that house knew what was going on. It's amazing to me how they didn't know what was going on. And now she has been unalived, and he didn't have this long-standing relationship with her. So what I'm saying is that this is just coming up too frequent with these young girls and different people that they are.
It is definitely a trend, I would say, that's happening right now in society with the abuse of women and children.
I see you, Rachel. You ready? The post office let you out? I'm gonna bring you up on stage. You'll be up here with me and Juicy. Put you up here. Y'all, Rachel then came into place again.
Listen, hi, Juicy.
Hey, girl.
Hey, Rachel.
Hey, okay. Everything you're saying is totally spot on. As soon as I thought about this, you said it, that it is such a shame there is not a single person she felt safe talking to about this. And this is the thing. Kids need to learn more than just stranger danger. Kids need to learn about what grooming is, because that is what keeps them from talking, because they feel a relationship with these people. They are confused because this person has groomed them, so they don't want to tell on them. kids need to learn more than just don't talk to strangers. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's what, it's just so heartbreaking that she had to live with this guy, and he left and then he came back. Can you imagine? Ugh,
Horrible.
it's just
Horrible.
heartbreaking.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I agree with you, Rachel, just about more than stranger danger. You know, I was just watching something on Instagram where it was a lady and she was standing with her daughter and she was touching her, like she touched her on her cheek and then she touched it and she was like good touch, and she touched her on her chest. She was like bad touch, you know, and she let her daughter, she was like, yes, good, you know, just sharing with her and letting her know, going through you know, a scenario of what is good touch, bad touch, so that she could recognize it and also feel comfortable enough saying it to another adult, you know, like, no, I don't like this. This is not a good touch. Don't
Right.
touch me, you know? And these are the type of things that we do need to speak up on when it comes to our children. We need to,
Yeah.
not just our children, but our community.
But even further than that, I think that we need to also teach them that, like, even if that's a good touch, you don't have to let them do that. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't start with touching inappropriately. Like, this is a good example. I had this dad in my daughter's daycare. Now, whatever, you know, we all love to think he's harmless and stuff. And we did know him for like 4 years. But he would come in and like the kids would hug him and stuff, but my daughter didn't. But then he was like, do you want a hug? And I was like, what are you asking like a 5-year-old little girl for a hug for? Like, clearly she didn't come hug you. Why are you asking her for a hug? So I told my daughter, and then she went over and hugged her. And afterwards I told her, you do not need to hug that man. Like, a hug, okay, like it was, right, like innocent, right? Like to her, we all hug, you know, it's no big deal. But like, I think we need to make sure we tell people, even if you don't like, he puts his hand on your shoulder or she puts her hand on your shoulder and you don't like that, you can say no. Like, that's how grooming happens, right?
You're right.
Oh, but
I think that we just need to have those conversations with our children, period, about you know, like I think a lot of times in society, especially, you know, like not as much in our generation, but definitely in like my mom's generation, you know, kids were seen, not heard. You didn't have a voice. It was wrong for a child to tell an adult no.
Right.
And those things, you know, you have to change that mindset when it comes to kids. Like me with my kids, they allowed to tell adults no. Adults don't always get it right. And I have my kids, when they growing up, I've told them like, no, adults don't always get it right. Adults can be wrong too. And that starts at home by taking accountability, even as a parent, when you make a mistake. Oh, mommy was wrong for that. I'm sorry. You know, I didn't, you know, and it's those little things that empower children. We need to empower children to be able to speak up on their own behalf when they come in situations like this, you know.
I agree. There's two things. One, you can say no, right, to an adult. Just be respectful and say no and leave. And number two, there's nothing that an adult needs a kid to help them with. For example, like someone doesn't need help from a kid carrying something to their car. An adult that you don't know doesn't, you know, that isn't your mom or dad or teachers, you know, like, and nobody needs help with just you alone, right? So like, no, any adult singling you out, say, hey, can you come help me with this, that you are going to be alone. I mean, even teachers. And the thing is, if the adult thinks that's rude or thinks that that's wrong or gets upset about it, then even more reason to say no to them. Because every adult should recognize that a kid needs to be safe. And if it means bringing someone else with them or saying no for that time, then they should be fine with that, right? I mean, that's just another red flag to me. If someone's like, oh, he was rude and told me he wouldn't help me carry this to my car. Well, hello, you know? So
yeah. I agree with you 100%, Rachel. It's something, and it just seems like culturally we are at this place where women are not respected. You know, it's like this disdain for women and children. Like it used to be a time that women and children were off limits. You just didn't, you know, you didn't. But it's been too many instances. We got the honor killing with, or not killing, or attempted killing with, the Ali case right now. We have so many different cases previously to that where women were killed and murdered and children hurt. Then we have this situation where kids are being abused and mistreated. It's something going on culturally where we're not respecting and protecting the weaker among us. And not saying that women are weak, but we are definitely not as physically strong as a male, right? Children are not as physically strong as a male. Women are not as physically strong as a male, and we're not being protected. And that is a problem. And it's something that I'm just seeing across the board where women are being disrespected. And we have to do something about it. Like, as women, we have to speak up about it. We have to talk about it. Just even at homes, at our churches, in our friend groups, amongst our family members, that women and children need to be protected at all times.
Yes.
Yep. Yes, I agree. Storm Lady. Yes, Storm Lady. I think that's
Yeah, I
it.
definitely think that unpacking these things. So Rachel, let me ask you, what's gonna happen to the mama?
There is, okay, listen, I understand not showing up, okay? I don't know if I'd be able to show up, right? Because, well, I mean, I wouldn't ever say if I was her, because I wouldn't be her. But if she's afraid because she knows how people feel about her, she thought she might not be safe, she didn't want to, you know what I mean? She didn't want to face him, whatever. There is zero excuse for her not sending a statement for the attorney to read. Zero. Zero. I don't care if she's in the hospital. You can still write a letter and get it sent to an attorney. Like, no. Zero. I don't understand it. And she can't say, oh, it's too hard. No. Nope.
So do you think with her not showing up, does it change your thought process in regards to her involvement, her possible involvement in what was going on?
Well, I always thought she knew something. I mean, she cannot be that dense. Like, she knew they were sleeping in the same bed. Like, what kind of judgment is that? I don't care how much you trust someone. If I trusted someone fully and then they were all of a sudden okay with that situation, I all of a sudden wouldn't be trusting them anymore. Like, that's just not normal. Do you know what I mean?
It's not.
No, there's no excuse. And I'm really surprised. I don't know if, like, because, when CPS gets involved, it's different than being criminally charged. But, like, if she isn't on a child abuse registry somewhere, I would be shocked. Like, that was absolute substantiated neglect. Absolutely.
Definitely substantiated neglect. Definitely that. Definitely she can get criminal charges for that and have to do jail time. It's possible. They can actually bring criminal charges against her for that and the neglect of her child. Will they do it? I don't know. But it's
going to
definitely
depend.
Yeah.
If she got some kind of immunity to testify, right? So she didn't end up having to testify, but if whatever she gave them evidence-wise forced him to take that plea because that was part of the evidence against him, I don't know how all that would work. It would just depend on how that was worded, I think. But I don't see how they could, I don't understand how she would not be charged at that point. And I think she's probably scared about that, which is possibly one of the reasons she didn't show up or send a letter.
Yeah, she probably has already been charged with neglect. Whether I'm sure they probably have charged her with neglect in some type of way, or she at least has a substantiated case, right?
Yeah, I don't think criminally she's charged
not
with
criminally,
anything.
but yeah, substantial. It's been substantiated, I'm sure.
Yeah,
but it's just that she needs to. They could definitely bring charges up against her. I can definitely see that happening in the future, and rightfully so.
I think he pled no contest to the M. I don't want to say the word. I'm gonna get you in trouble. But I think that he pled no contest instead of not guilty because he's still suggesting, like he does to his parents and back and forth on the phone, that the mom actually had something to do with it, which would make him either less guilty or not guilty or something like that. Because basically he's just saying with no contest that he knows the state has enough evidence to convict him. He's not saying he actually did it.
Yeah,
So
that's noticing a difference in regards to when he actually stated that he was guilty
right.
to the other times, like, no ifs, ands, or buts. But when we got to that, and
He's
just
trying
going
to
off,
act like it wasn't him. He's trying to act like it wasn't all his fault that she died. So who knows? Maybe he'll flip on her. I don't know.
yeah, I asked in the chat before we went over there, do we think that that's something that he could possibly do, considering, I mean, because I don't know, I'm not open to a realm of possibilities, because on his jail call, and
gosh, gross.
I know we can only take what he's saying with a grain of salt, right?
Right.
But on his jail call, he was like, I went upstairs, she was already cold, and like, the mom and the daughter had been, previously arguing about him. So, I don't know, when the mom is so bizarre to me,
Very.
that I wouldn't be surprised, like, because I don't put nothing past nobody.
But why wouldn't he, if he literally didn't do it, why wouldn't he just say, this is what she did? Like, this is what I observed. This is what she did. Like, he could have just put it all on her.
I think because of the certain fact that he was trying not to go down for nothing. You remember he had erased his phone. He erased his phone, so he didn't think they were going to find the SA stuff, right? How did he get her out the house? Look, how did he get her out of the house?
Right. Well, yeah, he had all the shit, like, regardless, he was going to go down. So it's sort of, though, like, once he realized he was going to go down for something anyway, he could have been like, well, let's get lesser charges instead of M, because she's the one that actually did it. Look, I'll admit that I moved her, that I disposed of her, whatever, and try to work something out. But, like, no, I don't know. We'll never know exactly what happened, but mom is bizarre.
Yeah, and if you think this case was bizarre, if that Jarvis Butts one goes to trial, it's supposed to go to that one. I can't understand why it's not a whole bunch of people being. That one is really something else. Like, really something else. I was just listening to some statements that came out about the Aunt Shannon. Where it may be self-incriminating, like, I don't know what they were doing. And it seemed like another one of those situations where she was like, here, Jarvis, you can have my niece. You can also have me too. But then
Gross.
she ended up getting pregnant, right? She ended up getting pregnant. So
horrible.
Yeah.
These poor kids. Well, I hate to leave on that note, but I'm here to get my kids, so I gotta run. But thanks for popping me
I know
on.
we about to go back into the Ali trial anyway, so we can.
All right,
I think we got.
I'll be listening.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
see ya.
See ya. So, guys, I think what we'll do now is we will go into the Ali trial. Even after the trial is over, after we're finished with today in court, we can still discuss. I'll open the panel back up and we can get it back in. But I just knew I had some things to say, y'all. And I don't think I could have waited until we got to break or something with the Ali trial. We'll just use our TiVo time to get past that part. Yeah, because I know a lot of people were heated. Yeah, she's still listening, Baka. She picking up the kiddos. Yeah, so let me go ahead and share let me put this up here so you guys can see it. We right back where our last witness left off at. And we're gonna see what these disgusting parents get, what kind of punishment they get, right? Hey, Fala. Okay, here we go. They're about to call the next witness. It's gonna be an officer, Tori Chavez. Oh, y'all can't hear nothing. Well, y'all.
And is that all of your time in law enforcement?
I'm up here trying to update the banner.
Can you describe your training and
Let me
experience?
rewind it.
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Arts.
Look, I'm up here trying to update the banner. So tough. Y'all can't hear nothing. My bad.
And is that all of your time in law enforcement?
It is.
Okay. Can you describe your training and experience, please?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Arts with an emphasis in Japanese language. I completed the Washington State Basic Law Enforcement Academy, which is 720 hours training, including criminal law, criminal investigation, collisions, first aid. I've also completed a 8-hour deaf awareness workshop, a 32-hour course in drone operations, and recently a 16-hour interview course.
And as a patrol officer, what do you do? What are your duties?
My duties are I'm assigned to a specific area of Lacey, whether it's north, central, or south. I'm responsible for answering calls of service. Could be anywhere from just answering phone calls for public service, answering questions about Lacey municipal codes, Washington state laws, doing investigations into burglaries, thefts, also in doing traffic enforcement.
Okay. And were you employed by the Lacey Police Department then in October of 2024?
I was.
And were you working or on duty on October 18th, 2024 at approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
I was.
Did you become involved in an investigation occurring at Timberline High School on that day?
I did, yes.
Is that at 6121 Mullen Road Southeast in Lacey, Washington?
I believe so, yes.
And did you go to that location?
I did.
Who did you, if anyone, go to that location with?
I went with my field training officer, Officer Bell.
What is a field training officer?
They're responsible for making sure that once we graduate academy, we meet the requirements that the Lacey Police Department has for new entry-level officers. So with him, he was my phase 3, which would be towards the end of the training that the department gives new officers.
And when you say you went there with him, does that mean you share a vehicle? You
Yes.
go in pairs? What does that look like?
At that point on that phase, I was the driver of the vehicle and he was sitting in the passenger seat in the front.
And do you know about what time you arrived?
I think it was approximately 2:24.
And well, first of all, which direction are you coming from?
I was coming from Rebel Road, so I was going to be traveling eastbound on Mullen Road.
And what did you observe when you arrived?
I observed moderate to heavy traffic. It appeared that school had just let out. There's the high school on the left-hand side of the road if you're going eastbound, and then there's another elementary school farther down the road. So there's a lot of cars coming and going from that area, school buses, things like that.
When you say another elementary school, is that on the left-hand side of the road or the right-hand side?
It would be the right-hand side of the road.
Okay, so across the street and a little bit farther down from the high school, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you said you observed medium to heavy traffic in the area due to school ending and those two schools. Is there anything that specifically drew your attention as you were arriving?
Yes, there was a group of people standing on the sidewalk on the Timberline sides at the left-hand side of where I was facing.
Okay, and where were there any markers or landmarks, so to speak, on that left-hand side of the road where you saw that group? Something to orient the jury to?
So there was the intercity transit bus stop at that location. And then just east of that is the entrance to the school's parking lot.
And where did you see that group of people in relation to that intercity transit bus stop?
They were roughly gathered around where that bus stop pole is.
You said where the pole is?
Yes.
Okay. And were there any other officers on scene yet at that time?
Yes, I did. I saw one other officer.
Do you know who that officer was?
Officer Hang.
Where did you see Officer Hang?
He was in the like bark or dirt part of the school grounds. He was bent over and kneeling and holding somebody down.
Okay. Were there any other individuals with Officer Hang?
There was an adult male.
And was that adult male an officer or a civilian?
It looked to be a civilian.
Okay, and you said they were holding someone down. Was the person they were holding down an adult, a child, or something else?
Appeared to be an adult.
Adult, male or female?
Male.
And was that person an officer or a civilian?
It was a civilian.
And you said there were a crowd of people there. How would you describe that crowd of people? Is that were those adults, children, or something else?
They appear to be primarily high schoolers.
Okay. What did you do next as you were arriving? Where'd you go?
I pulled my vehicle into the left turn lane to go into Timberline High School. I had my red and blue lights on. I exited my vehicle and approached to where Officer Hang was kneeling on the ground. And then at that point, we asked what he needed to assist him.
Okay, and what was your duty then in terms of assisting?
I was to gather the witness statements from anybody that had seen what had occurred prior to my arrival.
Okay, and where did you do that?
I did that at the inner city bus stop.
Okay, and who were you gathering witness statements from?
I got their names.
Well, I'll get there.
Okay.
Who were you getting witness statements
I was getting witness statements from the high schoolers that were at the bus stop.
And do you remember specifically who you spoke with at the bus stop? Where or when did you speak with Miss Carter?
I first approached the teenagers that had stated that they had seen what happened.
And again, without repeating anything anyone told you, where or when did you speak with Miss Carter?
When I initially made contact at the bus stop.
Did she provide you a statement at that time?
She did not, no.
Okay. Was there a bus coming at that point?
She stated that she needed to catch a bus. Yes, I did not see one at the time.
Okay. And did you get her information to take a later statement?
I did, yes.
Okay. At some point during your investigation, well, let me back up. At any point during your interaction or your time on scene, did you come in contact with anyone by the name? What about Haneen Ali? Contact.
That would be in the parking lot proper of the Timberline High School.
Was that before or after you made contact with them? And when you observed Zara and Haneen Ali, how would you identify how they appeared in terms of what they were wearing? I mean, who was wearing what?
Haneen was wearing I believe it's a headscarf called a hijab. She was wearing a black raincoat or overcoat, a blue button-up shirt, and black pants.
Okay. And what was Zara wearing?
She was also wearing a hijab and a long ankle-length overcoat, something that was black with some sort of leopard print dress or long covering underneath.
At some point during your investigation, did you become familiar with the name of? Okay. At what point of your investigation do you recall you became aware of Fatima Ali?
Well, when I spoke with Haneen and Zara, they had mentioned their daughter.
Okay. And were you able to determine based on a conversation with Zara who Fatima was in relation to Zara?
Yes.
And who was Fatima in relation to Zara?
Zara said it was her daughter.
Were you able to determine what the, were you aware at some point of anyone by the name of, based on your conversation with Zara, was any connection between Isaiah and Fatima?
Yes.
What was that connection?
From my understanding was that Isaiah was Fatima's boyfriend.
Do you recall during the course of your conversation with Zara Ali, whether she made any statements about Isaiah specifically?
Yes.
And what did she say about Isaiah as it related to her daughter?
She stated to me that Isaiah was changing her daughter's mind, and that he was a danger to her.
And were you speaking during the time that you had contact with Isaiah, or excuse me, with Zara and Haneen? Were you speaking to both women, just Haneen, Zara, or something else?
I was speaking to both.
And was Haneen relaying to you what she believed had occurred that day as well?
Yes,
And was that conversation with you in English?
it was.
And during your interaction with Haneen, did Zara provide details?
She did.
What did that look like? Meaning, did they speak individually? Did they provide a group statement? What did that interaction between Haneen, Zara, and you look like in terms of pace or smoothness of that conversation?
It was relatively choppy. When I would direct questions at Haneen, Zara would interject, or they would start talking over each other, so it was a little difficult to follow at times. When I would ask clarifying questions, Zara would often interject with her recollection of events.
Okay. And was that communication with you from Zara with you also in English?
It was.
During the course of your interaction with Zara Ali, did she indicate to you whether she had observed Isaiah punching her husband?
She did.
Did she indicate what that looked like?
She made gestures with one of her arms in a punching motion, or like a rapid punching motion.
Okay. So what did she say about her observations of Isaiah punching her husband?
She said when she arrived, she saw Isaiah hitting her husband.
And did she indicate if her husband was on the ground at that time?
She did not.
And did you ask them to clarify where they were when they made the observations about Zara hitting her husband?
I did.
And what was the response?
The response was both of them answered at the same time. Haneen stated that
Without introducing what Haneen said, please.
Okay. Zara made a gesture based off where she was standing towards the school and was saying that they fled in that direction. They being Fatima and Isaiah.
How did Zara appear to you when describing what was happening, what she said she observed happening to her husband when she arrived?
She was upset. She would pace back and forth. Her hands would either be clasped in front of her or wringing her hands. She would break down in sobs occasionally, but I'd never observed any tears or reddening of her face or anything like that.
Okay. Did you, did Zara make any statements about what she believed or what she was relaying Isaiah had done to her?
Yes.
Did you observe any visible injuries to either woman, either Haneen or Zara?
I did not.
How did their clothing appear to you? Meaning, what condition or state was their clothing in?
It did not appear disheveled. I didn't notice any marks of dirt, smudges, creases, anything like that.
When you, at some point during your interaction with Zara and Haneen, did you give them any instructions or directives about where they could go or what they could do with while on the scene?
I did, yes.
And how would you describe their responsiveness to those directives?
At times they appeared not to hear what was said, or they were slow to respond in the affirmative of not doing what I asked or doing what I asked.
Okay. And so during the course of the time, was there any request from Zara to speak with her husband?
Yes.
Okay. Was she immediately allowed to do that?
No, she was not.
And what did that interaction look like? How would you describe that period of your interaction with Zara?
She became upset. She continually repeated that she just wanted to speak to her husband, and began kind of pacing around or trying to move past where myself and other officers were standing at the time.
And did other officers have to intervene to stop her from going to her husband?
Yes.
What was Haneen doing during this period of time without repeating anything that she was saying?
She was following Zara.
How would you describe her demeanor?
She was also upset. She was slightly more calm in her tone and pitch when she was speaking with me, but she was visibly also upset.
And when you say upset, what does that mean? Like, what do you mean by upset? I know that that is a general term, but what does that look like?
Her voice would raise in pitch. She would kind of sob, speak rapidly, breathe rapidly, pace around.
Did they continue to try to get to Ihsan Ali despite officers' instructions?
Yes.
Did you eventually allow Zara to speak with Ihsan?
Yes.
And what about Haneen?
She as well.
And did you hear any of that conversation?
I heard the conversation, but I did not understand it.
What do you mean?
It was not in English.
During the course of your interaction with Zara Ali, did she ever ask you about the health or welfare of Fatima?
She did not.
Did she ask you about Fatima at all?
She asked to speak with her.
And just speak with her?
Yes.
At any point, did you observe whether Zara ever attempted to return to the school?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did she say about that?
She says that she wanted to speak with her daughter.
For how long?
Initially, she just repeated, I want to speak with my daughter. She's my daughter. And then when I repeatedly told her that she was not allowed to do so, she said she just needed 1 minute.
What was her initial response when you told her that she could not do that?
She became upset. Eventually, she went and took a seat on one of the curbs where the parking stalls were and began rocking back and forth and repeating a phrase I didn't understand.
I'm sorry, repeating what?
A phrase that I didn't understand what she was saying.
Okay. Did you tell her whether she was being seen by fire or medics?
Yes.
And at that point, did she ask about the physical condition of her child, like whether she was okay?
She did not.
Officer Chavez, how did you find out that Fatima had been choked or strangled by Ihsan?
Sustained is the form of the question.
Officer Chavez, at any point during your interaction with Zara Ali, did she mention her husband's interactions with her child?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Just a few questions. Good morning, officer.
Good morning, sir.
So when you arrived on scene, Mr. Ali was laying on the ground? Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. And is it fair to say then that by the time you got there, pretty much the entire incident up to that point, you got from other people, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the people that you talked to were the kids that were around there, right?
Correct.
All right. And now I think it might have been you. Let me ask, was it you that tried to get the written statements from those kids?
That's correct.
Okay. And you didn't have any forms?
That's correct.
Okay. So you never got any written statements?
That's correct.
Okay. And you, at that point, things were pretty fresh. I assume you hadn't seen any videos or anything?
I had not. No.
Okay. So all the information that you were going on was based upon what people were telling you?
Correct.
Thank you. No more.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
Good morning, sir.
All right, so if I understand correctly, you get dispatched to this call?
Correct.
Do you recall how long it took you to get there?
Maybe 10 minutes.
And you were roughly the second officer that you saw on the scene?
Correct.
And Officer Hung had Mr. Ali detained on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And you walked up and said, basically, what do I need to do?
Mhm. That's correct.
And that's kind of typical protocol, right?
Correct.
See if there's what the other officer needs. If he had needed assistance, you would have provided it, fair?
Correct.
But he didn't ask you to help, correct?
Correct.
And so you saw students standing around, and logically it then made sense to talk and find out who knew what
Correct.
and get their information.
Correct.
Did you separate the students to talk to them individually?
I did not know.
Okay, so they're all talking in a semicircle around you,
Correct.
and you're taking notes?
Correct.
And you also have your body worn video activated, is that fair?
That's
And is
correct.
it on throughout the entire process?
It is.
Did you review that prior to testifying today?
I did.
Okay. And that's what it's for, right?
Correct.
And so did you have concerns about kind of witnesses hearing what other witnesses said and having it impact their observations and ability to provide independent descriptions?
In the moment, no.
Okay. How about later?
Well, now that I'm no longer in training, I could see the benefit to trying to separate or isolate each individual witness, yes.
And what benefit would you see by having people separate?
Making sure that the witnesses aren't borrowing words from other witnesses.
Okay. And so understanding the timeline, so you arrive, you see a fellow officer, you see Mr. Ali, correct?
Correct.
You do not see Zara Ali initially, correct?
No, I did not.
And so you're taking time. Do you recall how long it was you were talking to Caleb Fisk, Eric Price Jr., Athena Rich, and Zayla Carter?
No, I don't recall how long I was.
But you
speaking
were
with
kind of talking to them at the same time sequentially. This is a large conversation, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And it wasn't a brief conversation, correct?
Correct.
And you'd also gone back to your patrol car to see if you had witness forms, and you didn't have them, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then you come back. At one point, Zayla Carter says, "Hey, I got to go catch my bus," and you may have indicated that you would follow up with her, or
Correct.
somebody would, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then you then see Zara Ali and Haneen Ali coming back from the school, correct?
No.
Okay. You didn't know where they came from, fair?
Well, correct. Yes.
So you didn't see him initially, but after this passage of time, you then have interaction with Zara on Haneen, correct?
Correct.
And at this point, you had not had contact with Fatima Ali, correct?
Correct.
And did you say that you did see her at the school?
I did not know.
Okay, so at no point did you see her at the school?
I did not know.
So that's affirmative?
Correct.
Okay, I just, for the purposes of the court report, I want to make sure we're on the same
Yes.
page. All right. And so you subsequently learned that there was an incident, that the reason for the call was an interaction with Fatima Ali, correct?
Correct.
And that's what you were there talking about and investigating, correct? And so after this passage of time, your attention is then drawn to Zara Ali, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you described her as upset, correct?
Correct.
And so emotionally upset. Just by looking at her, you could tell that something was going on, correct?
Correct.
And that she was pacing back and forth, correct?
Correct.
Wringing her hands, correct?
Correct.
And sobbing.
Correct.
Okay. And I think you didn't see actual tears, but in terms of kind of somebody who is very distraught. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So she had asked to see her daughter. And so did you know from other officers or from some other source as to where Fatima was?
Yes.
And that was, in your understanding, at the school, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so she asked you for permission. Hey, can I go back to the school to see my daughter? And did you check with others, or did you just tell her no?
I told her she was not allowed to at this time.
Okay. And so when she heard that, she was so upset, she then sat down on a curb, started rocking back and forth. Is that what you described?
Correct.
Okay. So then at some point, she is asking to talk with her husband, correct? And he is detained at this point with other officers, correct?
Correct.
And there were multiple officers who were talking to her about whether she could talk with her husband, correct?
Correct.
And you heard those conversations?
Correct.
And there was a discussion to her like, at some point, yes, we will let you talk with your husband, but just not right now, right?
Correct.
Okay. And she continued to be very upset as to what was happening and what was going on, correct?
Correct.
You did not take a statement from her, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't sit down and say, hey, I want to interview you. I want to get the facts as to what happened, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so the statement, like, she didn't describe her husband's interactions with their daughter, Fatima, that you didn't ask her, I want you to tell me what happened, what led up to this, correct?
Correct.
All right. So your interactions with her were primarily, hey, can I go see my daughter? Which you said no, correct?
Correct.
Can I see my husband? And you said no, correct?
Correct.
And then her kind of continued grief as to everything that appeared to be going on. Is that fair?
Sounds fair.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Chavez,
Yes, ma'am.
you indicated that you took those statements and you reviewed that prior to today. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And when you took those statements from Caleb Fish, statements all exactly the same.
The majority of it was the same, but each one would add a little bit of a different take on it.
Is it fair to say based on their own vantage point?
I would say so.
When you, how long, if you know, how long would you estimate your contact was with Zara during the course of your time on scene?
Would say no less than 15 minutes.
Collectively?
Collectively.
Okay. And during the course of that, did she provide you a statement? Meaning, did she come to give you a statement?
Sustained.
During the course of your time with her, did she voluntarily speak with you?
Yes.
Sustained.
During the course of the time that you interacted with her, did she attempt to give you details about the events? It's about Zara Ali.
I understand that. Members of the jury, it is 10:28, and so we are at time for our morning recess. I will tell you that we do anticipate that this is longer than a 15-minute recess, 20, maybe 30, hopefully 20, but longer than 15 minutes, and then we'll have you back in. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
All things considering, we have our TiVo time, right? It's TiVo time. So we get to go past this, right? You taking no 20-minute breaks on us. What they talking about? Oh, wait a minute. They gonna talk. Wait a minute. They arguing something. Oh, wait a minute. Let me rewind. Hold on. It looks like they're gonna let the jury out, Parker, and then they are about to argue something. So let's make sure ain't nobody getting checked. She probably mute her mic like she do.
during the trial. If you have a case that you would like to refer,
Y'all better stop letting me sit up here on mute. That's why y'all can't hear the judge. I can hear everything she said. Oh, Madness Monday. Look, I'm gonna rewind it so y'all can hear the argument that they're making. It's in regards to the statements from the mom, Zahara. So here we go. I'm gonna rewind it.
thank you, Ms. Stone.
Yeah, that's
Let me get back so y'all can hear them. Yeah, y'all.
Mr. Larry, go ahead and make your objection, please.
Your Honor, objection as to commenting on, my client has a right not to say anything, and the fact that she didn't really offer additional information is shifting the burden to her and infringing on our Fifth Amendment right, and also rights under the court rules.
Thank you, Ms. Stone.
Yeah, no, that's not accurate. Miss Ali, Zara Ali specifically approached with Penny and Ali because they wanted law enforcement to know what their position was. Those statements have already come in. They were not in custody. They're not custodial statements. Notably, the case law also is very clear that the state can identify when statements are made, that right to not speak has been waived, and what has not said is equally as important as what is said. So there is no basis for the objection in either what has occurred in terms of the testimony here, in fact, or in case law to support that.
Mr. Larry? Right. So, Ms. Stone, since we're going to have a break, my understanding of the law is consistent with what Mr. Larry just argued as it relates to Ms. Ali's right to remain silent, and the fact that she remains silent ultimately cannot be used against her during the trial. If you have a case that you would like to refer me to, you don't have to give it to me the second. You can look for that. I certainly would like to review additional authority, as you indicated that there is. And once we take our recess, you can provide that information. I know also the parties will be discussing the video as well. So we'll take a 15-minute recess and then we will reconvene. And we'll first discuss the video when we reconvene. And then if there's additional authority, I will take it at that time and take a brief recess to review that before I ultimately rule on the objection. The court will be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
All rise, court's in recess.
Okay, so now they really went on break. So the video that they're arguing is the video that we review where the mom and the daughter are very hysterical after the dad has been arrested, and look, isn't this a crime too? They're choking him. Isn't this a crime? Of course, we got. So I'm not going to keep us waiting here. We'll just fast forward through the break. Let's see if they argue about this video coming in, because she made statements, I guess, during that period of time of the video. Okay, so it looks like they're coming back and they're talking about the video, right? To see if it should come into evidence or not. Hi. AR7 Win. Hello, welcome. And welcome everybody that is joining our chat today and participating and viewing the Washington versus Ali and Ali. I appreciate all your support and coming over and watching with us. I want to thank all my mods for assisting me and helping me out. We got the best mods and the best chat all on YouTube. We'll soon be all over, right? Let's see. Are they? I know. I'll be trying. The jewels. Okay, so let's listen and see what they're going to decide in regards to this video.
The objection, I'm going to reverse that order. I had an opportunity to review the cases that were that Ms. Stone alluded to in her argument to me as it related to the objection. I was provided copies of those. I was provided copies of State versus Hager, 171 Washington 2nd, 151, 2011, I believe. State versus Clark, 143 Washington 2nd, 731, a 2001 case, and State versus Young, which is a 1978 case, 89 Washington 2nd, 613. Mr. Larry, did Ms. Stone provide you with those cases or cites to those cases?
I received copies of Young, Hager, and Clark, Your Honor.
Thank you. Do you wish to offer any further argument?
I do.
Go ahead.
So I think the difference here is, so in Clark, the court holds that when he provided conflicting accounts as to why he didn't follow Lieutenant Hegge's instructions to meet with the detective at the Dolphin House, the key was that he had offered a conflicting account in response to specific questions. And I'm just throwing out, this is on page 28 of 38
Yep.
of our copy. And so I'm looking at, looks like head note 26. With respect to Hager, I'm looking on page 7 of 10, just above head note 3. Again, defendant spoke to the police on 2 occasions prior to his arrest, gave conflicting accounts as to why he failed to meet with officers at the crime scene as he had promised. And then Young, it was this question as to whether or not he had specific knowledge of the crime, and his questions around specific knowledge. Here, the state, I think, is trying to elicit the fact that she did not provide questions or statements or inquire about her daughter. Factually, we know there's an incident. My client runs to the school. I anticipate that the testimony tomorrow from a witness is going to say that my client ran into the school, was told to leave, and was then said, "You cannot see your daughter." The officers who were in the parking lot talking to my client specifically, this witness never went to the school, never saw Fatima, told my client that she could not return to the school, and never asked her questions. And that's the key thing, is she didn't ask her questions. Tell me what happened. Tell me about your daughter. What did you see about your daughter? Do you anything you want to share with me about your daughter? And so I think that is where it would get into Hager and Clark. If there were questions, I mean, this is essentially saying you didn't provide a statement when you weren't asked. And so it's not relevant. I don't think it's fair. I mean, the witness said, I didn't interview her. There was a request to see the daughter, which she was shut down by the detective, by the officer. So there's not a conflicting, like, we asked you what happened, and now you're saying, I saw, a gun. Well, how come you never told us you saw a gun? That's a relevant question where there's a serious breach of, you're now offering some really different testimony, and that's just not here.
All right, thank you. Ms. Stone?
Thank you, Your Honor. Plainly, that's not the requirement of the case law. Clark says that there could be a number of different circumstances, but specifically that when you are talking about when a defendant does not remain silent, and I'm looking at head note 25, which is at page 765 of the opinion. When a defendant does not remain silent and instead talks to police, the state may comment on what he does not say. Then it cites to Young, it cites to Osborne, which is vacated on other grounds. Hager is also addressed as well. I let law enforcement, I let defense counsel know of an unpublished case as of recently as 2021, State versus Johnson, which restates the same thing. There is no infringement on a defendant's right to remain silent when they make statements to law enforcement, when they provide a version of events to law enforcement, and they actively do not provide other events to law enforcement. They don't make other statements to law enforcement, especially when one might expect them to make those statements. The rule does not require that questions are asked. The rule does not require that there are, and the case law does not require that there are conflicting statements. Plainly, that is not part of the analysis. It is simply once they have waived their right to remain silent, that opens the door for what the parties can inquire about what was said, how it was said, and plainly what was not said. So in this case, you're right. I believe counsel is right. Officer Chavez did not specifically inquire about the status of Fatima, but what the officers did do is consistently ask everyone present, what's going on? Can you tell me what happened? Can you tell me what's going on? And the only information provided by Mrs. Ali as to those events was what Isaiah was doing to her husband. And she was adamant, and it was repeated over and over again. Not once does she mention what her husband is doing to her daughter. That is relevant, that is significant, and it specifically goes to the interest of Miss Ali during the course of these events. It is notable, too, I would say for the state, that when we are talking about, it's not unfair, it is Mrs. Ali's statements. Mrs. Ali actively engaged, voluntarily engaged. She's not arrested. She is not in custody. It is not any part of any pre-arrest silence. She is voluntarily providing that information because she wants law enforcement to act in a certain way. When counsel argues, well, she was told she couldn't go to the school. She was also told that she couldn't go see her husband, and law enforcement had to continually intervene. She consistently declined to follow their directives. So it is absolutely relevant when we are talking, one, about where Ms. Ali's interests were at the time of these events, that is inconsistent with what I anticipate the argument has been or is going to be at closing by defense counsel. It's also inconsistent with the cross-examination questions that counsel has presented during the course of this trial about Mrs. Ali saying, my daughter, as if that was her primary concern. Her interaction with law enforcement says otherwise. Additionally, we have gone through this trial having law enforcement, or excuse me, defense counsel arguing that Mrs. Ali doesn't understand English, that her ability to understand, let's say, the substance of no contact orders and trespass orders is impacted by her ability to understand English. These interactions with law enforcement specifically speak to contrary information to that knowledge, and that she's able to offer the information when she wants to offer information, and she chooses not to when she chooses not to, when that is of import to her. So the inquiries that she actually made about her daughter are relevant. The inquiries that she didn't make about her daughter, and specifically as on direct examination, the state elicited, there was no objection, presumably because defense counsel believes it's helpful to them, that did Mrs. Ali say anything about her daughter? Yes, she asked to speak with her for just 1 minute. She asked me a number of times to speak with her daughter, and for just 1 minute, and then sat down. What she never asks, and what we've elicited throughout this trial, is about the condition or welfare of her daughter. Instead, her attention is focused throughout on her husband. So that is not a comment on her right to remain silent. She has waived it, and plainly a pre-arrest silence in this case does not apply. She's not in custody. She's not arrested until days later, and she is voluntarily engaging in offering up information that she believes is important to law enforcement in their investigation in this case. So I would ask the court to deny the objection.
All right, thank you. Anything further, Mr. Larry?
I'm struggling with this. The issue in Hager and Young is there's specific questions that they provided misleading answers to, and thus they're then cross-examined. They say, well, you had an opportunity to say this to this specific question, and you refused or provided a conflicting answer. This witness didn't interview my client and didn't say, I want a detailed description of what happened. She describes, that her husband was struck, but there was no discussion. There was no interview with this officer who was just beginning on the force And so I think it's misleading to the jury to somehow say that it was incumbent upon my client to provide a narrative when not asked by Officer Chavez. And we haven't, there's body-worn video and they're not choosing to use it. That would, they're not pointing to a specific point. At this section, this is when she provided a misleading or conflicting answer or an incomplete answer. It's just that somehow she was supposed to volunteer information. I think that's a problem.
All right, thank you. There were three questions where there were objections. The first question was, and during the course of that, did she, and this were questions to Officer Chavez related to interactions with Mrs. Ali, did she provide you a statement, meaning did she come to give you a statement? Objection sustained. I continue to sustain that objection. The next question was, during the course of your time with her, did she voluntarily speak with you? Response, yes. Mr. Leary objected. I sustained the objection. I no longer sustain that objection. I overrule that objection. And that question should be re-asked of the witness, and she will be able to answer that question, whether or not Mrs. Ali voluntarily spoke with her. If and we already actually know that she did because the officer has already testified to some of their interactions and some of the statements that Mrs. Ali made voluntarily to Officer Chavez. And these cases talk about when a defendant does not remain silent and instead talks to police. It doesn't say answers questions asked by the police. It says when they talk to the police, the state may comment on what the person does not say. And that by asking those questions, it is not commenting on a right to remain silent because the person has chosen not to remain silent and instead has chosen to voluntarily speak with law enforcement. And so in that way, I am going to be overruling the objection and allowing the witness to answer questions. I do not find that that violates Mrs. Ali's constitutional right to remain silent, does not violate. Really, the argument is the state commenting on a right to remain silent because she did not remain silent. Let's address the video if there is an issue as it relates to the video at this point. First, I'll ask, was there an opportunity to review the exhibit that's been referenced this morning? Ms. Stone?
Yes, Sharon, I provided all three of those exhibits from Officer Bell's body camera to defense counsel. My understanding from Mr. Leary is that he is objecting to one of them. I'm not sure entirely of the base, but it made, the basis for that objection in terms of what evidence rule. But it may be that he wants to play it for the court first, and I suppose I would ask for clarification from Mr. Leary. That conversation happened literally just before the court. The review of the videos happened while the court was off the bench. The conversation about where Mr. Leary's objections might land happened just a bit before the court came in. So I'd ask Mr. Leary for clarification.
So actually, I'm gonna stop you there, Mr. Leary, because I want to bring Officer Chavez back and conclude. We're at 11:20 and the jury's been in recess for quite a while. Now that I know that it's going to be a lengthier issue and that it could require me to review the video that is being objected to, that's going to take longer. So I prefer to conclude this witness, then I can let the jury go for lunch and we can deal with the video issue at that time. And then I will fully hear from you at that time.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Please bring the jury back in. Please get your. Please be seated. Members of the jury, at the time that we took our recess, there had been 3 questions and there had been 3 objections. I sustained 2 objections, and then on the last question, I didn't rule. And that's when you went for your morning recess. You will not probably specifically remember, nor am I going to repeat what those questions were. I would indicate, however, that as to the second question where I sustained the objection, I've changed that ruling and I'm now overruling that objection. And as to the third objection that I had not ruled on, I am overruling that objection. Ms. Stone, you may continue.
Thank you. Officer Chavez, when we left off, I believe my question to you was, did Mrs. Ali come to voluntarily speak with you?
Yes.
And how would you describe her engagement in trying to provide you information? Meaning, eager, reluctant, something else?
She appeared eager.
Sustained.
How did she engage with you? How would you describe that engagement?
Her initial reaction to seeing me appearing on scene was to approach me and begin to plead or beseech me.
Okay. And during that interaction, who was she expressing her concern for? When you say beseech you, about what? What does that mean?
Would you like me to tell you what she told me?
You can ask questions.
I see.
That's okay.
When she initially made contact with me, she asked if I recognized her, confirmed that I knew who she was, and then stated that there had been people punching her husband.
Okay. And did she describe details about what that looked like?
She made the punching motions with her hand.
Okay. And throughout that interaction with her, who, if anyone, throughout the course of the entire interaction, who, if anyone, did she express primary concern for?
Could you restate the question?
Yeah, I'll
Sorry.
rephrase that. When you interacted with Mrs. Ali, did she express concern for her husband?
Yes.
Did that seem important to her?
Yes.
During your interaction with Mrs. Ali, did she ask about the specific health of Fatima?
No.
Did she ever discuss the actions of her husband on Fatima during that period of time?
No.
And how much of your interaction with her was focused on her husband's condition and what Isaiah had done to her husband?
I would say that was her primary focus.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Officer Chavez. So you got to the scene, you talked to the kids that were out front at the bus stop, right?
Correct.
You never went into the school?
I did not.
And you said you didn't know where Fatima had come from, right?
Correct.
Did you talk to any of the kids about when Zara arrived on scene?
How do you mean?
Sorry. You can indicate you can't answer, you don't understand, but you can't ask
I
questions.
understand.
Did
I
you-
don't understand the question.
Okay, when the kids you were talking to about what happened, did they tell you when Zara got there?
Not specifically.
Okay. All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Leary, cross-examination.
Thank you.
So, just to follow up, you had no information about Fatima, correct? In terms of her condition, correct?
Correct.
Couldn't see her, correct?
Correct.
Didn't see what was going on inside the school, correct?
Correct.
Whether she had been seen by the fire department, correct?
Not initially, correct.
What's that?
I did not initially know her condition. no.
Okay. And so, and you never told Zara that you had information about her daughter, correct?
At one point I did, yes.
Okay. As to her condition?
As to her being seen by the fire department.
Okay. Did you have information as to what the results were of that?
I did not.
And did you make efforts on the radio to inquire how she was doing?
I did not.
Okay. So, but in front of her is her husband who's been handcuffed and detained, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you told her that she couldn't go to the school to check on her daughter, correct?
Correct. I told her she could not go to the school.
Right. So couldn't go to see what the fire department was doing, correct?
Correct.
You ordered her to stay away from the school.
Correct.
And she followed your direction, right?
She did.
Okay. So then her husband has been, from the outward appearance, arrested, right?
Correct.
Right. So he's in handcuffs, correct?
Correct.
Put in the back of a squad car,
Correct.
and she is concerned for him, right? She
Yes.
appears to be concerned for him, correct?
Correct.
And describing how he had been punched repeatedly in the head, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was information that she wanted you to have to understand, you meaning collectively the police, about her husband, right?
I would think so, yes.
Okay. And I just want to be clear, you interviewed the 4 students you talked about, correct?
I interviewed 3 of them, yes.
Okay. You attempted to interview 4, you were able to interview 3 of them, correct?
Correct.
You did not conduct an interview of my client, correct?
Correct.
You didn't attempt to do an interview of her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there were other officers present who said, we will let you talk to your husband in due course, right?
Correct.
And she said, I really want to talk to my husband. I want to know what's going on, correct?
I don't remember her exact words.
Okay. But that was what she appeared. She wanted to communicate with him, correct? All right. Who had just been detained after what she described as an incident where he was punched, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you ever tell her that she could talk to her daughter?
I said at some point she would be allowed to.
Did you tell her when?
I did not.
Okay. Nothing further.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. When you told Mrs. Ali that fire medics were checking out her daughter, what was her reaction?
She didn't have any specific reaction.
And but she said she was present when she saw the punches happening, is correct?
She described her husband being punched, yes.
And at the time, her husband was in a police car. He wasn't being dragged through the street or something like that. Is that fair?
Correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry? May this witness be excused?
Subject to recall, but yes, please, Your Honor.
All right. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, I know that this seems a little bit like a habit because I told you we go until noon, but you are done right now for your morning time, and I'm going to have the bailiff lead you back, and you will be in recess until we reconvene at 1:30. Thank you very, very much for your time and attention. As always, please remember all of the instructions that I have given you, and we will see you at 1:30. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Larry, why don't you tell me, well, actually, first of all, Ms. Stone, have you had whatever it is marked for exhibits?
I have them all present, Your Honor. I can have them marked.
Okay. That way we can refer to exhibit numbers and be clear about what we're referring to.
Do you remember which one it was marked as, Tim? Which one you were? Bell one.
We'll know relatively quickly.
What's that?
I'm relatively confident.
Okay.
I rolled through all three of them. Would you like to make a record?
I was just going to get them marked, and so you can use the exhibit number that they're now marked with as you make your record. I don't know if you'd like to come forward and look at them. So
All right, so the state has 3 clips from Officer Bell's body worn video. And clip 1 is exhibit 96. Clip 2 is 97. And then 98 for clip 3.
all right.
In terms of the, are you fine with me making this record? Okay. And so the state has provided me with, we had a 52-minute section of body worn video. It's not clear on that, but we know from our discussions that exhibit 96 is 5 minutes and 54 seconds to 8 minutes and 19 seconds on the greater clip. Exhibit 97 is 12:13 to 13:34. And finally, exhibit 98 is 15 seconds long, 14:30 to 14:45. So the first clip is, if I do my math correctly, about 2 minutes and 23 seconds long. The concern that I have with that is there's an extended period of time of my client wailing, kind of yelling off into the distance to what I presume is the officers off camera, detaining Mr. Ali, basically saying, "My husband, release my husband, release my husband." My client is not, and I just pulled this up, otherwise I would have sent this around earlier, so I apologize for that. My client is not charged with obstructing, but state versus EJJ, which, and I apologize, I've not given the state a copy of this. It's a Supreme Court case from 2015, 183 Washington 2nd, 497. And in that case, either a sister, a relative, or a friend of the juvenile was yelling at the officers while they were detaining somebody. And the Supreme Court held that bystanders have a right to yell and project and express their displeasure at an appropriate distance, and that can't constitute obstructing. Not directly on point, but so my concern here is what the relevance is of her yelling and essentially exercising her First Amendment right to the officers to release her husband. Now, I do appreciate the flip side of the coin, which is the state is going to argue that she was somehow not concerned about her daughter at the time where she's yelling for them to release her husband. The distinction I would make here is that you can do both, and she can still be concerned about her daughter, but what is happening directly in front of her, the detention of her husband, the arrest of her husband after he had been punched and kicked repeatedly, she has a right to express that displeasure and her concern for her husband's well-being. I don't think that it is consciousness of guilt or consciousness of disregard for her daughter. We know in terms of timing from other witnesses that this occurred after she had already been gone to the school and turned away, which is going to be discussed as a part of the burglary allegation tomorrow. And so as she returns and sees him being lifted after he's been lifted from the ground and taken, that she is then wailing. I'm concerned at just the length of it. It feels like it's about a minute and a half, but we'll be able to actually time it when we play it. So that is my concern. One, is relevant. Two, it's unduly prejudicial. And I think it comments on her First Amendment privilege right to express her displeasure with the officer's decision to detain her husband. I just don't think that it is sufficiently relevant to somehow suggest that she is not also concerned about her daughter and therefore would be unduly prejudicial.
All right. Let's go ahead and publish the exhibit so that I can watch it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I approach the ground?
Yes.
This is exhibit 96. Sorry, Your Honor, just needed 1 second.
Just wait right there for right now. I know, and I'm asking you what you're gonna go to jail. You are gonna go to jail. Let go of my hand. Let go of my hand. Right here. That's fine, but right now he's being detained for criminal investigation. And as of right now, until we get to the bottom of this, okay? That's for us to determine. That's for us to stop.
Ms. Stone, response to Mr. Larry's argument.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's a couple of things that this addresses in terms of relevance. First of all, she's not being charged with obstruction, so while I appreciate the site that Mr. Leary has provided, it's not applicable to the question that is before the court. I would note too, in that case, EJJ, at least as I recall it, and in my quick recall of it, that sister is yelling at officer as well. The defendant is being detained, and then ultimately the sister is obstructed, is charged with obstruction. And the question was whether that was actual obstruction in that case, and whether essentially there was a sufficiency of the evidence argument as to that behavior. That is not what is presented here. When we talk about this case, first of all, at the time, Ms. Ali was not arrested for that behavior. The officer informed her she potentially could be, but she certainly was not. Officers were trying to engage with her, and you saw Officer Dawes, who was the officer observed on body cam, stepping in front of the women. This is Zara Ali, Amin Ali, saying, "Can you tell me what happened?" and trying to engage with them, and just the constant yelling, "This is my husband, leave him alone, leave him alone." Notably, in terms of relevance, that demeanor and the expression of that demeanor and the expression of how Mrs. Ali prioritized the people in her family on this day specifically is very different for Fatima than it was for her husband. We are going to, I anticipate, see the videos tomorrow from the burglary, for the burglary charge from the Timberline High School. This behavior scene, as it relates to Mr. Ali, is grossly different from the state's perspective than the behavior presented when she goes to get a hold of her child. There is a concern, there is almost a panic here when we observe State's Exhibit 96. That does not appear to be present when she is trying to make contact with her child. So the relevance specifically to demeanor and how she presents here is fair for the state to inquire about. Additionally, throughout the course of the trial thus far, Mr. Leary, and understandably so, but his questions have been focused with witnesses upon how what Mrs. Ali has said to demonstrate caring for her daughter and who she was worried about during those events. So he has presented that as part of the defense. This is, from the state's perspective, in contrast with that, not just the demeanor, but the forcefulness in which that is expressed. Additionally, there has been consistent argument there's been consistent questioning, and I anticipate argument at the end of this as to how much English Mrs. Ali understands, how she engages with people in English, and whether she can be held essentially accountable for understanding the orders that she has been given. This is a very good demonstration from the state's perspective as to how she engages with English, when she engages, and when she does it for the purposes that suit her. Additionally, during the course of that, certainly she does not come back from being turned away at the office and start demanding that law enforcement tell her about the condition of her daughter. She is only demanding for her husband to be let go. So there's a lot of contrasting things that are happening during the course of this video, and I think it gives the jury a much more fair view of when officers are describing she's upset, she's screaming, she's demonstrating how she's engaging with English. This is a fair representation of that, and it directly speaks in contrast or in rebuttal to the questions that have been elicited by defense counsel. Is not unfairly prejudicial, more than it is probative of what she understands of English and how she is prioritizing the individuals at the scene in rebuttal to what I anticipate defense counsel is going to argue at closing and continue to ask witnesses on cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larry.
I think to some extent we're talking about apples and oranges. One, she knows that her daughter is under the care of the firefighters in and the school has directly told her, you cannot be here. And I anticipate a witness tomorrow going to reference, and I referenced the trespass order, that she couldn't legally be there. So her daughter wasn't being arrested. Her daughter was under the care of medical. She had been turned away at the school. She asked Officer Chavez, at some point, can I go see my daughter? Versus her husband being detained after being assaulted, placed into handcuffs, and then taken to a patrol car by law enforcement. And the panic that generates, the two don't equate to each other in terms of, she knows her daughter's being cared for. She knows her daughter stood up, ran away, was conscious, and the testimony of the condition that Dr. Kim talked about this morning, there's nothing that would outwardly, she wasn't shot, she wasn't bleeding, she was conscious breathing, running away. So, and then in terms of this as evidence of her English, we have the body worn video from Officer Hang, who talked about, we saw what the interaction was, the question with respect to the no contact order. Her own daughter said that she doesn't read English. So to hear her wailing, saying, my husband, release my husband, release my husband, I don't see how that somehow furthers or calls into question as to whether or not she understands more English than was represented in Officer Hang or in other portions of the videos that I'm not objecting to.
Mr. O'Leary, what is prejudicial about this video to your client?
I think it's just, I'm not sure what it's relevant to. And then, her basically, it's prejudicial because the officer says you're going to jail at the outset, right? And so in terms of when she is approaching and says, I want to see my husband, and he tells her, his response is, you're going to jail. And then her continued, wailing and just basically saying, release my husband, release my husband. I think it's unfairly prejudicial in terms of that, that somehow she wasn't taking this seriously, or that, that she felt, I just don't see what it's relevant of. And then just the wailing over and over and over again, she's incredibly emotional and upset. And I just don't see, my concern is that the state's going to say, that she is somehow behaving inappropriately by being upset that her husband has been detained. I think there's also maybe some cultural overtones that she's kind of swaying back and forth. I can't hear what she's saying. It sounds like she's saying something in Arabic. And so I just think I have concerns about the jury taking untoward assumptions about how she's supposed to react and how somehow she's acting outside the norm as she appears here, in a hijab, as her law enforcement has arrested her husband after he was assaulted. I don't think it's relevant, and I'm worried that it's somehow going to be construed that my client is not acting in a way that she's supposed to, and I'm not sure how anyone is supposed to.
You cited to the EJJ case and indicated that that was a case regarding a juvenile who was, I think, being arrested or with law enforcement, and then another person who was present was yelling at law enforcement, and then it sounds like, after I heard from Ms. Stone as well, that person was arrested for obstruction, and then this was the appeal associated with that obstruction charge, and that the Supreme Court said that that person had the right to freedom of speech as long as it really wasn't interfering with what law enforcement was doing with the other individual.
So EJJ is the bystander who is
Right.
yelling, who is then arrested for obstructing. And my concern is that the jury is going to somehow think that she is interfering, or somehow, even though she's not charged with obstructing, but somehow that she is doing something improper, when EJJ says what she was doing isn't a crime, and you can express your displeasure to law enforcement, and that is entirely permissible under the First Amendment.
All right, thank you. And I would just indicate that is what I understood from what you had previously argued and what Ms. Stone argued as well. All right, so as to Exhibit 96 and the objection as to relevance and unduly probative value. Just a moment here. And argument that if it is relevant, that the evidence, its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. And I think there was also an argument that this somehow potentially was a comment on Mrs. Ali's First Amendment rights at the same. First of all, as it relates to somehow impacting her First Amendment rights, that would not be a basis for this to be admissible if it were relevant and not unduly prejudicial. And so I don't find that that's an argument that I would adopt as it relates to excluding Exhibit 96. The first issue as it relates to my inquiry is whether or not this is relevant. And Mr. Leary has argued that it is not relevant. And the state has argued that this is being offered. And the relevance from the state's perspective is that it is evidence as it relates to Mrs. Ali's ability to communicate in English and understand English, and also her demeanor as it relates to her demeanor with concern related to Mr. Ali versus demeanor related to Fatima, which the state has argued is a form of rebuttal to evidence elicited that Mrs. Ali was very, very concerned about Fatima, had called out my daughter, and the like. Clearly there, and relevance is not a high standard, as the parties know. I like to actually read from the rules instead of just trying to paraphrase them. And evidence rule 401 indicates that relevant evidence means evidence having any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. And I do find that based upon the state's argument as to why this is relevant, that it is relevant under that standard. And so then the court must balance, if relevant, whether or not the evidence should still be excluded, if the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. I asked Mr. Leary about the issue of the unfair prejudice. And before I talk about that, Mr. Kading, I did not ask if you had any argument as it relates to the issues that are being raised.
No, Your Honor. I would note that my client was in the middle of the video being walked through. I didn't see any handcuffs, but certainly he was being detained at the time. I don't know how much we can edit, but I don't think that that's an appropriate scene to have in the middle of the video.
Thank you. Mr. Leary indicated in part that it was unfairly prejudicial. Mrs. Ali was very emotional and upset. He indicated that there is a concern that potentially this could be perceived as something cultural in the way that she was responding to Mr. Ali being arrested and detained, and that there could be untoward assumptions that somehow this was outside the norms. I would just indicate that from the court's perspective, I didn't see anything cultural that was, as far as I'm aware, that was happening. Mrs. Ali was extremely upset. Mr. Ali was being arrested. She had viewed him being significantly assaulted, and she was very, very upset. And she was yelling about that. The court has seen many individuals through the different body cams now that it's available, who have very extreme reactions to what they are experiencing. And so I would just indicate that I don't think it's outside the norm of how a person can react when their spouse is being arrested and they either don't understand why they're being arrested or don't agree with it. And so I don't find that this is, that the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. I'm not saying that there's not the potential of some prejudice, but it is not any unfair prejudice. It does not substantially outweigh the I find that the probative value of the evidence is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. So I deny the objection. However, there's one thing that I do find is prejudicial, and I don't know how, and overly prejudicial as to any probative value, and that is the statement of the law enforcement officer telling Mrs. Ali that she could be arrested for, I think he said obstruction. He said something that she could be arrested.
You're going to jail.
Whatever that language is, needs to be, I know that there's an ability to redact that. That needs to be redacted. I know that there's already been testimony from Officer Chavez that Mr. Ali was placed in handcuffs and placed in the back of the patrol car. I believe that came out on cross-examination, but it could have been on direct examination. So I want to hear from Ms. Stone as it relates to Mr. Keating's concern that he raised as to Exhibit 96, when we see that at the start of the video, Mr. Ali, actually don't know that we can see him, but he's clearly on the ground because I see the witness, Mr. Wagner, is kind of in the very corner and he's still on the ground. And then we see ultimately Mr. Ali up and walks through the video briefly. So I'm going to hear from Ms. Stone on that issue.
Your Honor, before we go on, I'm going to go ahead and unobject.
Okay, withdraw your objection.
Yeah, I'm going to withdraw my objection, Your Honor. I actually, after upon further review, I do not have an objection to that.
Okay,
Thank you.
then I won't address that issue. So the only thing I'm ordering as it relates to Exhibit 96 is removing that portion of the video or redacting that as it relates to the officer telling Mrs. Ali that she's going to jail or that she could be arrested, whatever that wording is. And then, so then 96 ultimately will not be admitted because we will need a new exhibit that has the redacted information. So it will have a different number, which we will identify when we come back at 1:30. And I want the parties to actually watch the new exhibit once it's been redacted to ensure that there are no issues to the redacting. And I say that only because in a different trial that I had, not with any of these lawyers in the courtroom, something was supposed to be redacted and they thought it was redacted and it wasn't. So I just want to make sure.
Is the court coming back on at 1:30? Is that the intent? I just want to make sure that the parties are in the room timely to be able to do that.
Yes, it's a little bit afternoon. It's 12:02. So we'll recess for lunch. We will resume at 1:30. And what I would like to do is if Dr. Gilbert is here, we'll take Dr. Gilbert's testimony. Is that what you anticipate?
I need to ask Officer Bell, Your Honor, I apologize. I thought Officer Bell would be done this morning, and so I need to deconflict Officer Bell with Dr. Gilbert. We had anticipated taking Dr. Gilbert right at 1:30. If I can get Officer Bell done shorter and or scheduling allows, I may ask to start with him, but I need to go have that conversation.
All right, so if it's Dr. Gilbert, I just want to bring her in and then we'll deal with the video, the new exhibit after Dr. Gilbert is done. But if Officer Bell will be called first, then obviously we'll verify the new exhibit with the redaction.
Okay, thank you, Your
And
Honor.
I don't have to watch it. I just need to know that you watched it to ensure it's correct. All right. All right. Court will be in recess until 1:30. Thank you.
All rise. Court's in recess.
So of course we got our T-bill time, and I'll fast forward us past this so we can get back after lunch, right? So they're arguing in regards to this video, you know, with the mom. You know, at the end of that video, the officer that was on the stand, she kind of told them, the mom and the daughter, look, like y'all need to leave or y'all gonna be arrested too. So they're not gonna let that come in, right? So we won't get that. Yeah, we got another doctor. So, and just so everybody knows, like in the chat, it looked like we didn't calm down a little bit. Thanks. Shout out to the mods, right? But I want y'all to know, like, when we're watching these trials, and I know everybody has different backgrounds, different things that they believe in, you know, all of that stuff. We gonna do that on our own time. Right now, we just focusing on the trial and actions, just kind of like the jury is doing, right? The jury doesn't know anything about their background, their culture, or anything that they're doing, right? All they know is that they see this grown man, which is her dad, strangling her, right? So that's what we're going to be concentrating on. We're not concentrating on what they do, how they do things, and why they do things. You know, we're just looking at the facts in regards to wrong is wrong, right? Regardless of what it is. So everything in regards to us going back and forth in the chat in regards to what certain religions do and what certain cultures do is really like null and void. At the end of the day, like, we are just focusing on what we're looking at, what the jurors are looking at. So I just don't want you guys in the chat room, you know, us all going off and back and forth with each other, trying to prove our points in regards to our background and what our religion stands for and things of that nature. Because the whole thing about it is it was a young girl on the ground. And I don't care what background she's from or what religion, what culture, it's all null and void. Yeah, so I just want to thank the mods for getting all of that done. If you were timed out, you have to wait your time to get back. And hopefully you can come back, you know, and not be, we don't need to go back and forth with that. If you want, you can go in, I mean, I don't know, I don't know, go where they want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about why, you know, he was trying to hurt her, because regardless of whatever his background is, he was still trying to unalive her, right? So that's the main focus here. What everybody doing, I'm sorry, me personally, because everybody got different stuff, right? We not pulling out books and doing all this extra stuff and research, and it's plenty of those channels out here. This not the channel for that or politics. Yeah, just be nice. Like, just be nice. Yes. Let's focus on the task at hand. Shoot. So we got our TiVo time. Now, if everybody can agree that we're gonna be on our best behavior, right? I'm gonna put us past this and put us back in the courtroom so we can finish and seeing exactly what is going on here with them. Okay, I'm about to put us back in the courtroom. You always good. I know you always good, OnlyFans. Always good. I know. I know. Only when you misbehaving. Right? Right? Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. I know. What you say? Come to Gina moment. No, don't get. We not doing that. Yeah, yeah. Like it's so many other channels out here that argue about those things all day. I know because I've seen them. So yeah, let's go to those channels. Y'all can go to those ones. We want to concentrate on is the mama and daddy guilty of trying to unalive their daughter. Jenny got people spitting out their coffee. Right. Right. Yeah. It's not about all that other stuff. I agree with Demi Don too. Right. Like if it was just me, not, I bet I use me as an example, but if it was just two normal people, like it don't matter. Like all that other stuff go out the window far as I'm concerned. But and that's why they didn't bring it into the jury, like because that's null and void. Right? That does not matter. Right. You're not changing anyone's mind in the YouTube. Yeah, like, and we ain't got time to research that. And like I said, there are channels that go very deep in that. And I'm pretty sure if you want, you can definitely find it. You can go in there and art and debate with them, and they'll debate you because they want to debate people. Yeah, so let's go ahead and go back into the courtroom. We are gonna behave. And we're gonna kind of go from there.
About
Okay.
Thank you. And then we'll go to Dr. Gilbert. We were able to work that out with schedules. I believe Mr. Larry has a computer raised with the court first.
Easy thing. I did have an opportunity to review the redaction. It's going to be just a sound redaction. They did a wonderful job, and it's clear that the sound is missing, but it almost appears like a glitch, and I'm fine with how that appears. The larger issue, Your Honor, is as I came into the courthouse this afternoon after lunch, there was one security officer there. I was making small talk with him about the weekend and weather, and as I was getting stuff out of the bowl, I could look back into where they congregate, the security. And on the computer screen was, attempted honor killing trial with a picture of Mr. Ali and Ms. Ali. I raised my concern to him and he said, "Oh, it says attempted." And I said, "That's not my concern." While I was upstairs.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to have you back up for just a moment and explain to me again where you saw this
So I
in
walk through
security.
security, take off my belt, everything, and the tray goes through the rollers. As I'm bending down at the rollers, I'm looking to my left, and there's the workstation where the marshals, whatever the term they use, but essentially marshals running the security, they have their desk, they have the monitors that monitor the courtrooms, and then on the large computer screen, it appeared that they were tuned into Court TV or YouTube, and it was a still shot on the screen from Court TV that said, basically the description of this trial, which is, State versus Ali, attempted honor killing trial in very large print with a still photo from of the two defendants, presumably from like public disclosure, like, screen captures from their pictures on scene. I expressed my concern, and he did not appear to share the concern that I had, and said, that it was attempted. And I said, well, the term honor killing is not part of the trial and has specifically been excluded. He kind of pushed back on me. I did speak with a wonderful, helpful bailiff whose name I don't have, asking her to follow up with him. It was down by the time she had come. She is reported. When I was speaking to Heather and Olivia, and we're all sharing the concern about what this has, her staff, Michelle Wall, indicated that she had seen it once before. My concern, I think, in terms of talking with the bailiffs, is not when they proceed from the law library to court, because I think there's kind of a front and back and they're kind of watching. It's when they individually came in at varying times, getting stuff out of the bowl. We know now of at least 2 occasions where that description is on the screen, and my concern is just what the jurors may have been exposed to. I spoke with Heather primarily. Olivia was there as well. It probably makes sense to do an individual inquiry of jurors. Not that I really want to, and I don't necessarily know what the language would be, but I do have concerns that, 1 floor down, there's a big screen that talks about stuff that's been excluded from this trial.
All right. So first of all, I'm going to take a brief recess to address this issue, to ensure that after we do the questioning of the jurors individually, that nothing like this could or would happen again. I don't go in through the front in that area. I certainly do not condone this. And it's upsetting for me to hear that this is something that could impede a fair trial in this case, which of course is what we are all working towards. And so I'd like to take a brief recess to address that issue, and then I will come out. I would appreciate it if, while I'm on this recess, if you would like to confer about some particular questions you might want me to ask. I will be thinking about that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise, court's in recess.
Yeah, Alvia. Now, yeah, everybody's entitled to whatever they want to believe in. Guys, we may not like it. So no, I don't think that's anything for us to do. And I just literally got finished just making a statement that we're going to leave these things out of there, right? Like, that's not right. Remy, you don't have to be as hateful. No, we're going to take the bigger step, right? Okay, because I don't want to have to block you guys or ban you from the channel. I'm just being as honest as I can be in regards to this. You are entitled to whatever you appear. She is entitled to whatever she feels. You don't have to like it. There's a lot of things that people don't like, right? And I keep asking everybody, I keep asking you, and you brought it right back up, right? So nobody has to repent for anything that they don't want to repent for. And that's just my personal thing. So just so you know, you don't have to tell anybody what they should be doing. We all grown, we all adults in here. So please don't do that here. I want this to be a nice, fun, and comfortable place for people. And I want people to be able to enjoy themselves in the chat and watch the trial. Yeah, I mean, I will, yeah. Yes. Let's just look at the dynamics, and hopefully we can get through. Right? Like, hopefully. I'm muted. Oh, I was about to say. I'm muted. You say you Piggy said she's still trying to figure out what happened in court. Ain't nothing happened in court. Well, let me let you know what's about to happen. The judge right now just took another break because the defense attorney stated that when they went on break, he seen on somebody's screen attempted honor killing with the defendants both photos on there, and he has an issue and the judge is reviewing it because that could be a issue for not a fair trial. So let's see if we have some more TiVo time and see if we can get past it. Okay, it looks like the judge did come back. Let's see. I'm gonna take us back in the courtroom. Let's see what the judge decided in regards to this information that the defense brought to her. Okay.
Want to be more direct in what they've been exposed to or not. There's arguments on both sides. I just wanted to raise that question with the court.
I mean, I could ask them whether or not they have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse?
Well, at this point, I don't think we should limit it. I think we should just say.
Well, there's no information to suggest that they have been exposed to information from any other place, and we've been specifically talking about a potential exposure here at the courthouse. So I think it makes sense to actually talk about whether or not they've seen anything here at the courthouse. Outside this courtroom, because obviously there's media coverage within the courtroom.
Right, that was my only, I guess, clarification. Is certainly I don't want them to confuse the question with the media that is present within the courtroom itself.
Okay. So I'm suggesting using what has been presented to me. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories. All right, so I would like the bailiff to inform the jury that we are going to bring them in individually to ask them some questions so that they know that that is what's going to be happening. And then, of course, once I'm done with questioning, I will advise the juror who's in here not to discuss it. All right, thank you.
Stand for them individually or do this like we did with individual questions while we stay seated?
I think we'll stay seated.
Okay, thank you.
Number one. Juror number 1, we are bringing in each juror to ask everyone the same question, okay?
Okay.
Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or the courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
No.
All right. Thank you. I'll have the bailiff take you back to the jury room. Thank you.
Were you going to click on this or not?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you. I apologize. Please don't discuss with anyone else the question that I asked you.
Oh, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Candy, sit right there, remember sentences.
Juror number 2, we are bringing in each juror to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or the courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within the courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
Maybe.
All right, can you tell me what you mean by maybe?
We've been watching the national news because I feel like that's fair game. And I was watching the dishes and it switched over to, I wasn't really paying attention, switched over to local news. All I heard was the most basic description of the trial, and then I switched it. So maybe 3 seconds. But I did hear it on the local.
Your Honor, the interpreters cannot hear the juror.
Sorry.
Okay. I'm just going to read back what you said. We've been watching the national news because I feel like that's fair game. And I was washing the dishes and it switched over to I wasn't really paying attention. All I heard was the most basic description of the trial, and then I switched it. So maybe 3 seconds, but I did hear it on the news. Is that correct? Just have to verbally respond.
Yes, sorry. I should know that by now.
As you sit here knowing that you heard 3 seconds of some sort of report, and that was at your home? Okay. Are you able to separate out whatever it is that you might have heard as it relates to ultimately deciding this case based only on the facts presented during the trial and evidence presented during the trial, and then my instruction on the law?
Absolutely.
All right. Ms. Stone, do you have any questions?
Has this impacted your ability to be fair and impartial in this case in any way?
No.
Thank you. No, you are. Nothing further.
Mr. Kading?
No, no.
Mr. Larry? All right. I'll have you go back to the jury room. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Gosh, I apologize. I do have it written down. Jury number 2, you are not to discuss what we've been talking about here in this courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. You understand?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Your Honor, wait, I do have a question, I guess.
Okay.
How did you know it was about this case?
It was, I really wasn't paying attention, but it was something like the jury in the trial in Thurston County of the couple that's pretty much all I heard. And then I switched the channel. I was headed toward the clicker when it came up because I knew we were on the local news as opposed to national news.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So y'all think he gonna stay? I don't know. And we got 10 more of these to go through, right? 10 or 11 more. We already got rid of one juror. They walked out of there. They was like, they sick. They ain't got time for this mess, right? I mean, nope, mistrial. Embalming said they want a mistrial. If you're new here, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Let me see. I just wanted to see something shady with his question. Yeah, I guess my question would be is that if when they asked him in the morning if they heard anything or been exposed to anything, wouldn't it been shouldn't he been candid and said something in or no? Or that's not the time. It's just when you individually, because he came right out with it. Like, yeah, I was watching national news because I thought we were on local news. So yeah. I think what they're doing is they're not I don't think they just doing a broad thing because they don't want to make it specific to the courthouse. So it's just anywhere, right? Yeah, they were down one already. Okay, well let's see. Next one up. Next.
Ms. Stone, anything as it relates to number 2?
No, Your Honor. He indicated he'd be fair and impartial. It has not impacted, and based on what he relayed, it doesn't appear to be anything different than the facts that he has heard in this case.
Mr. Katie?
No, Your Honor.
Just a moment. Not yet. Not yet. No, nothing.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay. Juror number 3, we are bringing in each juror individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or the courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within the courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and or news stories. I am ordering you not to discuss that question or anything else that we've been talking about since we brought you in with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Okay? Thank you. Juror number 4, we are bringing in each juror individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and or news stories.
The only exposure I've had is like a clip came on the TV, and as soon as I saw that it was one of our witnesses, I turned it off. So I did not.
All right, and was that at your home?
Yeah.
All right, and when was that?
Oh gosh, it was last week, like right Tuesday. That's when I realized that, oh crap, like I shouldn't be watching this. All this is going on.
All right, and about how long do you think it was on for?
Oh, like 2 seconds.
And how did you know that it was related to this trial?
I recognized one of the witnesses.
And who was it?
Okay, I might have been wrong about Tuesday, but it was Fatima.
Okay.
So the day after she.
And did you hear any commentary or anything that, any clip with her where she was speaking?
No.
All right. Do you believe that despite having seen this, you described about 2 seconds of news coverage related to this case, that you can put out of your mind whatever it is that you saw and still decide this case based only on the evidence presented during the trial and the instruction on the law?
Yes.
And do you believe that you can still be fair and impartial to all sides?
Yes.
Ms. Stone, any questions?
Nothing additional, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Kading? Mr. Larry?
Just one brief thing. So any graphics with the clip or anything else other than just that you saw with potentially Fatima?
I did not see any other graphics.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
I instruct you that you are not to discuss what we have been talking about here with anyone else, including any of your fellow jurors, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Can you shut the door, please? Ms. Stone, any issues with number 4?
No, based on the records you made, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can bring in 5. Juror number 5, we are bringing in each juror individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories. I am instructing you that you are not to discuss that question or anything else associated with you coming here in the courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Thank you. Bring in number 6. Juror number 6, we are bringing in each juror individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or the courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within the courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories. No? Okay. I am instructing you not to discuss this question or anything that's happened here since you've come into the courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Do you understand? Thank you. Okay. Juror number 7, we are bringing the jurors in individually to ask them all the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories. I am instructing you not to discuss that question or anything that's happening here in the courtroom while I'm asking you these questions with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Go ahead and have a seat. Juror number 8, we're bringing in each juror individually to ask them all the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom. Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
I have not seen anything.
All right. I'm instructing you not to discuss the question I just asked you or anything about coming here into the courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Do you understand? Thank you. Juror number 9, we are bringing in each juror individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
No.
Juror number 9, I am instructing you not to discuss the question that I asked you or anything about coming into the courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. And do you understand?
I do.
Thank you. Juror number 10, we are bringing each juror in individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
No.
I'm instructing you not to discuss the question I just asked you or anything about coming into the courtroom now with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. And do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Juror number 11, we are having each juror come in individually so that we can ask each of you the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within the courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
No, Your Honor.
All right. I am instructing you not to discuss the question that I've asked or anything about coming into the courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror number 12, we are bringing each juror in individually to ask the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
There was one day coming in last week where the security guard had an image up behind his desk of one of the witnesses sitting in the stands. But I got one quick look and looked away. Didn't see a headline or anything like that.
Did you recognize the image of the witness?
Yes.
Who was it?
It was Isaiah's picture.
Do you recall what day that was? About how long do you think that you saw that image?
Enough to register his face, so a second or two.
Was there anything else on the screen that you saw besides the image of Isaiah's father?
Not that I saw, it was enough to recognize where it was, and that there might have been people next to him, but not enough to see anything.
So it was not while he was testifying, it was a gallery shot?
Correct.
Was it a still photo or was it something that appeared to you to be moving?
It was still.
And so then other than seeing Isaiah, recognizing Isaiah's dad in a still shot with potentially having some people around him, was there anything else that you recall from the image?
No.
Was there any audio that was going on? Was there anyone else that you recognized in the shot besides Isaiah's dad? Ultimately, the job of a juror is to decide the case only on the evidence presented during the trial here in the courtroom, but during the trial and the court's instruction on the law. Do you believe that you can put out of your mind that image that you saw of Isaiah's dad sitting in the gallery, potentially with some other people, and decide the case based only on the evidence presented during the trial? And do you believe that you can still be fair and impartial to all sides? Ms. Stone, do you have any questions?
I don't have any additional. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Juror number 12, I'm instructing you not to discuss the question I asked or your responses or anything associated with coming into the courtroom now with anyone, including your fellow jurors. Do you understand? Thank you. We're going to have the door closed for a moment. Ms. Stone, anything as it relates to juror number 12?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
Just makes me appreciative that we're doing this, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and bring, well, before we bring in the next person, for the clerk, although this person is now our number 1 alternate, they are still alternate number 2. Okay, bring in alternate number 2, please. Alternate juror number 2, we are bringing in all of the jurors to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within the courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
I went on Facebook like several days after and I saw Como's news, but I just looked at it and had close. Basically, I didn't go on read it. I just saw it.
I need you to speak up just a little bit.
I saw the news, but I didn't read it. I looked at the picture, I recognized, and I turned it off.
Who was in the picture?
The 2 defendants.
And were there any captions?
I only looked at pictures. I recognized the picture and then I knew this is, I don't know why I went on Facebook. So.
Did you go on to Facebook to look for information related to this case?
No, it's like a daily thing I do, read my stuff, but not looking for about the case.
How was it that this information from Como News came up on
I
Facebook?
follow most of the news station around here, Cairo, Como, Fox, CNN. I just scroll through the news just to watch the news. And I happened to scroll and saw the picture and I immediately just turned it on. So there's no information I got from there. Basically just the pictures.
Did you click on Well, can you as you scroll through, if there's something you want to look at, can you click into it and see more detail?
It's the new article. Any of those, it's a link, basically.
Okay. Did you click on the link?
No.
After you saw the Como News information on Facebook, where you saw the pictures of Mr. and Mrs. Ali, have you gone back to Facebook since that time?
I don't go to that station. I went back on Facebook, but I don't see anything else.
But doesn't the news feed come up on your Facebook page every day?
Sure, but that's the only one that I saw.
Ultimately, the job of the jury will be to decide this case based only on evidence presented during the trial. Do you believe that you can exclude from your mind or consideration the photograph that you saw of Mr. and Mrs. Ali from any consideration in this case? And do you believe that you can still be fair and impartial? And if I instruct you so, will you abide by not going back on Facebook between now and the ultimate conclusion and discharge of the jury?
Yes, I will.
All right. Ms. Stone, do you have any questions?
Nothing additional, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Kading?
No, Your
Mr. Leary?
Honor. No, Your Honor. Thank you.
So right now I will instruct you that you are not to discuss the question that I asked you or anything that's happened in the courtroom since you've come in. You may not discuss that with anyone, including your fellow jurors. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And unless and until you are discharged from this case, I am ordering you not to be looking on social media at all and to ensure that you are not exposed to outside information, and you're willing to abide by that?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Stone?
Nothing additional, Your Honor, based on the court's questions and instruction.
Mr. Kading?
Nothing further.
Mr. Larry?
Nothing additional. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Alternate juror number 3, we are bringing in each juror individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within the courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories. Thank you. Go ahead. And sorry, go ahead and have a seat. I am instructing you not to discuss the question I asked or anything that's happened since you came into the courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Thank you. Anything further before we bring the jury in? Ms. Stone?
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry? All right.
No, apologies, Your Honor. I believe that there is, Ms. Stone wants to put something on the record as to agreement about the parameters of Dr. Gilbert's testimony, and it might make sense to do that now if the court's willing to do that.
How long is Officer Bell's testimony going to be?
I think it's less than an hour.
Okay, well, we'll probably take a recess, but go ahead.
Okay.
All right, I just want to let the court know that I spoke with Mr. Leary and also Mr. Kading with regards to Dr. Gilbert's testimony. The concern was that whether her testimony would in essence open the door to some of Miss Ali's previous history. And I think the parameters we've worked out and defense can correct me if I'm wrong, but in essence, the state will be asking Dr. Gilbert to testify about her training and experience and the effects on the body with strangulation in general, and then to ask her questions specifically about the injuries that is attributed to this incident that is based on the strangulation exam that was done by Ms. Rivas, and then also the photos of the injuries, and that the state is now going to ask her to give any opinion or opine in any way about what injuries Miss Ali could have in the future as it related due to this specific incident, so not to open the door.
All right, and when you're referring to Miss Ali, you're talking about Fatima Ali?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kading?
Yes, Your Honor, that sounds what we discussed.
All right, Mr. Leary?
In agreement.
All right, and Dr. Gilbert has been so advised?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Bring in the jury. Go ahead and have the officer come into the courtroom.
Thank you.
Please be seated. Members of the jury, we're now going to continue with the presentation of evidence. Ms. Stone, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Officer Bell.
Officer Bell, come forward, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Please be seated. Ms. Stone, you may inquire.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sean Bell, Bell.
Officer Bell, are you employed?
I am.
How so, sir?
I'm a police officer with the city of Lacey.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
In law enforcement, 23 years.
Is all of that with the city of Lacey?
It is.
Can you describe your training and experience with law enforcement, please?
In 2002, I was hired as a community service officer. My primary responsibilities was the transportation of offenders from the field to correctional facilities or correctional facilities back for judicial processes. Shortly after being hired in 2002, I was also hired as a reserve police officer. In 2003, I attended the Thurston County Reserve Police Officer Academy and was certified as a reserve officer. Through that time, I carried both commissions as a CSO, community service officer, and a reserve officer. So I was paid as a CSO, but I was a volunteer police officer. In the summer of 2004, I was hired as a provisional police officer and I was assigned to the patrol division, and I worked there through the beginning of 2005.
In 2005, I was hired as a commissioned police officer and would attend the Criminal Justice Training Center and obtain my basic law enforcement credentials. Returning from the academy, I went through a field training process, and after successful completion, I've been a police officer ever since.
And as a police officer, what are your current duties?
Currently, I'm assigned to the patrol division. Primary responsibilities handling calls for service via 911. Those include anything that really can come up, to include really you could think of anything and we get it. It also includes traffic enforcement as well as being a visual deterrent for criminal acts.
And so were you employed by Lacey Police Department in October of 2024?
I was.
And were you working on October 18th, 2024 at approximately 2:14 p.m.?
I was.
And were you working with anyone at that time or working by yourself?
At that time, I was a field training officer, and my student officer was Officer Chavez.
In what phase was Officer Chavez in at that time?
Phase 3.
Is that the field training officer program you previously testified about or previously referenced?
Yes.
Okay. Are you the field training officer for Officer Chavez at that time?
At that time, yes.
Did you become aware of an investigation occurring at Timberline High School located at 6120 Mullen Road Southeast in Lacey, Washington on that day at about that time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go to that location?
Yes.
Do you recall about what time you arrived at that location?
I believe we arrived at 2:20 p.m.
And what did you observe when you arrived?
Once I arrived on scene, there was a person that was detained in handcuffs that was on their stomach. Officer Hang was with that person. And then there were students would be to the right near the inner city transit sign.
And when you say person detained, was that a child, an adult, or something else?
An adult male.
And you described Officer Hang as being present. Were there any other adults present at that scene?
There was a male that was, I believe, kneeling down next to the detained person, white male with a beard is what I remember.
Okay. And was that individual an officer or a civilian?
Civilian.
And you described there also being other individuals. I don't remember if you said kids or students present, but where were they present? About how many?
They were to my right. There was a handful.
Okay. When you say to your right as you're facing the location of Officer Hang?
Correct.
Okay. Was there a landmark or feature near the location Officer Hang was present at?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Is there a bus stop in that area?
Yes, the
Okay.
inner city transit sign.
Okay. And where was Officer Hang and the civilian male and the other male that was on his stomach on the ground? Where were they in location to that bus stop?
If where I was I was in the middle of the street, Mullen. If you look to my left, that's where they were. To the right would be where the IT bus stop sign or bus sign.
Okay. And did you, during the course of your time on scene, did you have any opportunity to observe the male who was down on the ground at some point be relocated from that location? Meaning, throughout the time you were there, did the male stay on his stomach on the ground?
No, he was moved.
Okay. Where did he go to?
I believe Officer Hang took him to a patrol car.
Okay. At any point, did you have an observation or an opportunity to observe him speaking with anyone? If you recall.
Not that I recall.
Okay. And what did you do upon arrival?
Initially, I checked in with Officer Hang. Want to make sure I just needed to know what he needed from us. And that's when things started getting delegated.
Okay. And so you said Officer Chavez was with you. Is that correct?
That is.
Did you take statements from anyone at the scene or did someone else do that?
I did not. Officer Chavez did.
Okay. What did you do next?
About this time is when somebody was beginning to enter the scene.
And what do you mean by that, enter the scene?
With where we were, things were right there off of Mullen. There was a woman that was walking in from the parking lot of the Timberline High School.
And how did that woman appear to you?
She appeared to be upset.
Okay, how was she dressed in appearance?
It was either a dark colored, like a green or an olive drab. I can't think of the term off the top of my head, but the head covering.
Okay.
And then she had a black style gown or dress.
And you said she was walking in from the parking lot. The parking lot for what?
Timberline High School.
Okay. And what is in the direction behind where she was coming from?
From the direction she was coming from would be the main hub of Timberline. So that would be near the basketball, the swimming pool, the administrative office, and then kind of the front of the school would be the parking lot that we were at.
Okay. And you indicated she was upset. Did she make contact with you?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe that contact, please?
So initially, I was trying to get her to wait where she was. And ultimately, I had to stop her from entering and going past me. And then she was yelling.
Okay. Do you recall what she was yelling?
Initially, she was saying things to the effect of my husband or something to the effect of this is my husband.
Okay. And you said initially, was there something else she was yelling or that you can recall?
It eventually would change from that to, I think it was something similar to leave him alone.
Did she say that once, more than once, or something else?
It was pretty much those two things, and it was said more than once.
How would you describe her demeanor while she was making these statements?
She was upset.
And do you recall during your contact with mom if she ever said or acknowledged anything about someone named Isaiah?
Yes.
Okay. And did you recall during your contact, with that female, if she ever said or indicated anything about to you that indicated where Isaiah went to school?
She made a motion pointing to the front of the school.
Okay. At any, we'll strike that. Do you recall if she made any other statements about Isaiah specifically that you recall?
There was something about changing of mind or changing her mind or something to that effect.
And when you say changing her mind or changing of her mind, was she referring to herself or something else based on your interaction with her?
I believe she was referring to somebody else.
You said at one point you had to intervene to prohibit her from coming into the area where things were occurring. Is that correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interaction with this female, well, let me ask you a different question. I apologize. Was she an adult female or younger female or something else?
The particular one I'm speaking of is an adult female.
Is there another female that you are distinguishing her from?
Yes.
Who are you distinguishing her from?
There was a younger female as well.
Okay. And how are you, how did that other female present to you in terms of physical appearance?
Younger.
What was she wearing?
I believe she had a blue something, a blue shirt or a blue, there was something blue.
Okay. Did she have any head covering as you described the older female, if you remember?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay. And so did those two females appear to be connected to each other in any way?
Yes.
Did they appear to communicate with each other?
Yes.
Okay. And during the course of your interaction with the older female, how often, or did you ever have to repeat any of your directives or instructions to her?
I did.
And can you describe what that looks like, please? How did that go?
I had to provide more than once to not enter where now the person had been taken to,
Okay, and when you say the person, who are you referring to?
the adult male that had been detained.
Okay. How would you describe the older female's compliance with those directions?
It appeared as if she was working left to right to find a path or a way to get past. And at that point, I had a second officer with me as well. That's what I was kind of observing.
And Officer Bell, did you write a report about these events?
I did not.
How did you prepare for today then?
I reviewed my body worn camera.
Okay. Officer Bell, you described having a body worn camera. Where do you hold that body worn camera? How was that attached to you?
So at the City of Lacey, we're using external vest, at least most of us are. And those with external vests have straps that are referred to as molly. And so mine is specifically weaved through that fabric. And then the camera goes on, and there's a locking mechanism that when you put it on and rotate it. So give or take, it's right about here on my right rib. It's about where it's at.
And the witness used his hands to describe physically his verbal testimony.
Thank you. It's okay. And you described, you pointed to your right rib. How does that body camera work? Meaning, is that something that you manually turn on and off? Is it something that records 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, something else? What does that look like?
So there's a couple different ways that it works. The simplest and like the way that normally an officer would activate it is a double click of a large circular button on the front. And as soon as you double click that, that'll activate it. But for this particular event, our cameras were on. And so when we activated our lights for the code run to get to the school, the camera began running as soon as we activated our lights. And so Officer Chavez was driving. And again, once those lights were activated, there's a few other pieces of equipment that we own that also could like activate it as well electronically. But this particular event, it was activated when the lights were on.
Okay. And when your camera records those events, where are those events stored?
So the company that we use is Axon. The simplest way I can explain it is the cloud. We plug them in and then they upload through the data center or however that works, but it's going to be above me. But that's where it goes, is the company is Axon.
And if you have to download that camera footage for some reason, do you have the ability to edit it in the sense of removing people, adding people in, doing anything with that?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. If you do, would you be capable of doing that?
No.
Okay. And you indicated prior to today, you reviewed your body worn camera in preparation for testimony. Is that correct?
I did.
And based on your review of that body worn camera and your recollection, that appeared to be a true and accurate reflection of those events as they occurred.
Yes.
Prior to coming in today to this courtroom, did you have an opportunity to review a copy of that body worn camera?
Yes.
And well, how long was that incident? How long were you on scene for?
Oh, I think the recording for me was 52 minutes and something. So for my cam, I know we left right after that.
Okay, and for part of that 52 minutes, does that include sitting in your vehicle, talking to other officers, other non-investigatory events, for lack of a better word?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review portions of that body cam video specifically as it relates to your testimony today?
Yes.
Did that video appear to be true and accurate based on your review?
Yes.
Bless you.
May I approach on it?
You may.
Officer Bell, I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibits 97, 98, and 104. I'm going to ask that you review those silently to yourself for a moment and then look up at me when you're done, please, sir. Officer Bell, do you recognize what I've handed you there?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are electronic jump drives that contain things that I looked at this morning.
Okay. And when you say looked at this morning, looked at where this morning?
In prosecutor's office.
Okay. And how do you know that those are the same ones?
On the back, the green tabs, my initial SB and the date 7/21, 2025 is listed on all three.
Okay. And based on your review of those exhibits, did those appear to be true and accurate copies of the events about which you've been testifying and the body camera footage you've also testified as to reviewing on your own system prior to coming to today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit States Exhibits 97, 98, and 104.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your
Mr. Larry?
Nothing additional.
97, 98, and 104 shall be admitted.
May I retrieve those and publish, Honor?
You may.
Officer Bell, do you recall as it relates to States Exhibit 104, does that video occur during the course of your interaction prior to States Exhibits 97 and 98 or after? Do you recall?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Officer Bell, I'm going to start with States Exhibit 104, and then I have some questions for you afterwards.
I know. I'm with it. Hey, just wait right there. Just wait right there for right now. I know, and I'm asking you what you're gonna. Let go of my hand. Let go of my hand. That's fine, but right now he's being detained for criminal investigation. And as of right now, until we get to the bottom of this, okay?
Bell, when you were talking about the two women, are those the two women that you previously referenced as in blue and then the individual, the older female in the, I believe you said olive drab head covering? Are those the two women you were talking about?
Yes.
Upon reviewing that, does that happen earlier or later in your arrival at that scene?
That is going to be right about arrival.
Okay. And published in States Exhibit 97.
And Sean, I'm a police officer, Lacey Keating. Okay, well, so here's what's going on. We need to figure out what happened out here. And I know what, I know, in Fatima, right? And so she's in the office. She's saying,
Dang, I thought they was gonna show it to us. I mean, why can't we see grown adults?
so would it potentially be a crime right now? Okay, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. They keep talking without that. Change my mind, huh? He's changing my mind, huh? It's not changing. Zara, you look at it, Zara. Look at me, okay? We're gonna get to the bottom of this. So she told me that you have asthma. Is that correct? So being worked up, Zara. You being worked up. I'm trying to, but I want to help you first. Zara. As of right now, he's being detained. It doesn't mean he's going anywhere. We're in the middle of investigating this, and right now you cannot see him. But if you try to go interfere, you could get in trouble. Who does? Dad's telling you to go home. Okay, well then we'll work through that in a minute.
And previously, Officer Bell, you talked about there being an indication that the older female. I'm sorry. Did you get a name for the older female?
It was eventually it was Zara, or if I'm saying it correctly.
Okay. So when Zara was talking to you previously, you indicated that she had said something along the lines of she changed her mind. Is that the time frame that you were referencing?
It was.
I'm publishing States Exhibit 98.
This moment. This screen is not running. Can you start?
I will, Your Honor. Publishing States Exhibit 98. And so earlier you testified as well that she, Zara, had pointed towards the school and referenced Isaiah as a student at the school. Is that the portion that you were referencing there as well?
Yes.
At any point, Officer Bell, did you actually go into the school or make contact with anyone inside the school?
Yes.
And who did you make contact with?
When I checked in with the school, I'd check in with Sergeant Landwirl and then Lacey Fire.
Was that after or before that interaction? If you remember.
I think it's going to be towards the end of all of my interactions.
Okay. So somewhere towards the end of that 52 minutes that you've referenced, that's when you believe you were in.
That's what I think so.
Okay. What did you do when you checked in with them? I mean, what was the purpose of that? What was the intent?
I was checking in to make sure that we still had a safe scene.
Okay. Did you observe Fatima or anyone by the name of Fatima Ali at any point during your interaction with the school itself?
When I was inside the school, who I believe to be Fatima was down a hallway, and I didn't see them at the time. It was eventually when they brought her out on the gurney and brought her out to the ambulance.
So when you initially saw Fatima, or when you recognized seeing Fatima, it was already on the gurney as and going into the ambulance.
That's what I think. That's what
Okay.
I believe.
Did you see anyone else loaded onto a gurney and taken into an ambulance besides one individual?
I did not.
Okay.
You may.
Officer Bell, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits 85 to 95. Will you look at those silently to yourself for a moment, please, sir, and then look up at me when you're done. Officer Bell, do you recognize what I've handed you?
It appeared to be screenshots from my body worn camera.
Okay. And based on your review of your body worn camera, do those appear to be true and accurate screenshots from the body worn camera for the incident about which you've been testifying today?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit States Exhibits 85 through 95.
Mr. Kading, any objection? Mr. Larry? 85 through 95 shall be admitted.
I'm going to request permission to retrieve and publish.
You may.
So Officer Bell, I'm showing you for States Exhibit 85. I'd ask you to orient the jury, please, to what they're looking at here.
If you're looking at this particular, this is me being in the roadway of Mullen Road. I'm going to be in front of Timberline High School. More or less straight in front of me, you can see Officer Hang, the person that I described on the ground, and the other male. You can see the students on the right.
Okay, and is that the bus stop on the right-hand side of the photograph to which you've been referencing? Is the bus stop area here?
Yes.
Okay. And just so that we understand what we're looking at in terms of some of the markings on this exhibit, and I'm going to ask you when, if you're describing something in the exhibit, to indicate where geographically on the picture we are. Upper right-hand quadrant, center of the photo, bottom left. Does that make sense? I'll give you an example, okay? So up here in the upper right-hand side of the photograph, there are some markings. What do those markings indicate?
So the big yellow triangle is Axon's logo.
Okay.
If you read it from the top line, left to right, 2024-10-18. Timestamp's going to be 14/20/23. So we're using military time. So the 14 representing the 2 o'clock, 20 being the minute, and then the second counter is going to be the last number. I am unaware or unfamiliar with the -0700 is. And then the bottom with the Axon Body 3. I'm assuming that's the style of camera and potentially the serial number, but I'm uncertain about that X number on that's to the right of Body 3.
Okay. And as you're looking at this, there is a runner across the bottom. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what does that runner indicate to you across the bottom?
So normally that runner is going to indicate where we're at within my time frame of the video. So it's been recording for 4 minutes and 43 seconds is the time that I see on the left. And on the outside right is 52:36.
Okay, and is that the 52 minutes that you indicated you were recall being on scene for?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated, I believe, at the beginning when your cameras come on and start recording, it's attached to the lights on your vehicle. Is that correct?
In this particular scenario, yes.
Okay. And so will that then also include part of your drive to that location?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
So you haven't, if I understand your testimony correctly, you haven't actually been on scene for 4 minutes and 43 seconds at this point. That is just when your camera started recording in relation to the lights on your vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 86. And what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 86?
So
Who
now
are these individuals?
So I've traversed and I'm almost out of the roadway of Mullen Road. The area that we're there is the front landscaping area of Timberline High School. Then you can see the male that's detained. You can see Officer Hang looking towards me. You can see the other male that I described earlier. And then there's a concrete sidewalk back there that's going to be away from Mullen Road. So that's what that is. And then the cars that you see are going to be the Timberline parking lot.
Okay, so just to reference for the record, the group of individuals you were describing is essentially center of that photograph towards the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the sidewalk that you were referencing runs almost directly across the middle from right to left or left to right of this photograph. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then just slightly above that is pictured the Timberline High School parking lot. Is that fair? So that's just above center and heading towards the top half of that page. Is that correct?
Yes.
And are all of the same markings still indicated at the top as it relates to your body cam specifically? Meaning, are these going to be on the top right-hand corner of this photo? Are these going to be on every still shot essentially from your body camera?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 87. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 87?
So at this point, I'm starting to turn my body to the right. You can see the male that I described that's kneeled over there to my left on the left lower corner of the screen. I am now looking directionally. I'm looking east so that would be Mullen Road is the road right behind us. East, you can see the IT bus stop logoed sign there in that photo. And then we have a handful of students there.
Okay. And who is pictured? So you've identified the logo on the just center of the photograph, but to the right. Who is depicted on the very right-hand side of this photograph, if you know?
That's going to be Officer Chavez.
Okay. And the individual in blue and black in the very middle center of the photograph, just towards the bottom, is that the same female that we observed earlier?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 88. What is depicted in this photograph, sir?
So I believe I've moved just a few feet to the east. So I'm a little bit closer to the IT sign. You can see me right in front of the woman that's got the blue on, and then Officer Chavez is starting to do investigative work.
Okay. And are those the students that you were referring to earlier as observing upon your arrival?
Yes.
Okay. What time are we at in terms of elapsed time from your camera notated at the bottom with that runner?
We're at 5:35.
Okay. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 89. What are we looking at here at State's Exhibit 89?
So now I'm going to be to the left or to the slight west of the initial photo that you'd saw of the person that was down on the ground. And what I'm seeing now for the scene is there's a a light colored pickup truck. I would say lower left, and there's a person walking towards me.
Is that the same individual that we just observed on State's Exhibit 104 in that very first body camera we watched you engage with?
It is.
Okay. And when there's a tree trunk about center of this photograph. Do you agree?
Yes.
How would you describe the right-hand side of the photograph? What is depicted in that right-hand side of the photograph?
I would say more of the sidewalk that we've described. And then you also have the Timberline High School reader board, the electronic thing. That's going to be slightly to the right of the trunk, to the left of the person wearing red shorts and a dark colored top.
Okay. And going back quickly to the left-hand side with Zara depicted, what kind of vehicle? You described a light colored vehicle. What kind of vehicle is that?
That appears to be a Dodge Ram, one of the heavy duty rigs.
Okay. What time has elapsed in this photograph?
We're at 5:58.
State's Exhibit 90. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 90?
These are faculty and administration from Timberline. Specifically, I believe that's going to be Mr. Dean, the principal, that's a dead center or middle center. To my left, I believe that's another faculty member, Mr. Bush.
Okay. And when you say Mr. Dean in the green shirt with white sleeves, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What time has elapsed at this time?
We're at 9:17.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 91. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 91?
I'm now inside the office of Timberline High School. This is just inside the main door or the main entry door for the office. What we're seeing is some of our personnel from Lacey Fire. And then I don't know who the person wearing the blazer shirt is. I'm unfamiliar with them. And then I can't tell there's a firefighter on the left. I know him because they're wearing the jumper pants.
Sure.
But to the right, I don't know who that is.
Okay. And you said, do you recall if you went back and walked back towards the back side of the office area?
I did.
Okay. And when you initially indicated that you had observed or believed you had observed who you thought was Fatima, where, if you recall, in terms of this photograph, was that?
In the terms of this photograph, there's a door that is propped open that you can see behind the two people that are in the, I would say, to the left middle. There's a prop door open that leads to another area of the office, and that's where I believed I saw the gurney initially.
Okay. And what time are we at elapsed in terms of your body camera time at this point?
Elapsed right now is 46:33.
Thank you. Showing you State's Exhibit 92. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 92, sir?
It's going to be one of our Lacey firefighters, and that's looking back at the door that I'd entered. So that's the door I was describing just a moment ago. Specifically, I had handed off what I believe to be property for Fatima. So if you look at the bears, to the bottom of that, you can see some blue, I think it was like a reusable shopping bag, I think was one of them. And I think the other one was a backpack, I think. So I brought those, and that's where I put those on that lower left underneath the bears on the bookcase.
Are you familiar with the interior of Timberline High School?
A little bit of it.
Okay. And this area here, what area is depicted on the right-hand side of the photograph? Where does that lead? Where does that go to?
So Timberline has an open concept. So with looking through the area that you're seeing, that is their main cafeteria is what I think they're using it for. And then if you make a right, that'll take you back to the student classrooms. It's a 2-story building now. So they have classes, they have one and a 2-story. There's a stairwell, I think, right about there in that area, the cafeteria as well.
Okay, thank you. And State's Exhibit 93. What is that a photograph of, sir?
It's going to be the same office with no personnel.
Okay. And on the right-hand side, is there a window depicted?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that window lead to? Does it lead to the interior or the exterior of that building?
That I'm uncertain of.
Okay. And is this still the same doorway you were referring to on the right, left-hand side of the photograph that is propped open?
Yes.
What time has elapsed at this point?
Time on the lower left is 47:34.
Thank you. States Exhibit 94. What are we looking at in States Exhibit 94?
So I've now moved to the said described propped open door. As you look down, it kind of looks like a hallway, and you see some fire personnel. You can see, I'm going to describe the bookcase that's on the left. Just past that, you can see what you can make out what's going to be the foot of a gurney. Then you can see some other personnel.
And just to be clear, in terms of this photograph, you say the bookcase is on the left. It's on the left-hand side of the hallway in the photo, but actually the center of the photo in this case. Is that correct?
That'd be correct.
Is this a single door entry, or are there two doors there for this entry into that back hallway?
I am not certain.
Okay, well, what is this picture here on the right-hand side?
It looks like another push door.
Okay, so it looks like two push doors for this entrance.
It appears to be that way.
And States Exhibit 95. Do you recognize any of these individuals?
Yes.
And who is anyone that you recognize in this photograph?
Specifically, the taller officer wearing a pink badge is going to be Sergeant Landworld. To the right of him, depicted with the blue gloves, it's going to be Officer Dawes. I'm assuming a Timberline faculty member that I'm unfamiliar with. And then we've got two of the Lacey firefighters to the right-hand side. So if you're looking left to right, first officer with the pink badge, Sergeant Landworld, blue gloves, Officer Dawes, I believe to be a faculty member, and then to the right, the two firefighters.
And is then Mr. Dean, who you previously identified, located all the way on the left-hand side of that photo?
It appears that way, yes.
And in this photo on the right-hand side, is that ambulance still present?
Yeah, you can, if you look to the right, you can see my gloved hand underneath what would be my palm. You can see something red. That's going to be one of the doors.
Okay, and your palm is that blue glove all the way on the top right-hand corner, is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what time are we looking at this at on your body camera?
Elapsed
Time elapsed, yes, sir.
is 50 minutes, 3 seconds.
Okay, and the total video itself is 52:36, is that correct?
Yes.
Officer Bell, at any point during your interaction with Mrs. Ali, did she ever indicate to you or anyone else that you would have personally heard the fact that her husband had been choking her daughter?
No.
At any point during your interaction with Mrs. Ali that you would have, or with anyone else that you would have personally heard, did you hear Mrs. Ali indicate that her daughter had been unconscious at any point?
No.
Did Mrs. Ali ever ask you or anyone else that you would have personally heard specifically about the health and welfare of her daughter, Fatima?
No.
How long into your investigation on this scene did you, until you found out that there had been an injury to Fatima?
Towards the very end.
Did that come from anyone in her family?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Members of the jury, I know that you came into the courtroom well past 1:30, but we started at 1:30 this afternoon. So it is 3:05 and time for our afternoon recess. I'm going to ask the bailiff to come forward and take you back for a 15-minute recess, and then we will continue with this officer's testimony. Officer, you may step down during our break. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Y'all can't hear me. I gotta unmute, right? So they are going on break, right? There you have it. Zero concern for the victim. Yeah, I just think that I was just wondering. Thanks to 13 juror, he says take it to trial. If the defense felt what has happened so far would be some grounds for appeal, they would have said something on the record, right? To preserve the record. I guess that would be a good thing. Moki, no, we probably still not behind. You know, I like to talk. You know, I got a big mouth and I be wanting to talk. I be trying not to interrupt y'all during testimony. We may not still be behind. Let me see. Nope, we not behind. I'm assuming you want to get back in the courtroom, right? You don't want to hear me talk? Moki don't want to hear me talk, y'all. She wondering why I'm not using that TiVo time. Right? No, we are not behind at all. She right back there. Yeah, I was just wondering. I'm just kind of like thinking outside of the box, like what was, because they didn't do any kind of pushback. And I don't know. I think that the way the trial is going and the way the case is going, I think they should have been a little bit more animated. Like, nah, let me ask some more questions. Nah, we no. I mean, they had like 3 or 4 jurors just get up there talking about. You do want to hear me? They had like 3 or 4 jurors get up there just talking about how they didn't, I done saw it on the news, I done saw it here, I saw it on there. But my biggest problem with all the jurors is every morning the judge asks them, have you heard anything? Have you seen anything? The little verbiage that they do. Nobody has said anything. So I wonder what made them decide when they were getting up there one by one. Quiet as kept. I was thinking to myself, I said the judge should bring them all back in the room and ask them, who talked about the question that I asked you? Let's see how honest they really are. Because I'm pretty sure they went back in the room and was like, yeah, the judge is asking questions in regards to who's seen what and when, where, what, and why. Right, Jackie? They went right back into the jury room like the judge. I mean, you imagine being in the jury room, everybody getting called out one by one. When that person come back, y'all don't think that out all the, I mean, really, we got the people that they took. Sherry's Life said, probably because they were being asked under oath, laugh out loud. I thought they were doing this like every morning, like she would ask. Okay, there is the bailiff in the room with them. Okay, awesome to know, Gina. Like, I've never been on jury duty, so I don't know how I look back there or what's the, setup. So, okay, so that's good to know. So maybe they didn't. Film Freak said because they were in the hot seat individually, like they're saving their own butt, right? But it's amazing to me how much different people and like somebody had stated earlier in the chat, this happens more often than not, right? We just don't get to see it. And I'm really surprised that she even allowed us to see it because she typically be muting the mic, right? And we just be sitting there. I have a lyrical voice. I think it's hoarse today, actually. I think so. I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing. You tell me. I cannot sing, And we're moving on up. I got to get on beat. To the east side. We finally got a piece of the pie. I was like, I don't know what I did, but it sounds worse to me. I probably need some tea. Sitting up here drinking all this coffee. Right? What about the actual Didn't you understand about my daily admission jury? Right, Bunker. That's what I'm like. Well, why? When she come in every morning and ask them, nobody said, pass a note to the bailiff where I, seen this, I seen that. Like really like being candid, being honest and being upfront, being kind of transparent. I would have liked to seen that versus to what we saw them marching up individually and her having to actually ask them about that. Just seemed weird to me. And I don't think I ever experienced, I never seen that. Like I think I seen when they had the entire jury out there. And kind of asked them, are they able to, continue on without any outside influence and make a determination based off the evidence that they seen in the trial. But I've never seen them like march them out there, like all of the jurors. Now, I haven't seen individual jurors come out there and have to be questioned about things they may have saw or said or whatever the case may be, but not like that. But okay, well, I won't hold us up. I will put us back into the case. That was their last break for the day. I guess we gonna have this officer on the stand probably for the remaining part of the day. When does this go to the jury? Y'all can put in the chat when y'all think it's going to the jury. I say Friday. I say no later than Friday. I'll put us back in.
Redacted in the live stream. And that's what needs to be addressed because I specifically indicated that they could not be used.
Yes, ma'am. This has come to my attention too. I thought that the names are being redacted. We have done everything possible to ensure that that doesn't happen real time in the courtroom. But there are some times that the testimony is coming so fast that we can't capture all of the names. So we use our safeguard of with a delayed broadcast. But unfortunately, I'm trying to get more information about what's happening with our live stream. So that's what I was in the process of.
Aware of an issue that I need to address with those recording our proceeding. If I could have the representative from Court TV come forward, please. I'll just have you come up to the podium. A law student from the University of Kentucky is apparently watching the live stream on Court TV, indicating that she is able to see the rules of evidence being applied in real trials. She's taking the bar exam next week, so this proceeding is educational. She indicated that the names of minors are not being redacted in the live stream. And that's what needs to be addressed because I specifically indicated that they could not be used.
Yes, ma'am. This has come to my attention too. I thought that the names are being redacted. We have done everything possible to ensure that that doesn't happen real time in the courtroom. But there are some times that the testimony is coming so fast that we can't capture all of the names. So we use our safeguard of with a delayed broadcast. But unfortunately, I'm trying to get more information about what's happening with our live stream. So that's what I was in the process of sending an email to our folks back in Atlanta to figure that out.
All right. So I'm not going to allow you to live stream if this is violated again. And so specifically, minors are to be protected. And there's a strong public policy in favor of protecting minors and their names. They can't be photographed. None of the exhibits that have the minors in it, because they deserve a right to privacy, despite the fact that this is a public trial. And so I do not believe that our current witness, other than potentially referencing the alleged victim, with the initials FA, and potentially a reference to another minor IW, that there should be a reference to any youth. But if you can't ensure that the names are redacted in real time, and however you're recording this and live streaming it, then I have to revoke the permission because those rules have to be followed.
Yes, ma'am. Well, we are going to follow the rules, and I'm going to ensure that this doesn't happen going forward.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Stone, anything on this issue?
Nothing additionally, Your Honor. Thank you. I wasn't aware, so I appreciate the court's bringing that to our attention.
Mr. Kading, anything further? Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
Go ahead and bring the jury in, and if you could bring the witness back in to return to the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You know, as the jury returned to the stand, y'all, to be in all honest, like Court TV has really been doing good with this. Like, I haven't heard a minor's name on here besides, I mean, I guess I should, let me take that back. Besides Fatima. And I think I heard Isaiah's name, but all the other minors, I didn't hear their names. And it's like been days, right? And why is this law school person writing this paper? Hater. She like blowing a whistle. Yikes. I know, right? Just be nice. Like, why is she hating? Why couldn't you just take the information that you was getting and move on? Right. And I think even with the other minor witnesses that got up there, you can tell where they were like bleeping it out because we wouldn't hear the first couple questions of their testimony. I hope, I'm not thinking that we have many more minors to go, and they should have been doing it by initials. Most cases will make the people on the witness stand like do it by initials, FA. Right. But all right. Yeah, I mean, I heard names, but it was just Fatima and Isaiah for the most part that I heard. I did hear like endings of names, but I think in the same token, like they should have just did it by initials. Wouldn't that have been much better?
Please be seated.
Okay, I'm gonna put up, guys. They just brought the jury back in.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Officer Bell.
Good afternoon, sir.
You indicated you were a field training officer, right?
I am.
And you're an experienced officer, been around for, it sounds like 22 years doing police work?
Been in law enforcement for 23, yes.
Okay. And during that time, you've investigated many cases, right?
I have.
Okay. And just so we're clear in this case, Officer Chavez is under your supervision essentially this day?
Yes.
Okay. And did it occur to you to tell her to maybe separate the witnesses before she interviewed them?
Overruled.
Could you please repeat the question?
Did it occur to you to tell her to separate the witnesses before she interviewed them?
No.
Okay. And do you typically then interview witnesses in a group?
No.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, were you assigned any particular duties?
No.
Okay. And so you were kind of, it looks like from the videos and things, you were kind of walking around the parking lot
Yes.
and up to the school
Yes.
and talking to all the other officers there?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time, was Officer Shaw with you, or was she off doing other things?
She was off doing other things.
Okay. And so, did you know that she was out of paper to write witness statements?
No, I was not.
Okay. You mentioned in your testimony there was a truck parked there right near where everything was happening, right? You
Yes.
described it. It was a silver truck, I believe.
Light colored.
Yeah, light colored. Okay. And did you eventually determine or find out that that was Mr. Ali?
I don't remember.
Did you ever take a witness statement that day?
That's me pausing it. Oh, Court TV done went ham. They blanking out everybody's name. I can't. They said they don't care if they're minor or adult. At this point in time, they don't care. They just remove all names from the thing. Yes, you're right. If she was a trainee, they said they knew all of that. Y'all won't get them messed up on this stream. They not about to get kicked out of this courtroom because y'all know they are the only people that have the live feed. This is too much. Oh my. They said they bleeping out everybody. Right. I agree with you, the 13th juror. I think that they should follow the rules like everybody else. That I agree. I think that they should not have the names in there, and that's what they should have been doing. But I find it real funny that a law student has sent the information in to the judge, kind of telling, hey, none of these names are being like, because these kids kind of testified like last week sometime. So I find it very funny. But I guess the 13th juror is now all corrected, right? Because now we don't hear anybody name. So there we go. All right.
No.
And did you see Mr. Ali when he was transported to the patrol car?
Could you re-clarify that question?
Mr. Ali, did you see him get transported to the patrol car when he was taken away?
I don't understand the question.
Did you see him walk past you?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, had you talked to any officers about what had happened at the scene?
At that time, no.
All right. And did you eventually come to know that Mr. Ali had been kicked and hit in the head?
Towards the end.
Towards the end, okay. And when you say towards the end, you mean of the 52 minutes you were there?
Yes.
Okay. And at the end of those 52 minutes, was he still there in the patrol car, or was he gone by that point?
I'm not aware.
Okay. All right. And you went up to the school office at some point, we saw in the pictures, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were up there, did you talk to any witnesses up there?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. So clarify if I'm wrong, but it doesn't sound like you did any independent investigation in this case, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And was Officer Chavez, were you riding in the same car as her?
I was.
Okay. And so did you leave at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. You've been here all day, right?
Yes, sir, I have.
I appreciate it. Did you work last night?
No, I did not.
All right. So you and Officer Chavez, second and third officer at the scene, approximately?
I don't understand the second and the third.
Officer Hang first?
Yes.
And I'm just talking about in order. So you saw Officer Hang when you arrived, correct?
Yes.
And he had Mr. Ali detained on the ground.
Yes.
Did you see any other officers in the near vicinity when you arrived with Officer Chavez?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so that's what I mean by second and third. And so when you, on direct, you said that Officer Chavez was in phase 3.
Yes.
And so phase 3 of 3?
Yes.
Okay, so what does that mean exactly?
So with the program that we use, we have 3 phases. We have phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. And throughout every week is a new week. And so those weeks count through the training. So this particular area of her training, she would have been several weeks in.
Okay. And so just so the jury understands, so you get hired as an officer, correct?
Yes.
And that's after going all through the physical, psychological, background check, all of that, correct?
Yes.
And then you wait for a slot at the academy, correct?
Yes.
Graduate from the academy, correct?
Yes.
And then go to your department and then have a field training session, correct? Or not session, but time with a field training officer.
Yes.
And so you are then teaching the officer and making sure that he or she knows how to apply the lessons from the academy and the specific rules and regulations of Lacey PD. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And that duration, depending on how they do, ranges from how long? Short to long?
I'm uncertain with the short part of your question.
So, I mean, it can be as short as 3 weeks and as long as however long it takes. So kind of what is the expectation as far as how long somebody is with a field training officer?
I think it's over 10 weeks. I don't remember the exact number of weeks, but phase 1 is 4 weeks, phase 2 is 4 weeks, and phase 3, I believe, is 3 weeks.
Okay, so she is well past the beginning, past the middle, and is towards the tail end of her time with you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the difference between a patrol officer and a detective would be patrol officer kind of secures the scene, identifies witnesses, identifies suspects, and kind of does that initial contact. Is that fair?
Yes.
Whereas a detective then takes the case in the hours, days, weeks, months after and does follow-up. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So Officer Hang had Mr. Ali detained, correct?
Yes.
And so you checked in with him, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so then the next piece is, okay, who here knows who should we contact, correct?
Yes.
And so did Officer Chavez contact the students on her own, or did you direct her to do that?
I don't remember.
Okay. And so in terms of training and what your expectation is as her supervisor or training officer would be is she's contacting people who potentially were witnesses to what actually happened. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. And we know that she identified, 4, correct?
I don't know the exact number.
Okay. And so at this point, are you on her shoulder or are you just kind of in the background at this point in the training process?
I'm more in the background at this process.
Okay. And so it comes to your attention, the state showed you Exhibit 89, which showed the older woman, later identified as Zara, approaching the scene, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you are talking to her and basically keeping her away from her husband initially, correct?
Yes.
And that's what we saw in the first clip, which was
104.
Thank you, Your Honor. Admitted Exhibit 104, correct?
Yes.
And then we see a subsequent exhibit where you're having a conversation with her, correct?
Yes.
Did you have an opinion at that point as to whether she had information pertaining to this investigation?
At that time, no.
Okay, why not?
The statements she was making were specific.
Okay. Did you ask her if she was present when it happened?
No.
Did you ask her what she saw?
No.
Did you ask her what happened to her daughter?
No.
What happened to her husband?
No.
And so in Exhibit 97, which we heard, there's some, you talked about, that ma'am, your husband is being detained. We're doing an investigation. Do you recall saying something to that effect?
Yes.
And, they're going to figure out what's going on, correct? You said something to that effect.
Yes, something
And,
to
and,
that effect.
and I will be the first to confess, this is not a verbatim transcript from my head. Fair enough?
Fair.
Okay. And she says something about my daughter is missing, correct? Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Tell you what, how about we play it?
Yes,
May
please.
I?
You may.
Thank you.
Which exhibit, Mr. Keating? I'm sorry, Mr. Larry.
This is, thank you, 97, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And if I may publish.
Yes.
I understand. So, by the way, my name's Sean.
Okay. All right. So this is Exhibit 97. I'm going to roll it back to the start. So we just heard you introduce yourself by your first name, correct?
Yes.
And de-escalation is something you guys are trained on, correct?
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you're trying to humanize yourself, right? You're sharing your first name, right?
Yes.
Trying to put her at ease with you. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So hitting play. And so we know this is at 14:27:53, and this clip lasts a total of 1:22. Is that correct? Testing your eyes.
Yeah.
Okay. And we know 14:27:53 from the axon timestamp at the top, right?
Correct. I'm trying to look at the lower right. I think, is that the number you're talking about? The lower right?
And the lower right tells us the duration of the clip, which is a 1:22.
Okay.
Okay. Hitting play.
I understand. So, by the way, my name's Sean. I'm a police officer at Lacey PD. Okay, well, so here's what's going on. We need to figure out what happened out here. And I know it's Fatima, right?
Okay, so I'm hitting pause at 13 seconds on the 1:22 clip, right? And
Yes.
so, you're using your hands in front of you. We can see that, right? And you're like, we're just trying to figure out what's going on, correct?
Yes.
After you've introduced yourself. And she says, my daughter. And then you say, Fatima. You say that. And so, hitting play.
The office. She's safe. She's safe. Okay, guys, so here's what's going on. Something happened out here that could potentially be a crime. So with it potentially being a crime right now,
Okay, so hitting pause at 32 seconds into this clip. So there's a conversation with you like, hey, there's potentially a crime here. We're trying to investigate it. Correct?
Yes.
And she talks about her daughter and Isaiah, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Hitting play.
we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Okay?
Well, we don't get to hear nothing because I think I heard Isaiah. So
So she did say something about her daughter, and you said she's in the office safe. Did you hear yourself say that?
I did.
Okay. And, you talked about we're going to get to the bottom of this. And so, how did you know at this point that she was in the office?
I believe I don't recall.
Okay. And that's fair. I'm not trying to beat you up about it. So, but you communicated to her that she was safe in the office. That's what we just heard, right?
Yes.
Okay. As a first responder with 20 plus years, starting out as a CSO and then as a reserve officer and then as a fully commissioned officer, safe to say that in an average year, you respond to 1,000 calls or more?
I don't like to ever put a number on something, sir.
A lot of calls.
I work patrol.
A lot of calls.
Yes, sir.
And it could be everything from this dog's barking too much, my neighbor, and it's, I hate my neighbor. Correct? As you kind of grimace.
Yes.
Those are probably hard calls to deal with, to homicides.
Yes.
Okay. And safe to say that no two calls are the same, correct?
I agree with that statement.
And everybody's reaction can be different, correct?
Yes.
Some people can be stoic in the most horrific of circumstances, correct?
I would agree with that statement.
And people can also be very outwardly upset and crying, correct?
I would agree with that statement.
And there's no right or wrong way to respond. Would you agree?
I would agree with that statement.
Okay. So you and other officers were talking with Zara and her daughter, correct?
Can you repeat that one for me, please?
Yes. Just so the record, there was a little radio traffic in the courtroom. So you and your other officers were talking with Zara and her daughter, correct?
Yes.
And she indicated that she wished to be able to talk to her husband, correct? Do you recall that?
I recall it happening later.
Okay. And just so we're clear, the husband was within the detention of law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
And so you guys were in a position to control access.
Yes.
And if she was going to walk up to the car to go talk to him without getting permission, that wasn't going to be acceptable. Fair?
I would agree with that statement.
Okay. And from your understanding, her daughter was not in the custody of law enforcement. Fair? Her father.
Not to my knowledge.
Right. And you didn't tell her that she was in police custody in the school, correct? Just that she was in the school.
I don't remember saying that specifically.
Okay. And you guys accommodated the request. You let her talk to her husband for a period of time, correct?
Eventually, yes.
And then eventually you walked the backpack and the bags to the school, correct?
Yes.
And I guess I should say, did you watch the entire 15-minute of your body worn video, or did you just watch the clips that were introduced this morning?
Well, for my review, I've watched it.
The whole thing?
Mhm.
Okay. So you recall, grabbing the bags and walking into the school, correct?
Yes.
And you did that by yourself, correct?
Yes.
Officer Chavez remained in the parking lot with Zara, correct? And her daughter?
I don't remember who she'd be specifically with.
Okay, but there were multiple officers who were there with her, correct? In the
Yes.
parking lot. And she was not invited to go into the school with you, correct?
From me?
Yes.
No, she was not.
Okay. So she wasn't, afforded the opportunity by you to see her before she went in to the ambulance. Fair?
I would agree with that statement.
Okay. Now, Ms. Stone finished up direct by saying that at no time did my client say that her husband had strangled her daughter, correct?
Correct.
And at no time did you ask her to describe what her husband did, correct?
Correct.
She never said that her daughter had lost consciousness, correct? To you?
Correct.
And at no time did you ever ask her what happened to her daughter, correct?
Correct.
She said that she was a runaway to you, correct?
Yes.
And did you follow up as to when that had occurred? When she had run away? If you remember.
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you ever ask her if her daughter was injured?
No.
Now, you didn't write a report, correct?
Correct.
You didn't take anybody's statement.
Correct.
And you didn't direct Officer Chavez to interview my client, correct?
I don't know who your client is.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Zara.
Oh, okay.
You never told Officer Chavez to interview Zara, correct?
I did not.
Or to interview Honey, the older, the woman in the blue wearing the headscarf.
I did not.
And you talked about her kind of walking back and forth in the initial video, which I believe is 104. Let me confirm.
That's correct.
Thank you. You described her kind of pacing back and forth on the sidewalk, correct?
Yes.
When she was very outwardly upset, correct?
Yes.
At no point did she make a break for her husband, correct?
Correct.
And you had multiple officers there, and you just said, you can't go over there. And she's wailing and crying, but she never, made a break for it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing further. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Ms. Stone, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Bell, what was your role on scene? Meaning like in primary investigating officer, investigator, or something else? How would you describe your role on scene?
I would say my role became a safety.
And what do you mean by that?
We had a very dynamic scene and we still needed more people and we didn't have enough people yet.
And so would it have been, at that stage, would it have been your role to specifically instruct Officer Chavez to go do something or specific tasks to other individuals? Were you in charge of that scene?
If I wasn't completing the safety aspect, I would have been more direct with Chavez.
Okay. And I believe it was Mr. Leary asked you about whether you specifically asked Zara what she saw for injuries to her daughter. Is that correct? You recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Was she asked by Officer Dawes, based on the video we watched, to tell him what happened? Do you recall that?
No, I don't.
Okay. Let's replay. May I publish, Your Honor, 104?
You may.
First of all, before I start it, Officer Bell, what does Officer Dawes look like? How would you describe him physically in terms of presentation?
Be a white male and he wears gloves.
Did you say a white male that wears gloves?
Yes.
Is he tall, short, something else?
I honestly can't describe him right now. He's got darker hair.
Okay. I'm going to publish 104.
There's an issue with the stream.
Okay, we'll republish 104.
Hey, ma'am.
That's not me. Just so y'all know, I guess Court TV is just, taking all precautions now, right? So we just kind of like looking at the screen.
That is.
Did he ask her to tell him what happened?
Yes.
Okay. At any point during that exchange, do you recall her telling anything about Fatima's injuries or how Fatima was her physical condition?
I do not.
During the course of that, as we just watched, Mr. Leary asked you specifically whether they made a break for it, and you said no. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have to physically use your body to stop them from going towards Mr. Ali, having given them verbal directives not to?
That is correct.
Thank you. And in fact, an officer does also have to move his body in front of them to stop them from going forward despite those directives.
He did.
And from where Miss Ali was, where you were, where Miss Ali was, or Mrs. Ali, excuse me, Zara, and the younger female in blue, where is Mr. Ali? Where is that individual being taken or located? Meaning, is it somewhere out of sight? Is it somewhere relatively close by? Is it still within view, essentially, of where you guys all are collected, or something else?
I would say it was close within view. Specifically, I believe it's going to be over my back in the parking lot of Timberline is where I think they were.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kading, recross.
Thank you. And officer, we were just watching Exhibit 104 again.
Yes.
And we saw in there again where Mr. Ali was being walked from point A through the screen, presumably towards the patrol car, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the officers with him was Officer Hank.
Yes.
Right? And the guy that was with him, that was hanging on to him and walking with him to the car, you don't know who that guy was?
From my knowledge, it was a civilian.
Okay, so not a trained police officer?
Not to my knowledge.
Not an undercover police officer?
Not to my knowledge.
Not any sort of volunteer officer?
Scope of cross or redirect.
Overall.
Not a voluntary officer or anything?
I'm sorry, could you re-ask? I may have missed more than one question.
No, I think we're up to whether or not he was a voluntary officer. You indicated at one point you had been voluntary police officer?
Yes.
This guy, you don't have any idea who he is?
Yeah, I do not.
Okay. And by the time that walk occurred, there were other officers on scene?
Objection to relevance.
Well, I'm trying to establish what he's doing.
Yeah, overruled.
There were other officers there. We saw Officer Dawes, for
yeah,
example.
yes.
Okay. And so this civilian guy participating in transporting
Objection
Mr. Ali.
to relevance.
Do you wish to be heard on that?
Your Honor, I
No, I
just,
don't want you to argue right now, but do you wish to be heard on that?
yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask the bailiffs to come forward and bring the jury back to the jury room. Please be seated. Mr. Kading, if you could address whether or not this is beyond the scope of the redirect and then relevance.
Well, Your Honor, we resaw her bring up Exhibit 104, and we saw him walking through the scene. I had asked him earlier if he had remembered seeing him walk through the scene during cross, and he had said he wasn't quite sure if he remembered. So at this point, once it was replayed, his memory was refreshed to that. I was going to ask him questions about that fellow.
And what's the relevance?
Your Honor, I was going to ask him where I was going, is he's a field training officer, and I'm asking him if this is one of the things they train their officers to do, is to transport with civilians prisoners.
Ms. Stone?
Your Honor, that's not the scope of the question. The state's replaying of 104 was in direct response to the questions asked on cross by Mr. Leary. If Mr. Kading wanted to ask further questions in his own cross-examination as to something associated with Mr. Wagner, he could have done that during his cross. The state's redirect was in direct response to Mr. Leary and only on those issues. It doesn't open up so that now Mr. Kading can restart a new cross-examination about everything associated with Exhibit 104. Additionally, it's not relevant. What purpose does that serve? What fact at issue does that relate to? Now, Mr. Kading, it sounds like, wants to go into an entirely new line of questioning regarding police procedure, and that is not part of the redirect from the state's, redirect by the state.
Mr. Kading, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection. First, it is beyond the scope of redirect. And second, I find that it is not only is it beyond, well, and it is not relevant. Bring the jury back in.
Thank you.
Please be seated. I've sustained the objection. Mr. Kading, you may continue.
Thank you. And then just finally, officer, you indicated that you needed more people at the scene. Was that your statement on redirect?
Yes.
Okay. How many officers would you estimate were at that scene?
I couldn't give you an accurate number.
All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Leary Recross.
Just to follow up. So Ms. Stone played Exhibit 104 and you heard Officer Dawes say, "Can you tell us what happened?" Do you recall that? I talked over you, sorry.
Yes.
And he's asking Zara that question, correct?
It appeared to be that way, yes.
And she's crying at that point, correct?
It appeared to be that way.
And did she appear to respond to that question in any way?
Not that I could see on that.
Okay. And that question was asked a singular time by Officer Dawes, correct?
I'm unaware.
That you saw a single time, correct? That you personally saw?
On that particular video?
Yes.
I believe that was, I don't, it's hard to say for the rest of the video because it was stopped.
Okay. But to your recollection, from what you saw, was that single time, correct?
At least that moment, yes.
Okay. And 104 is when you're first arriving. It's the first video, correct?
I believe so.
All right. Now, you are trained both at the academy and follow-up training in terms of how to interview people, correct?
Yes.
How to interview suspects, correct?
Yes.
How to interview witnesses, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if somebody is asked a single question, kind of the expectation would be is that if you want the information, you would then follow up with them, correct?
I'm not understanding
Well, if
that
somebody,
question.
if you ask a question one time and they don't respond, are you done?
It depends on it depends on the situation.
Okay. Wasn't necessarily a very conducive time to sit down for an interview with her. Fair? At that point in this whole incident, correct?
I'd agree with that statement.
So her husband is being led away after being detained, correct?
Yes.
She is emotionally distraught.
Correct.
Okay. Didn't appear to be in a position to listen, correct?
I don't agree with that.
Didn't appear to be in a position where she wanted to sit down and talk. Fair?
I disagree with that.
Okay. She was wailing and crying at that point, correct?
She was.
Okay. Now, you were there for 52 minutes, correct?
Yes.
And the scene was significantly calmer after you went up to the school. Fair?
Yes.
Less dynamic, correct?
Yes.
Mrs. Ali had calmed down, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you could have then walked up to her and had a conversation with her, correct?
Yes.
Same with your trainee, Officer Chavez, correct?
Correct.
Where you would sit down and have an extended conversation with her, correct?
Correct.
And that would be something that would generally be expected if you're going to investigate what happened. Fair?
I would agree with that.
Okay. But that didn't happen, right?
Yes, it did not happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further direct examination?
Super briefly, Your Honor. Officer Bell, you did in fact have a conversation with Mrs. Ali, correct? You did have a conversation with Mrs. Ali. She did tell you her concerns about the scene. Is that fair?
At some point, yes.
And did you observe a conversation between her and Officer Chavez?
Yes.
And was that another attempt at the apple to get information from Mrs. Ali?
Yes, it was.
And did she engage in that conversation with Haneen and Officer Chavez?
She did.
Did she provide details during that?
Yes.
And so you've spoken with her, if I understand your testimony. Officer Dawes has spoken with her, and Officer Chavez has spoken with her. Is that fair?
Yes.
And she has provided information to all of you in each of those cases, except for Officer Dawes. Is that fair?
I would agree with that
Thank you.
statement.
No further questions.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
You recall the specific questions that Officer Chavez asked Mrs. Ali?
In this particular part that I remember, I was further away, and Officer Chavez was primary.
Officer Chavez has a body on video, correct?
Yes.
May this witness be excused?
Subject to recall, yes, Your Honor.
You may step down. Thank you. Ms. Zoe, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, this day would like to call Dr. Joyce Gilbert. Permission to get Dr. Gilbert.
Yes. If you'd like to stand, please feel free.
Okay, so we got a doctor coming up to the stand.
Dr. Gilbert, come forward, please.
I wonder what they're going to testify to. And this is like the third person that the state is calling. Third, or is it a fourth person in regards to the
Do you
effect?
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Please be seated. You can pull that seat forward and adjust the microphone as you need.
Thank you.
Ms. Stone, you may inquire, Ms. Zoe, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Joyce Gilbert, Gilbert.
What is your profession?
I'm a pediatrician.
And are you licensed to practice your profession in Washington State?
Yes, I am.
And when were you licensed?
In 2014 for the state of Washington.
Okay. And were you licensed anywhere else prior to that?
Yes.
And which other states?
The state of Iowa, where I attended my residency program, and the state of Idaho, where I practiced medicine.
Okay. And how long did you practice medicine in Idaho?
For 30 years.
Okay. And what was your profession in Idaho?
I was a pediatrician in a small community in Idaho.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, if you could please describe to the jury your education background.
Yes, I attended undergraduate school at the University of Iowa. I attended my medical school also at the University of Iowa, and then I completed a 3-year pediatric residency training program at the University of Iowa.
Okay. And are you also a board certified pediatrician?
Yes, I am.
And what does board certification mean?
It's a rigorous system where the American Academy of Pediatrics makes sure that your training has been appropriate and that you followed all the educational requirements. And then on a yearly basis, you have to have a certain amount of continuing education within your profession, and you have to pass board examinations to continue to be board certified.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, what is a pediatrician?
A pediatrician is a person who specializes in the care of children from the moment of birth, generally until their 18th birthday, although in some situations we go even up until their 21st birthday. As a general pediatrician, we take care of every aspect of care. We go to deliveries, we'll resuscitate a baby who isn't breathing well, we'll take care of the babies in the hospital, we take care of babies and children who come in for routine well child checkups and any minor illnesses or injuries. We'll hospitalize children for minor infections or anything that needs a general hospitalization. As a pediatrician, we can also take care of children in a higher acuity setting. So, for instance, if a child is very sick and needs to go to Mary Bridge Hospital or Seattle Children's Hospital, those are also pediatricians taking care of those children.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you talk a little bit fast, so if you could slow down just a little so the court reporter can capture everything you're saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And do you have a subspecialty as when it comes to pediatrics?
Yes, I do.
And what is that subspecialty?
I am also a child abuse pediatrician. So I specialize in taking care of children who have been injured or maltreated in any way.
Okay. And with regards to your subspecialty being in child abuse pediatrician, how long have you practiced that subspecialty?
Really, essentially, since I was a primary care pediatrician in Sandpoint. In the first week that I was there as a brand new pediatrician, the family doctors sent me the children who had been injured in any way or who they were concerned about any injuries for me to give them an opinion. At that time in 1985, there was no subspecialty on child abuse pediatrics. So as a general pediatrician, I was sent those children to confer and to give recommendations for treatment. Over the years, the subspecialty of child abuse pediatrics grew into a board certification process within the department or the American Academy of Pediatrics. By the time that happened in 2009, I was well entrenched as a primary care pediatrician and did not choose to go back for additional 3 years of training to then be able to become board certified in child abuse pediatrics. So currently, there are about 400 pediatricians like me around the country who are well trained in child abuse pediatrics, but not board certified. And there are another 350 board certified child abuse pediatricians who actually went through that additional training and have sat for those boards.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you indicated that you're not board certified in child abuse pediatrics. During the course of your career, have you attended seminars or trainings when it comes to
child abuse pediatrics?
Yes, extensively.
And have you also presented at those trainings? And where are you currently employed?
I'm employed by Providence St. Peter Hospital.
Okay. And what is your position at Providence St. Peter's Hospital?
I have two positions there. I am the medical director of the Providence Abuse Intervention Center. And I am also employed by Seattle Children's Hospital to be a pediatric-based hospital doctor at Providence St. Peter Hospital.
Okay. And what are some of your responsibilities as a hospitalist with Seattle Children's Hospital?
We attend deliveries for babies, and especially babies that there is concern that they may need to have assistance with breathing and respiratory effort at birth. Our hospital does 2,500 deliveries a year, so we will go anywhere from 5 to 10 deliveries in a 24-hour shift to support those babies. We take care of all the babies who are born at Providence St. Peter Hospital, both in the postpartum area where they stay with their parents, and also in a level 2 nursery where the sick babies come. It's a 13-bed nursery, and we will take care of any babies who are born 32 weeks, which is 2 months early and up. We will transfer babies who have serious medical conditions or are younger than 32 weeks. We will hospitalize pediatric patients up until their 18th birthday for any sort of infectious process or injury that they have. We will transfer children who require a higher level of care than our hospital can do. And we will do consultations in the emergency room for patients that have more complex health issues, and the emergency doctor would like our assistance in taking care of those children.
Okay. And are you also associated or have any affiliations with the University of Washington Department of Pediatrics?
Yes, I do.
And what is that association or affiliation?
I am considered an associate professor at the University of Washington. The medical students who are in their third year and doing rotations will rotate in Providence St. Peter Hospital, and we are in charge of teaching them pediatrics while they're with us.
Okay. And you indicated that you are also the medical director for Providence Abuse Intervention Center. What is the Providence Abuse Intervention Center?
Providence Abuse Intervention Center is a freestanding clinic in Lacey. Our clinic takes care of children in 5 counties of Thurston, Mason, Lewis, Grays Harbor, and Pacific counties. The referrals to our clinic come from medical professionals who are concerned about something that may have been occurring in that child's life. Also law enforcement and DCYF, the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, or CPS, will refer children to our clinic. We get referrals about physical abuse, sexual abuse, or any maltreatment to a child at all. And we will see those children in clinic or in the emergency room, or we will hospitalize those children at St. Peter Hospital. If they need a higher level of care, we will send them to either Mary Bridge Hospital or Seattle Children's Hospital.
Okay. And what are some of your responsibilities as the medical director?
As the medical director, I oversee all of the aspects of the Abuse Intervention Center. We have nurse practitioners who work and see patients. I have another lead nurse practitioner within the clinic who oversees the forensic nurse examiner program that provides services to children and adults in the emergency room who have been the victims of sexual assault. I oversee a nurse and front office staff and back office staff. So we have a complete staff of 8 to 9 people in our clinic, depending on the day. We are in charge of, again, running the program in the 5 counties. So we also are part of what's called a multidisciplinary team in each county. And we have meetings with law enforcement, CPS, prosecutors, mental health professionals, anybody who's involved in the ongoing care of a child after the abuse has occurred is going to be part of a multidisciplinary team to be sure that we're giving the best care to these children going forward.
Okay. And as the medical director of the Abuse Intervention Center, do you also see patients that are minors yourself?
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay. And how often do you see patients?
I see patients every day that I work. I will be the primary caretaker for, or the primary medical provider for patients about once a week or once every 2 weeks, depending on the schedule. I am the person who does all the consultations at the hospital, and I am the person who does what's called medical consultations through the Seattle Children's Program, where we will give the CPS workers information and answer questions about the cases that they are investigating.
Okay. And as part of your role as the a medical director at the Abuse Intervention Center, and then also with your subspecialty in child abuse pediatrics, have you ever examined patients yourself who may have suffered strangulation?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And are those patients under the age of 18?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, do you have any training in recognizing the physical signs of strangulation?
Yes.
And what is that training?
Through the conferences that we attend on a yearly basis, there's always an option to do a seminar or a training session on strangulation. I would say for roughly the past 10 to 15 years, each time I go to a conference, I'm either presenting or attending seminars. And so I am going to estimate that I've probably been to about 10 different presentations or seminars at these conferences. I also support and co-present with Heather, our nurse practitioner who runs the Forensic Nurse Examiner program, and we do outreach education to law enforcement and CPS about strangulation, how to recognize it, and what type of medical care is necessary.
Okay. And do you also have training in recognizing the effects of strangulation on the human body?
Yes.
And do you also have training in recognizing injuries to the human body as a result of strangulation?
Yes.
And in the medical context, what is strangulation?
Strangulation is external pressure or force on the neck that involves the arteries, the veins, and the airway. That external force is different than choking, where something gets caught inside the throat and causes obstruction of airway. This is an external process.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you testify that in the medical context, strangulation means external force applied to the neck. You also testified when you're giving the description of strangulation that it's different than the medical definition of choking. My question to you is, based on your experience in seeing patients who indicate they may have been strangled, have you ever had patients, when describing being strangled, use the term that they were being choked?
Yes, frequently.
Okay. And what are some ways that strangulation in the medical context can occur?
There's a number of ways that this can occur. It can be with a ligature, such as hanging or string or something around the neck. It can be a force by another person causing pressure on the airway and the blood vessels with a arm or a hand or both hands. It can be a knee applied to the neck structures and obstructing airway and blood. There are many ways that a strangulation episode can occur.
Okay. And based on your training experience, Dr. Gilbert, is the neck vulnerable to external injuries?
Yes.
And why is it vulnerable to external injuries?
Again, the neck is our area that allows blood to flow to and from the head and air to enter from the mouth down to the lungs and the chest. So being a vulnerable area means that if there is obstruction to either blood flow or air, then that is a life-threatening injury or issue for that patient.
Okay. Your Honor, I think this may actually be a good stopping point.
All right. Members of the jury, at this time, the bailiffs will come forward and lead you back. We're at the end of the day. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I remind you of all the instructions that I have given you and request that you continue to be vigilant to ensure that you are not exposed to any outside information related to this case. We will see you tomorrow morning. And Dr. Gilbert, you may step down and we'll see you in the morning as well.
Thank you.
Please be seated. Ms. Stone or Ms. Zoe, any issues before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
Can you tell me the listing of potential witnesses?
You know, I don't know why we can't hear the list of potential witnesses. Interesting. Well, guys, I mean, I guess that was court today, right? I don't know. I guess we'll find out more about this expert or not an expert. What is she? She took some classes, right? And she knows the degrees of strangulation. The 13th juror, I don't know. I don't know if they really have to do us another
Recess for the day?
stampede or more.
Mr. Leary, any issues before we recess?
Any more jurors? I mean, not jurors. In regards to any more children coming up? Minors? I don't know, because it seemed like it would be like too much, but then I guess they didn't have like 3 or 4 experts come on here in regards to this. I guess maybe one of them was like a choking expert, and this one is different because they talking in my ear. Sorry. I don't know what could any other minors even say at this point in time that we don't already know. And if so, I wouldn't understand why they wouldn't be called before here. Like, I thought that once we heard from the doctor with the black hair, I can't remember her name. You guys probably remember. She got up there on the stand and she testified really, really good and explained everything to us because she's seen her injuries and all of that stuff. I thought that was great. Like, do y'all think that they prosecute with everything that they putting on as extra? Do you think they worried? Yeah. I'm like, all she talk about is babies. Y'all heard me. I'm like, all she talk about is babies. I thought that, I thought even maybe she was gonna allude to, we was gonna find out that there was some child abuse. That she, like she was her pediatrician growing up or something, and we was gonna hear about something to that effect, but she had mandatory reporter, so it shouldn't have took this incident to let anybody know about it. So I don't know. But it looked like she gonna testify again to some more of this the strangulation. Yeah, they better be extra careful. I want them to be extra careful. I don't want them to get us kicked out of the courtroom. Then I have to go to Washington to finish at the trial. Okay, says she doesn't think that the dad will walk. Hi, Leah. Thanks for joining us. If you're going to testify as an expert in the trial, they're going to question all of your education and subject that they want to talk to you about. Yeah, I know. I know. And welcome. I think that we all kind of know. Like they got to go through that long list, like their list of credentials and tell us how certified they are and how great they are is longer than their testimony. Let's be real. Like it'd be longer than their testimony. I'm like, okay. Like you done went through all this stuff to say 2 words, right? And all that stuff that she just broke down to us, she could have just said, this is what it is, and this is, but I know they have to go through all of that, right? I mean, of course, as trial watchers, right? We know that we have to go through this long list, but it just is. I guess maybe it would be nice if they could have them do their credentials based off of what they about to be testifying to, like babies and breathing and from birth and all of that stuff she was telling us about. I just don't think that would be necessary. Hey, Regina. She says dad should be found guilty, but let the mom go. I don't want the kids to other kids put into the system. Yeah, Regina, I understand where they may not have enough evidence for mom, but I don't know if they should go back to mom. I don't think that's the best place for them. Yeah, I think that mom has some things going on with her stuff that with dad that may not be real healthy. Right? But who knows what they decide to do, but mom will get some time. I don't know if it's going to be time served. I definitely think that if they push hard enough, she'll be in violation of those restraining orders and protective orders, and she wasn't supposed to be on school grounds. Yeah. Yeah, I can see where the system could be part of that too. Yeah, she was probably further brainwashed them. I don't even know in regards to the sister because and I think we mentioned in the chat, and I don't know if y'all seen the comment. I can't remember who I was commenting with. But in all honesty, we want to be fair, right, with this situation, and looking at it from the mom's point of view. Just think, what if mom did not know that dad was choking the daughter, right? And she just drives up, and her and the daughter, they get out the car and they see all of these people beating up on her husband. I can see if I was in that position, I would be, because maybe they didn't see the daughter, right? And now it makes me understand in regards to when the daughter was like, look, they're choking him. Isn't that murder? Right? Yeah, they definitely have small ones. I think we heard a 3 and a 6-year-old. Yeah, Sherry's like, yeah, no, they got a 3 and a 6-year-old. So mama just had a baby. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know what their situation was. And so now, just thinking outside of the box, maybe they just didn't know the mom and daughter, and they just see all these people beating up on the dad. Right? Because they came up at the last minute. That could be very possible too, right? I mean, just looking at it from all aspects, from when the daughter had came up there, and I guess the kids, when they seen her after they had jumped on dad, right? They even knocked the sister's phone out of her hand. And I think somebody said that they seen in the video that she got kicked. Right. So I can see where it seemed like it was a lot of chaos. And I'm not sure exactly where the daughter was at that point in time, if she had ran into the building at that point, but it definitely seems like a lot of stuff going on. I just don't think they're gonna get mom on that kidnapping and the thought of her choking her daughter. And it doesn't help also with the daughter testifying saying that she didn't think her mom would hurt her. Yeah, because she probably trying to help her husband, right? She don't know what's going on. Hey, Queen Gadgie, welcome. Thank you for putting in the chat. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, I think that we gotta, when we looking outside, and I think some people may want to even call it devil's advocate, right? Just looking from the outside looking in, and it's different ways that you can see this. And I just really haven't heard anything that just tells me that mom actually was choking her daughter. I mean, they said some video out there that may allude to that, and I'm pretty sure if they have it, they did show it to the jury. But unfortunately, we're not on the jury, so I haven't seen that video to show me that. But with that being said, yeah, Sherry's like I mean, I'm just thinking that way we won't be shocked, right? I think we all kind of like in consensus that mom can probably get off on this, right? At least on the very severe charges. Maybe not on that other stuff, but because even her bond was at 500,000. Dad's bond was 1 million. Leah said mom is just as guilty. I think there has to be more video from other students. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, I guess if there is other video that has been presented that we have not seen that shows this, then yeah, I'm okay with that. But that even goes back to the same thing. Do you think we would be here with this case in court with these charges if there was no video? Because without any video, it could just be a dad aggressively, aggressive, and so that's what I'm saying. So if they don't have any video of mom doing anything, how do they convict her on second-degree murder? Especially from everything that we done heard. I mean, no matter what we think, right? I mean, because although we want justice to be served, right? We do want it to be done accordingly, right? I mean, that's why I honestly think that mom can get up there and testify. I think she could. And I think the reason why, now this is just me thinking, don't take my, yeah, this is just me thinking out the box. I think the reason why they did this trial with both of them together is so the jury cannot, there's a great possibility that the jury can't separate the two. I don't know, Queen Edgy. I've been surprised. I've been surprised people that I think that shouldn't testify, they be right there on the stand. They be right there on the stand like, I just really think that she could get off. I think that she could do, I think she could testify to what it is. They just said, I guess it depends on how you interpret mom's actions and what the mom thinks mom's understanding of the situation was. Yeah, and that's why I said she could probably get up there and testify. Baca says, I find it doubtful that either of these defendants will testify. Yeah, I don't put nothing past none of them. You know, they always surprise me. I wouldn't be surprised if she get up there and be like, he did it, he did it, he did it. And I had to do it. At least let one of us go home. Yeah, she could say that because, you know, I guess she can do like self-defense, right? I don't think they're making that claim that was self-defense. Don't take that from me. But I'm just thinking about different things outside of the box in regards to how they can get off. You know, I think that Mama Ali is under Papa Ali's rule and petrified of his controlling power. She'll never get on that stand. Yeah, well, that's fine. And I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm okay with that, but definitely don't think we don't want her to take the stand. We want her to take the stand, right? I want to hear what she was thinking. Because that's the only way we gonna know what she thought. Right? To defend whatever action she was taking. That's the only way we will know, right? And we may not even know then, right? It's just what she presented to us. She could say that she didn't even see how it started and thought that Isaiah was her. Right. Right, Rachel. And see, that's what I'm saying. Like, if she took the stand, she would be able to make that claim. Not to say that it could defend what the dad was doing. She was just uninformed. Sherry said, in their world, women have no value. Well, yeah, I mean, I get, regardless, we got kind of like this thing. Yeah, well, maybe a little time behind bars maybe changed her. Because they ain't gonna be together if they both behind bars. Like, yeah, well, I don't know much about anything in regards to that part. Yeah, I mean, I just know from the outside looking in. That's why I was asking y'all the other day that if we feel that she's not guilty of second-degree murder, when it comes down to the restraining order and not being on the school property, is it fair enough, depending on what her mindset was when she pulled up? Because from my understanding, they were not there when they were first talking, Fatima and her dad, right? The incident happened. I guess they have been driving around looking for Fatima. So if we are pulling up and I see my husband getting attacked, right? I see my daughter, she's hurt, and I hold on, you know, I'm trying to comfort her or whatever somebody might perceive as me possibly choking her, because we did have the two teens that stood up on the stand and they got up on the stand and it appeared to them like she was choking her. So if we looking at that saying that she gets up on the stand and she says she was trying to console her daughter, she walked up, she seen her husband fighting. The boys were tackling on her husband. So she got to her daughter. Her daughter ran into the school. She trying to check on her daughter. Remember, her daughter had ran away earlier that morning. So she just trying to run after her. And she ran into the school. Yes, Sherry, we're not doing much with in regards to, like their religion or their beliefs or anything. We just looking at the mere fact that it was another human trying to unalive another human. Because the jury doesn't know anything in regards to their culture and their background, what they believe in. I mean, quiet as kept, we don't even really know that. I mean, because at the end of the day, when we think about even the background of their arranged marriage, I mean, I don't know where we even getting that information from, but we'll go with it. Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing that people are missing when they looking at this, and it makes it kind of like bias, is because it's not about backgrounds or cultures. It's about, or religion. It's about one human trying to unalive another human. And it just so happened to be her parents. Yeah, so I definitely think that just thinking outside of the box, I can think of different ways that the mom can get off on most of this stuff. And if her defense was great like me, they'll be trying to get it all off. I'll be talking to her in the back room like, look, y'all can't do each other no good. So I'm gonna need you to get on this stand, and I'm gonna need you to say this, right? Like this. This is what we gonna do. And this is how this is gonna happen. You gonna get up here and you gonna testify and say you just pulled up, and we gonna have your daughter come up here and testify also. And that's why you were worried about your husband, because when you pulled up, you saw everybody jumping on him. Yeah, Sherry, that could be very possible. I think and I don't know how I can't remember if they even told us how, I don't even know. I know they told us how dad kind of arrived, and I don't think the mom and them was too far behind, but I just don't know if they seen all of that. Yeah, so I'm not sure if they seen all of that in regards to the vehicles and stuff, but I guess we just, I think it'll go to the jury this week. I mean, long as the prosecution team don't bring up another expert, right? An expert of the expert of the expert. So maybe we'll get the expert of the expert, the superpower expert, right? I don't know. So hopefully that ends that part of it. And maybe the defense case, I don't know who the defense calls, because they called their expert out of order. Hey, Lynn, okay, have a good one. Be safe. See you tomorrow. Yeah, the superpower expert. We'll be here for a half a day. Yeah, Sherry, and I understand why they don't have that in there, because remember, it's just about another human unaliving another human. You don't really need all of that in there. It's about the actions of that person. So yeah. Sherry's Life says she yelled with love for her daughter, and she also yelled with love for her husband. Nothing guilty about that. Right. I could just imagine being in her shoes, right? No matter what was going on, or I can just see that. I guess I could see why she was acting in the way she was acting, depending on what her mindset was. And you got to think, like, we looking at this in slow motion, right? This is all moving at a rapid pace when they get in there. And even though I I make jokes in regards to the daughter, like, you know, her pointing out, thinking that her, because that's why she got there and she started recording. You know, she recording because they beating up on her dad. So when she go tell the police officer, she like, look. They choking him. They choking it. Isn't this murder? Isn't this a crime? This is what she's saying. Is it she saying this because she didn't see that her dad was actually trying to unalive her sister? Yeah. So I guess, you know, I guess it just depends. I guess it just depends, and we have to see what the defense decides to put up in their case. I don't know. I don't know who they call. I don't know how that works. I don't know who they can call. Leah says there's more video at sister's fake panic attack. Well, I know we seen. I know I seen the video when she was talking to the officers and stuff, but I don't know if I seen more video. You say no doctor was there to determine or not if it was fake. Yeah. You say that sister is an entire hot mess. Ooh. Well, she could be just as innocent as the mom could be, right? Vodka? Y'all look at the hot tip. When sharing your opinion, try adding IMO or phrasing it as a question. It keeps the conversation open and respectful, and it helps avoid unnecessary arguments over personal views. Cherry Life said, I'm going to make some meatloaf and mashed potatoes and forget all this mess y'all talking about. Some fresh broccoli. Good moderators and hosts. See you tomorrow. Peace out. All right, Sherry. Well, that sounds like a meal. I need to come there. That sounds good. Thank you, Sherry. You have a good one. And we shall see you tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, I guess we'll see. She didn't seem to be concerned about her sister. Yeah, I just don't know how much she's seen, because when we did see her in camera view, and see, that's the thing that's so hard about this podcast, because the camera views that we did get, I think the sister had already ran into the school, right? So at this point now, she's just see somebody holding down her dad or attacking her dad. So do she know what her dad had did? See, I don't know. I mean, only because we're not in the courtroom, so I really don't know. Like, it's like a lot of gaps and things that we have to kind of fill in on this, you know, a lot of hypothetical situations, at least from what I'm seeing, right? And I could think that if she didn't know, I think maybe she might have found out, because the officer was like, well, we currently investigating a crime. Something criminal may have happened. That last officer that was on the stand testified to that. The mom and the older sister chased Fatima to the school building, and the school would not let them in. Yeah, I did hear about the mom. I didn't hear so much about the sister, and I could have missed that. So I won't disagree with that. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know. And I'm sorry, sometimes I do play devil's advocate and it don't make no sense, but it's just something to get us thinking in different directions, even from the defendant standpoint, right? And it's not so much for the defendant to be not guilty, but it's giving us ideas in regards to how the defendant can possibly defend themselves, right? It's just kind of like I said, I kind of play the devil's advocate. Like, if I was a defendant, this is what I would be doing, guilty or not guilty. This will be my mindset. This is what I be telling my lawyer. Like, this is what's about to happen here. You know, they don't have me on video, so this is what we about to do. And I could have been choking her all out. But now it's a different, you know, I'm singing a different tune right now. So I'm just thinking outside of the box and different ideas and thoughts, or, you know, how they gonna defend her? Like, can we get off all of this? Like, can she get off? Yeah, I agree. I mean, I definitely seen it. Y'all say maybe so, but prove it. Right? Like, y'all had me on video. I just came up at the last minute. I know my husband was looking for my missing daughter, and I see him getting beat up. You know, so I try to go hold my daughter, but she's so scared. She runs into the school, and unbeknownst to me, I done forgot all about this restraining order. I'm trying to go get my daughter. The school don't let me in. I still don't know what's going on. So I'm screaming all over the place because I just see my husband getting beat up. Now my daughter, she done ran into the school. They won't let me in the school. Rachel says, yeah, I didn't hear anyone asking how Fatima was doing or what was happening with her. You talk about now or then? It was all very frantic. Like, I'm just telling y'all how she could. If there's no video, this is how we build in this defense. That's all I'm saying. Yes, she was aware of the TPO, but my daughter is in distress. I do not know what's going on with my daughter. She woke up at 4 a.m. She been gone, and I've been looking for her all day. Then I see her daddy getting beat up. She look like she's hurt. I'm trying to comfort her, you know, hold her by her neck again, right, in her chest. And she gets up and she runs and breaks away from me with this boy that I don't want her to be with. Yeah, I'm looking at it from all angles and thinking about how it might be presented to the defense attorney from the client. Like, I can definitely think outside of the box. You think about that. Look, I just acted it all out. I don't think they arrived with that. I think they was all looking around corners and busting U's and looking everywhere. But remember, therapist, if they don't have her on video, it's free game. I'm telling you, 6 months in a jail cell will make you think some different things. That's how we hug. That's right, Rachel. What? I would never. What? I'm so hysterical because I'm trying to figure out what is going on with my daughter. Okay. Now when she comes here, I don't know, but the jury, they'll figure it out. It's too personal of a hug around the neck and the waist. She said I was trying to help her up. I was holding her, I was behind her, I was holding her. I was trying to comfort her, and she just all of a sudden, because of this boy that I don't want her to be with, she gets up and starts running. She know I can't run that fast, and I ain't thinking about this order that I can't go into no school. I'm going in this school, right? You say you could do this all day? Like, I'm going up in this school. I'm about to figure out what's going on. I'm just saying. Hey, give you something to think about. I know. It gives you something to think about. That's for sure. I mean, because you know, you never know. And it'd be so many things moving on. Rachel, you're not about to put me in the category of DB. Really? That's why he thought he was gonna get off. Yeah, well, whatever. That's why he thought he was gonna get off. He said, I'm gonna go to jail, shave off all my dreads, and you prove that's me in that car. You prove that's me in that vehicle, right? With the nice clean screenshot. I've never seen a moving vehicle have such a good clean screenshot. And he said, prove it. Prove it. Right? Yeah. I was trying to tell y'all to get out of my way, but since y'all did not get out of my way, yeah. Yeah, well, maybe that's how they get these defenses, because they thinking like I'm thinking all the way outside of the box and be trying to go in there and represent themselves and go right straight to jail. Oh God. Did she yell for you to stop because she couldn't breathe? That means she was okay with it. No, she was telling her my throat hurt. My throat hurt. She was trying to tell her mom, my throat hurt. And she was like, I know it. I know it. I know it hurt. But long as they ain't got me on camera, I was not trying to choke you, boo. Yeah, she was rubbing her sore throat. Like she was trying to help her, baby. Okay. Now, so if the mom takes the stand, I want everybody to apologize to me because I think she can take the stand. I think she will take the stand. I'm telling y'all, I really do. I think that's like really her best chance of probably fighting all of this stuff. Because it'll put it more of a word versus word in my eyes. As long as there's no video. Yeah, I think dad would sit over there like, at least my baby going home. Right? I control them from this cell. This is what they need to do. But on a keg of drinks. Dang. Ooh, you be going in. The Jews, where you take you to the keg. I thought you was talking about getting the whole keg. I'm like, ooh, you be going in. I can't hang. I can't hang with you. I can probably do a drink. Okay, the Jews. Okay. And if I lose, I'll take you and I'll buy the drinks. But I really think she gonna take the stand. I reread it because I was like, woo, a whole keg. Where we gonna put that at? Yeah. How funny. That should be good entertainment. I'm gonna hold you to it because I really think she gonna take the stand. I don't know why I think she gonna take a stand and she gonna take it with a translator and like she don't understand nothing. You say, oh, I keep the table. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think she gonna take the stand, act like she really don't know how to say talking English. I think she got a lot of things to prove. Right? She take the stand and she got her interpreter with her, and we go through all of that, and then she be, I don't understand the whole entire time, and this is what I was doing. The jury will be able to hear it from their own mouth, from her own mouth, right? Interesting. So y'all tell me, quick question. Are we doing DB in the morning? Or do we just want to go straight into the trial at 9? One in the chat if y'all want to do the rest of DB, what we can get through until 9 o'clock. Or are we going straight into the trial? Okay, DB. You got yes, DB1. You say you answering all shapes, forms, and fashions. Therapist, right? Okay, so I'll send out the alert. We'll start DB at 6. We'll get a couple hours of that in. And then we'll go right into the Ali trial. We'll at least get our grounds. I'm ready to see the fort built. I'm ready for his hour rant. I can't wait till we get to those portions of the trial, because I definitely need, I do got like a little clip with all his little cut up moments, but I don't want to, y'all love this in DB. This way we can get our laughs in and get all our grounds and motions and things like that. I think today was the most, this was the most stoppage in this trial that we had seen the entire time. Hey, welcome, Salt of Dirt. Zalt. Hi, welcome. I'm glad you found us. You're new here. He's a new here, lady. I found you. Awesome. Well, I'm glad you are here. I hope you enjoyed yourself. We'll be back in the morning. I'll be sending out alerts, so make sure you have your notification bell on and you subscribe. You'll get the alert for, we're doing a replay of the Darrell Brooks trial. And then we are going into our current case that we're working on with the Ali and Ali trial. That'll be around 9. Okay, Baka. Yeah, that we are. We are conspiracy theorists. I'm a conspiracy person, just thinking outside of the box, and I just have a lot of thoughts and ideas, right? I ain't saying none of them will work. I'll probably be right behind bars with DB. So definitely I will not try it. That's what I can tell you. Oh no, you good. You good. Thank you so very much. You're gonna love it here. Yes, bye, Baka. I'll see you. I know you'll be the first one in the chat. Yeah, so yeah, so I think that we good here. Awesome. We almost there, right? Cool beans. Yeah, I'll probably send, I'll work on some clips and stuff and send them out tonight. And usually these clips and stuff, they kind of get things kind of like moving. So I'll send those out a little bit later, and hopefully we can hit that 1K mark tomorrow. Right, film, right? Yeah. I think it's a lot of, yes. Yeah, I had put it in the universe that we would hit the 1K today, but that's okay. Yeah, I do a lot of shorts. You don't see the shorts? They don't come through your feed? Yeah, Rachel. Yeah. Right? And that's the thing. Like, I keep trying to make sure I'm like, feeding YouTube with different stuff. Like, I do a lot of shorts, but sometimes, it's like some shorts just not. It's just kind of like it's a teaser, right? But I think what happened last week, you say you go straight to your destination. Well, we definitely don't want you going on the hunt. But I think that what they do is, like I did some clips of some of the moments that we had in trial. You know how I clipped the videos for y'all. So like when people go to my page, they may not want to hear all of this, like what we doing right now. So I'll try to section off that testimony. Oh, you say hunt for my shorts? Yeah. I don't know why they wouldn't come up in there, but excuse me. So I'll clip the videos and put them in sections, and then when I do that, it automatically goes back out into YouTube like a new video, which is kind of nice, right? So I know last week, the last time I checked, like one of the videos has like about 40,000 views. So that kind of that video, and I can see how many people sub from that video. A ton of people seen that video. So like a lot of people sub from that video. You saw that, Film Freak? Yeah, I was like, I got a lot of subs off that video. Yep. Got a lot of subs just making that clip for the channel so y'all could be able to see the different sections. And it kind of got this trial out there I think it was last Wednesday or so. I put it out there and it's still like growing. So like it's still like out there. So I see the numbers on that one growing every day. I can't even remember which video. It's the video with the when they get served with the papers. I think it's the one that when they get served with the papers. I clipped that and made that, and put that in there just so in case somebody just wanted to see that portion. Yeah, so with that video, I could see how many people sub just off of that. So yeah, very awesome. Moving in the right direction. So it's just all about, I'm just trying to figure out the best times to yeah, the one where they went to his house. When they went to the mom's house and the daughter was there, that video. Yeah, yeah, so it was that protection order. So and I'm trying to figure out, the best times to kind of like post videos, right? Because we all on different time zones. We got a family in UK that's growing, right? Because you got a lot of people over there that's in a different time. And then I got people in Canada. So it kind of like tell you. So I just been trying to play around with times, days, and kind of figure out when the best time. Like I think, we even did that stream on Saturday with the DB. I think that somebody in my comment section, I can't remember who it was. It may have been Mo. It was maybe Mo Key. Somebody told me that we should try Sundays because not a lot of people may be streaming on Sundays and just kind of doing like, some kind of little form, where we can kind of like do a trial replay. So just a lot of different things that I'm just trying. Phil says that some people just don't even want to watch short ones. Right. So like say for instance, right now we've been on here for like 8.5 hours. Okay. Oh, when the live is over, everyone go comment on the finalized video in the comments. After the fact, it helps the algorithm. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, so like this is 8.5 hours. Like most people not sitting through this. So I try to go in there and chop up the most important parts from the video, send out the clips, and kind of go from there. And then hopefully, and it keeps the videos going without just keeping stuff out there is what I done figured out. Is in just trying to figure out the times. Like, I don't know what times. Like, I'm still working on that part of it. I haven't nailed that part down. By the time I nail it down, they probably done switched it. So, who knows? But yeah, guys. So, I'll send out the alert for the DB. We'll do that in the morning, and then we'll go right into our Ali trial. I appreciate the mods. We got a little rowdy up in here today, but we seem to get us back all on track. So I definitely appreciate that. It seemed like when we get to subjects like this, it gets a little dicey, right? But I'm glad that everybody was able to respect and we was able to tone it down, and the mods were able to handle that. So I definitely appreciate that. I appreciate the chat. Today was my first super chat from Film Freak, right? He was my first one, although I got more, but he was the first. So don't nobody remember the second or the third. No, I'm just playing. Oh, just playing. Look at this plan. Yeah, I know, right? Chair dance time, right? Only in the chair. I ain't getting up. But I got my chair down. Best chair dancer in the whole wide world. The best chair dancer, right? Rocking to my own beat. Woo! I know it's a lot of things that you could do in the chair, huh? You can do a little strip tease in the chair. Oh yeah, I am the best chair dancer. You say you got your blocking buttons fired up. Yeah. All due authority because y'all probably have way more patience than me. I ain't know nothing even about no timeout. Like I ain't put nobody in no timeout. You gotta find me some beats. I, I don't even think I have a favorite. Like I just like music, right? Something I can do. I said y'all way better than me because I was like, I don't know nothing about no timeout. How about block? Band. I don't know nothing about that. I see something come up where somebody was breaking with somebody in timeout. I said, timeout. We ain't in kindergarten. Block. Like you got to go in the little corner. Nah. I don't have patience for that. I don't know, but I'm like, oh, I was just like, okay, we got time out. Ooh, the things we have to go through. Yeah, I think it was somebody named Bob or Bill. Oh, you put somebody else in there too. See, a therapist put somebody in there. I don't know. I know the person that I seen doing the Arabic in there. You know, I deleted the first message and then I seen him post again, and I'm like, well, how about this? Block ban. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I can't even communicate with you because you communicating a whole different thing. You say, excuse me, I'm sorry for coughing in your ear. I gotta mute my button, get to my mute button. Yeah, well, so hopefully the patrol bar, yeah, coming soon, right? Coming soon. I didn't know that channel creators in the past have held all ban powers. I've never banned anyone. Oh, do we? I don't know, but I don't know if I see it. I'm probably gonna block them, especially if I see one of y'all. Say, bring someone here to me. Yeah, especially if I see y'all talking to them and trying to reason with them. Like, I'm not about to. I'm just gonna block them. You say you may be blocking. Yeah, like time out. Like, I mean, everybody know the YouTube thing rules, right? And then when we get on here and it's been explained to somebody, no matter how you feel about a situation, as I stated, there are plenty of channels that discuss anything that somebody wants to discuss, right? Just go there. That's all I can say. But here we're gonna talk about these trials. Yeah, like especially after somebody done said something. So yeah, and I didn't know what he was writing. I'm like, I don't know what he writing. Like, I don't know what this is. I think at the time that I was doing one thing, she was texting me and I was texting her. And Rachel like, wait a minute. Like, we ain't gonna let one person spoil no party. That's the last thing I want. Like, absolutely not. Now they ain't nobody coming here for that. We come here to enjoy ourselves, share our opinions, and just talk about the trial. I don't want to be doing that, putting people on timeouts and we babies and nah. Yeah, so if I see it too much, I'll probably just ban them. I don't know if y'all have banning part. Y'all have to let me know because I don't even know what it do when I give you the thing. I just seen them on other people pages and I was like, oh, these look like these important to give out to people. And then we had that troll that one day, and I was like, oh, okay. Well, I think I better give out some more. Yeah, but yeah, that's really my thing. I don't know if I have a lot of patience for that. So I'm glad that y'all are the mods, and that way y'all can kind of decide how many chances. And some of these people y'all already know, right? Y'all may have seen, or you kind of know what what their demeanor is and how they are. Unlike me, like I don't know, I may not know them, right? But if it's somebody I seen, like I kind of seen where somebody was communicating with somebody that they, where some things was going on, but one of y'all knew the person, right? So I was like, okay, well, they'll figure it out, right? Right? Y'all figure it out. And I was like, okay, well, they may know how that person is. So I kind of like let it go. Yeah, I think so. And I said, well, they kind of probably know. But, like me, I just don't want to, because like I said, I'm probably not doing timeouts. Y'all probably only know how to block. Only because if I see it too many times and somebody has said something, then that means that you're just totally disregarding what we saying. Like, okay. Well, yeah, well, you let me know if, anytime. That's right. They're gonna keep us safe, right? They gonna keep our chat room safe, because don't nobody want to be in no chat room like that where you can literally get in the chat room and see people arguing. Isn't that a turnoff? Don't nobody want to go on no chat and see nobody going back and forth arguing. I don't. I'll be leaving that chat real quick. And at like, what is this? Or I won't participate in the chat. Maybe if they got the content that I need, I might just close the chat down. But yeah, that ain't cool. Well, guys, I guess we'll close down shop for tonight. I'll send out the alert for in the morning, and we'll start it all up again. All right. You gonna behave, Leah? Okay. We're gonna let you hang out with us. You came to the right place. Some carnitas had a slab of lasagna. Wow. He got a full menu. All right, guys, you were in the right place, right? Where there's no filters, no fluff, just facts, so you can be the judge. I thank you guys. Thanks, Miles. Thanks the chat. Love, love, love. Till tomorrow morning, right, guys? He's saying the best purple hair ever. I know I'm searching for a new color, Rachel. All right, guys. Good night. See y'all tomorrow.